he's got perfect attendance. That said, I don't think you stopped coming. The first person to show up. First person to show up was Anthony. Ah, I see. Marco gets the first live comment. You got some police versus alligator stuff going on as well. I sent you. That's the last of what I had. Haha! He pulled a me. That's what I did the other day. I
haven't muted this whole time. Damn it.
That's what I did the other day on stream.
Damn it! I unmuted the wrong audio source. Oops.
On the fucking D&D stream, I did that, where I muted myself, but not everyone else.
Ah, damn it! It wasn't until I checked chat to do a roll call that I noticed that I realized it. Thanks, chat. Well, welcome to the Foxhole. I have to say that now that you can hear me.
Yeah, you can also re-say how much you appreciate Marku.
Yeah, I need to I just love bombed on Marku a little bit because he's always the first one to comment on the show. This show goes live and he's always the first one. Bam, he just howdy every fucking time, like clockwork. It's incredible. Gold star to belly rub for you, Marku. Hello, Typing. Hello, Viking. Hello, Brother Doom. Hello, Flash. Arthur. Let me see. NDA. Hello. Any other unique ones? I think that's all the unique ones. Typing. Hello, Typing. I think I said Typing already. Cool. All right. That's everyone who said anything.
Hello, everyone.
Good to see you all back here again on the 77th episode. Lucky number 77.
Wow.
Yeah. I can't believe that we're going to talk about Johnny Somali again because he just can't stop making his life worse.
Oh my god, what? You know what? Don't tell me yet.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna fucking.
Tell me what you did this week. Tell me what you did this week.
What did you?
Be fast. I want to know.
This week, we played Windrose. I played Windrose. Dude, you played Windrose. You maxed out the stream length.
I did.
God, I wish
I didn't want to stop playing. I really enjoy. I haven't done a game like that in a very long time. I enjoyed Blade Song, right?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But when it was time to end stream and put the game down, I had no problem ending stream and putting the game down.
Yeah, I'm like that with
Windows. I was like, I have nothing else to do tonight. I have the excuse of we haven't caught up with Weekly yet.
Which we still haven't chat.
We still haven't chat. I'll stream again tonight. But yeah, and I was like, you know what? I'll just keep playing until I get tired.
What if let's stream Windrose tonight?
I'm down.
Let's do Windrose after the show.
I'm so down.
Okay, yeah, let's just do Windrose tonight after the show.
It's been a long time since I've had a game that makes me want to pull an all-nighter.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The only thing I'm worried about is just blowing through whatever content exists in the early access too early.
Oh no. I need to understand, okay? There are 3 entirely different biomes for us to go to.
Oh, so you know for a fact because there's 4 total. There's 4 total in the game right now, and 3. Yeah, when you go to the map and you go to the biomes, there's 4 listed.
Okay.
It was like that in the demo too.
I thought there was 3 available right now, and the 4th one they're adding later. Is what I heard. But okay. But 3 of the 4 are available. I actually ended up because I was like let me take my ship around and kind of spread out our fast travel bells.
Mm-hmm.
Because we have a lot of them very, very close near the start of the where we started. And I ended up finding, way up north, I found one of the different biomes.
Oh, really? By the way, hang on. Can you hear me, chat? Arthur says that I'm still muted. It shouldn't be, but I feel like more of you would say that I'm muted if I was still muted. And I feel like Arthur is just behind on the stream a little bit.
He might be.
But I need to verify before I... Well, I guess maybe you should be the one asking the question. Because they can't hear... If I'm muted, that they can't hear me asking the question. So
He was behind? Okay, Andy says he was behind.
Okay, cool. There, okay.
But,
Thank you.
But yeah, so, we need to actually progress the story to actually use the materials from the other biomes, which I have not done. I have not progressed the story, not one bit, from where we stopped playing. I only did side quests. And those side quests get intense. I also stopped doing, like, any side quest that I saw that said shared progression on it, I didn't do. I went out of my way to leave those undone. I mostly drove around and killed people.
It just grinded for currency, basically?
Yeah, so much
Nice.
so that I was able to actually purchase the schematics for a brig.
Ooh.
But we need the higher tier materials to actually build it.
We need what? Higher tier?
Yeah, we need higher tier materials to actually build
I think what I want to do next... I mean, maybe we should wait and talk about this when we actually go live tonight. Is I want to save up and buy schematics for gear sets so that we can get some clothing. That's actually
that sounds like I did.
That's actually worth upgrading.
I did also get the clothing for the like pikeman set.
Uh-huh.
It gives you it gives you my brain isn't working. It gives you like a bunch of HP, and then it gives you extra damage for the two-handed weapons.
Okay.
That's what it does. So I did actually get I did get the schematics for 2 pieces of that, and then I also just so happened to find a third when I was traveling around.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I'm also excited to show you all the islands that I found where there are like where there's loot, right, that you can go pick up.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to retread a bunch of stuff. You're gonna have to retread a lot tonight with me.
That's okay though. I did leave some bells at a lot of those locations.
Oh, okay. So we should be should be able to get you a lot faster then. Cool.
Yeah. But also I also found, so as I was traveling, right? So you know how like the islands are like procedurally generated?
Yes.
Right, but then the islands that have people on them are not.
Right.
Well, I have found islands that didn't have people on them, but also were not procedurally generated. I was like, what the fuck's the point of these fucking islands? They handcrafted these fucking islands. They made these islands. They didn't generate these. So what the fuck is the point of them? Just to look pretty? Just to be like nice places for bases? One of them that I found is actually really gorgeous and a great place for a base. I think it's very pretty. I'll show it to you. But I later on, so you know how we found a treasure map?
Yes.
Right?
That goes way in the northeast. I actually ended up going and grabbing that treasure, right? But while I was up in the northern biome, right? It was like a highlands biome with like wolves and goats and all sorts of shit. Okay.
While I was up there, all right, I did find another treasure map, and that treasure map took me back to an island that was right near the start. Do you remember that little island with like it was like 3 not like it was like 3 circles put together? Remember that island, like right near the start?
Vaguely.
It had nothing on it. It was like one of the first islands that we went to, and it had fuck all. And we're like, what the fuck, right? That island is actually where that treasure was. Which now leads me to believe that every island that is not procedurally generated, but also has no civilization on it, will have treasure somewhere.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I kind of want to re-explore those islands, see if I can find a skeleton anywhere, because I've noticed that there tends to be like a skeleton near the treasure, or some sort of clue indication that there's something there.
Yeah. There's like a derelict camp or something like that.
Yeah. And there's like no grass growing because it was like dug out, obviously.
Right.
So it's kind of like there are tells, there are context clues that you can use to realize it if you're looking for them.
Okay. Well, let's talk more about Windrose when we actually start playing it after the show.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just gonna take up the whole fucking show.
I'm sorry to play more.
Because I was also thinking we could play Wednesday nights after the movie if you're up for it. If you want like a more.
I might be. I kind of wanted those movie nights to for us to kind of watch multiple movies so we actually get through all of them quickly.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The reason I haven't been doing it is because the last two movies that we watched were on nights that I was planning to play D&D with Pay off stream.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've said before, Pay's running a campaign off stream just so she can try to get more comfortable with DMing.
Okay.
But yeah, and then obviously the 2 weeks before that, Wednesday, I forgot what the fuck we had to do, but we couldn't watch movies that night.
Okay.
But yeah, so ideally next week when we watch a movie, we watch it late into the night.
Sounds good.
That's the plan, at least.
But
also, I might be down to just play Windrose, because I mean, fucking how could I not? How could I not?
Well, it's up to you. It's kind of like, play by ear. Like, we'll try to play like on every other. The other thing is to like power through Sekiro and then just switch Tuesdays over to Windrose consistently, at least on my end. But anyway, besides that, my parents are still here. They're gonna leave probably tomorrow.
Okay.
And yeah, because it's just delays happen for reasons that I'm not going to get into. But they should be going home tomorrow. And then I think also this last week, you successfully recaptured Spoon.
I did.
And got them all, taken care of and cleaned up and fed, and now he's a happy kitty again.
Yeah.
So mostly, yeah. I think he's irritated being kennelled a lot.
Still just a cat in a cage.
Yeah.
We do take him out and we do play with him a little bit. And me and Pete talked about like letting him out at night when we're sleeping.
When you're not going to be opening doors.
Yeah, exactly. She just has to be careful in the morning when she goes to work, and then when I wake up, like after her usually, I should be waking up at the same time, but when I wake up after, I'll catch him and then put him away, and then I'll go to stream.
Yeah. So there's that. And I'll be retrieving him in less than a month, actually. Less than a month.
Yeah.
So because. Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of a... besides that, I had a really fun GTA stream on Friday.
Okay.
Well, we played... because it's just a lot of chaos happened, like, sequentially, and it was, like, me, like, running... Like, I accidentally got, like, 5-star wanted level, like, from 0 to 5, and just, like, me trying to not die, and just... it's just really fucking funny. Do? I accidentally entered like the Navy part of the port in San Fierro. And it happened twice, and both times hilarious shit happened both times. It was a hilarious stream. Like a lot of funny, crazy shit happened. And we also got to interact with the character that is voiced by James Woods.
Okay.
And which is like always like really fun, and it's fucking great hearing like James Woods as like this like deep state CIA like wet work CIA man like talking to like this fucking gangster from Los Santos. It's fucking funny. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, that's basically been my week. We got the patio is finally done, so the next time that you're in my neck of the woods. During one of your Miami trips, probably, when you stop over, I'll show you the pad that got built. But yeah, that's been my week.
To quickly go through mine, because there's really much more to say other than fuck yeah, I love Windrose. I got to the end of the Vagrant, and the final boss is really fucking hard, just a huge difficulty jump. So now I'm like going back and trying to see if like what I missed, what I can get, right, to like improve my shit a little bit before I fight her.
Yeah, that game is like I don't know.
I wish I had played it on fucking story mode, because it's like the only part that's like actually matters. It's like actually any good.
Can you switch over to story mode?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I might. I don't know. I'll check.
You should check, because a lot of times you can just switch the difficulty. Because it has been a consistent theme in that game where it's just like the boss encounters are like so much like unbalancingly, like jarringly difficult in comparison to the rest of the game.
Yeah, like difficulty isn't really the word. It's more so just like monotonous, you know? Like, it's like, yes, I could absolutely master this boss's moveset and just very easily dodge it and then only land a single hit and then consistently dodge it, because it's not hard to dodge shit in that game. Not
right. Because you literally just dodge past them. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's also boring as fuck.
That's true. That's true.
And like it would take me forever to fucking fight the boss.
I think you would actually
the combat isn't satisfying enough in that game for me to like get into it to such a degree to where I'd want to actually like, you know, master these bosses' movesets. You
should try to play Mandragora. I think you'd like Mandragora.
Sure.
It's a lot like, you know, like the Vagrant, or not the Vagrant. What the Tales of Iron, and it's like a grounded, like, you know, Metroidvania kind of game. It's not like Prince of Persia where like it's very like
grounded Metroidvanias are peak.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, see, they're not. I prefer more Prince of Persia like Metroidvania, where you have like a lot of traversal. Like traversal is like a big, you know, is a big part. You know, central part of the game. You know, it's just like being able to like string together a bunch of like traversal moves in sequence to get through a certain section, or you have to like use these.
I like that too, but I like when those things are like for, like, it's like, oh, you eventually like unlock the traversal, not just it's like a core part of the game. It's more so like traversal is a key item, like it is like traditional like Castlevania, right?
Oh, well, that's how Prince of Persia is. Like you unlock different traversal abilities as you go through the game.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool.
I still think I still think you should try.
You see areas you can go to, you know.
Yeah, the 2D Prince of Persia game, that not the one that Ubisoft released last year, but the one before that. I think you would like that one. I really do. It has a lot of traversal stuff in it, but like it's gradual. You don't just have the whole moveset right out of the get-go or anything like that. Like
that's fine.
And it makes you like really use them during the boss fights, and the boss fights in that game are fucking peak, dude. They're so fun. They're like really, they're very like, it does such a good job of balancing like chaos with also like strategy and actually being able to see what the hell is happening on the screen. It's fast, but it's like you can manage it. You know what I mean? Like it's done very, very well. They're very kinetic fights.
The game that you're thinking of, Guers, is Ender Magnolia. That's a different game. Not Ender Mandragora. Mandragora and Ender Magnolia are different games.
Yeah. Mandragora. The full name of the game is called Whispers of the Witch Tree. It's Mandragora, Whispers of the Witch Tree, and it's an indie grounded Metroidvania game, and it's really well done. It's really good.
I still have to play Ender Lilies and Ender Magnolia once we eventually get to it.
Okay.
And actually play them through, not just play them on a day that I'm sad and then never play them again. Because Ender Lilies became like my comfort game, like when it came out, and I never finished it. I just like whenever I'm like in like a sad mood, I'm like, I'll just play Ender Lilies, and I'll just play that for a few hours, and then I calm down.
Yeah, I love the gothic aesthetic of Ender Lilies.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. The OG Prince of Persia, the guy filmed his younger brother climbing and jumping and copied it exactly the first time it had ever been done. Really? Well, wasn't like all of the original Mortal Kombat? That was the original Mortal Kombat game. All that was mocapped, and then they just overlaid the animation over the motion capture. So,
hey. Anyways, that's pretty much my week though. I did the Vagrant, right? Did that, and then we also tried Crystalla, which was a furry cat Souls-like game. We played the demo because I was like, let me just in case, because I've had a feeling that the game would make me motion sick. I was right! It did make me motion sick, which is unfortunate.
Which is a shame because you really liked it.
It wasn't bad. It was pretty fun. I did like it. I was worried at first going into it because the menus were kind of botched, and a lot of them seemed like really low quality. But then I got into it, and the actual like movement and the gameplay was kind of really good. So it's a shame that the game just made me motion sick.
I think it's like it didn't look particularly it wasn't groundbreaking or anything. It looked very standard fare, but it's like it doesn't have, you don't have to reinvent the wheel to make a good game, you know?
Yep.
Like yeah, that's a shame. You played a lot of Skyrim too this week.
I played a bit of Skyrim. I was super late on the Tuesday stream because we went super late on Monday, and I was just fucking tired. I need to stop scheduling myself to do stuff Tuesday morning because I never wake up on time for it. Like literally never. I'm always tired after D&D.
Oh yeah, that's right. The NDA, yeah, NDA's right. It wasn't mocapped. It was they literally just filmed it in front of like a green screen or whatever. Then they just spliced the film into the game. So that's right. Oh, wow. You're right. That is how it was done.
But and then I played it for literally 45 minutes yesterday, and then I felt sick. So yeah, I was feeling super sick, and I was like, Akane seems like she'll be down to actually play today. I don't want to be the one that has to cancel because I'm feeling sick. So I was like, I'm just gonna lay down for a while. I did still feel a little sick when I was playing with Akane. I was like watching her play.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, with Lulu. Who the fuck's Akane? I was playing with Lulu. Lulu, my model sister. But yeah, and I like, but like it was like tolerable, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But if I had just stuck to playing Skyrim, I literally threw up. I threw up twice.
Oh, God.
I threw up like while I was streaming. I ended the stream, and I threw up again, and then I laid down until Pay got home.
You should try popping a Dramamine pill before you play games.
What the fuck is that?
Dramamine is what you use to stop seasickness.
Ah.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
It's literally a motion sickness. Like it stops you from getting motion sickness. Is what it's actually.
Yeah,
it literally does that.
Motion sickness because like so I had some food. I had some chicken before like I streamed, and then I threw it all up, and then ended stream, threw up the rest of it. Right, went back to bed. Then I woke up and I started like playing with Akane. I saw the chicken in front of me, and I was like, I'll finish my chicken. So I did. And I also, on top of that, tried to eat some like some bits of like taco that Pay got me.
Okay.
And then I was like, I can't finish eating this. And so I just kind of just held it down until Akane was ready to end. Sorry, until Lulu was ready to end.
You keep doing it.
And I can't help it. I've known her for only a little while, chat. I collabed with her for the first time yesterday. But yeah, and like I was just like I'm not the one playing, so I can just kind of just lay back, right, and just observe and like comment, right, and that kind of made it okay. So I was able to like get through it, but then afterwards I laid down immediately in bed. So I was feeling sick.
Red Wolf.
I felt like I was gonna throw up what I ate again.
Red Wolf is saying somebody play Shadow of the Beast for PS4. If you like Prince of Persia, you must like it.
Shadow of the Beast is on my funding list, which means that whenever people give me money, they can put that money towards Shadow of the Beast.
There you go, chat. It's
yeah, it's actually it's almost 30% funded.
Yeah, so there you go, chat.
It is the cheapest thing on my funding list because it's a pretty short game from what I.
Chat, you can make up.
From what I researched.
You can complete weekly tonight during Windrose by funding Shadow of the Beast. Well, cool. So basically, you play video games and you got sick. It's very typical week for Rosa.
Like every week.
That's good, you know.
I think last thing to mention is like some IRL stuff. My dad called me to tell me to start getting things together to buy a house, which is, well, it's months early. from when I originally planned to. And so that's a thing. And aside from that, me and Pei went to a local festival today.
Ooh.
And she bought some. Well, I bought her some delicious sweets from our like local sweets bakery.
Okay.
Which by the way, the lady of that bakery was a contestant on some like baking show recently, which I think is pretty cool.
Okay.
And then yeah, they're very, very good. They make very, very delicious stuff. It's a bit too sweet for me, but the taste is really good to the point where sometimes I accidentally eat too much of it. And I got a brownie bomb, and then she got it was like I want to say it was like a key lime thing, I think, and a peach one as well. They're like little fruit things.
Okay.
But they're like I think they're like chocolate, right? On like the outside they have like a chocolate shell, and then inside they're like filled with like some sort of cream and then like bits of the fruit.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Okay.
And aside from that, we kind of walked around, and we ended up walking into a stall where a guy was selling stuff that he like wood turned, like bowls and like vases and stuff. And we saw one that we kind of liked. For I think it was like $30, and it was like a handmade like wood turned bowl. That's like the perfect size for us to like put our because like we've been wanting to put like our like keys and stuff in like a bowl so that we have a place where it, where they go.
Okay.
So that we never lose our shit like we tend to.
Oh, the things that you could do with a lathe! I swear, there are multiple YouTube channels that have over 1 million subscribers each, and it's literally just
nothing but lathing things.
Yeah, it's just nothing but lathing shit.
Yep,
That's all it is.
Yep. That is something I do eventually want to get. I do eventually want to get a lathe.
They're not that expensive.
Really?
So, no, they're not.
Dude, I'm telling you, I can't wait until I have space and I can start little by little just buying tools and shoving them in my fucking just little workshop and just set everything up. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I mean, it obviously depends on like the size, but like you can get a pretty decent size one for like less than like $500 or less.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lathes are less expensive than PlayStations, chat.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like using PlayStation.
Well, yeah, because lathes don't require RAM.
I feel like using PlayStations as like it's like anyone can afford a PlayStation. So I have a PlayStation, and if I can afford a PlayStation, I can afford this tool, and that's how I'll convince myself to spend money on tools that I actually am going to make use of. Hopefully.
Looking at it right now, you can get lathes that have 14 by 40 inch power wood turning lathe for $275 on Amazon.
Wow.
On Amazon.
That's cheaper than the piece of plastic that I bought to put on my truck.
You can get a nicer one, 14 by 20 inch variable speed benchtop wood lathe for $780, which is still less than a PlayStation. So
making a circle store and calling it the Ring. Hey, I am going to try to make the silly stuff that we made on Blade Song. I will try to make that stuff just for funs. Like while I'm learning, chat, I am gonna try to like make wacky ass shit.
Make meme swords.
Yeah, I am gonna try to make wacky ass shit just for the fuck of it.
Honestly, though, that's I think like a ring blade, like a circular shaped blade. That's way more advanced than just a regular sword, though. Like,
well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
I didn't say all of it I'd make while I'm still learning.
Or like the one that has like that's like that like. It's like wavy, the blade is shaped like a wave,
Yeah.
Like that's really difficult to do in real life.
I'm excited. I'm excited to learn how to do all of these things and then make all sorts of things.
But yeah, chat. You and I have talked about this behind the scenes about like how like your dad is like Let's get you moved. Let's get you moved. It's like, well, you're the one who has to get pre-qualified because you're the one with the fucking purse strings here, you know?
Yeah.
And he's like, okay.
Yeah, I do think it's gonna take him a while. I don't think he's gonna get it done actually anytime soon, because that's kind of how he is. But hopefully, because he did tell me that he's gonna be done with the contract for his like business next week, and so after that he's gonna be focused, like actually focused on like helping me.
You should call him on like Wednesday or Thursday and be like, hey, are you done with that contract yet so you can go get pre-qualified? You know, just like.
Yeah, I'm actually still waiting for the realtor to get back to me about whether or not that place is available. It is the weekend, so
yeah,
I'm not expecting an answer.
Well,
today.
I mean, you never know. I mean, a lot of the showings are done on weekends because that's when people have time to go actually do showings.
That is true.
So
that is true. Yeah,
realtors are busy on weekends. So
yeah, I'll wait to see.
Either way,
if I get a response in. But again, there's time, so I'm not super duper focused, not worried about it. And at the end of the day, if like that house does end up getting purchased, then it is what it is.
Yeah, if it gets purchased, then it wasn't meant for you, and you go find the one that was. That's the way it is.
Summer is like when like the housing market is like blowing the fuck up.
Well,
so like there's literally like new houses being put up like every other fucking day. Like when I go look, there's always like new shit.
Yeah, that's because people want to move in the summer because they don't want to interrupt their kids' school schedule in the middle of the school year.
Yep.
So you see
again,
people.
I'm just like, I'm not in a rush. We don't have to move until October.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that we're actually getting all like the groundwork and like the pre-qualification, all that stuff done now. Because that just means that we have more time to find a place that we like.
Yeah, but when I listed my house in Colorado, I actually planned to list it in May, like early May. I ended up having to list it like near the end of June, just because I needed to do so much fucking work on it before I could sell it. So, but I that's what I was doing though. I was like, I want to do like late spring, early summer, because that's when people are looking to buy houses, because that's, school's out, time to move,
Jesus fucking Christ, what is happening to those fucking dogs?
Rather prefer a ranch because freedom? I prefer a ranch because ranch-style homes don't have stairs, chat. I don't like having to climb fucking stairs in my house to get to places. Like, I want it all laid out on one level. Which is what my current house is. It's a single level. There's no basements in Florida, chat, for obvious reasons.
I'm just trying to get out and it's hurting myself.
Well, some have second levels. Yeah.
Oh my god, he's hanging.
Give me a second, chat. The dog next door is literally hanging by its neck right now.
What the fuck? Typical day in Alabama, chat. I wouldn't mind a house with an elevator. I wouldn't want that either. I don't want to have to like wait for a fucking elevator to get to my kitchen or some shit. Fuck that. Got stuck in a fence. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Some of us people in good moods when it comes to houses. Also, they don't see the leaks and feel they can play hot properties renovating. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people, they get like they get imaginative. You know what I mean? Because like that's the thing. Like when you're buying a house, like when you it's the right one when you can just see yourself living there, and it's like I don't know how to like explain it. It's a feeling that's difficult to explain. But when you actually start going house hunting, and you're looking for a house, you will come over with this feeling about like, oh my god, this is the one. I can so see myself living here. Like you just get this feeling, you just get this feeling like you can imagine yourself in the house, a 1-floor home is the way to go. Yes, correct. One floor, spread out. That's the best way to do it. Again, I don't want to have to fucking climb stairs. I don't want to have to climb stairs to get furniture up and down to furnish rooms that, on the other levels and shit. I just don't. It's like, not only is it a pain in the ass just to get around the house when you have stairs, but you also have to, like, moving in and out of a house with stairs is fucking awful. Bite off more than they can chew when it's right when you are right. Yeah, exactly. Like, you just know it. You can just. Like, that's the thing. Like, you don't have to think. Like, it's the right one because it's almost like picking, like, girlfriends and wives and shit like that. You know what I mean? Or, well, I guess just wives, not girlfriends. Girlfriends are fleeting. Wives are more permanent. Like, when it comes to women, like, I want to date this woman, within, like, 5 to 10 seconds of, like, being introduced to her. You know what I mean? Like, if you've ever gone on a first date or something like that, or you've been set up with by a friend on a blind date or something like that, before the waiter comes around for the first time to ask you what drinks you want to have, you know what I mean? Whether or not you want to, like, get into a relationship with her. It's like that with houses. Like, you walk in and within the first, like, 2 minutes, whether it's the right house for you. So, doctors buy one-floor homes because they know what is coming. Age. Yeah. All those cool TV detectives that lives in old factories made of bricks that has an elevator big enough for a car. That's my dream. Like those warehouses that they just added some walls to and turned it into a house. Yeah. Just got a house, black mold everywhere. Oh, God. Got to rip out all the wallpaper because the retards used moisture-resistant paint on sodden plaster. I got like 60,000 off asking those, so meh. Oh, my God. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people, when they know that the house has real problems, if you try to bring the price down, they won't fight you because they just want to offload the house. Like, whenever you see, like, as is in a listing, that means that you can be guaranteed that the house needs a decent amount of work. It's probably going to be move-in ready, but it'll need a good amount of work. You know what I mean? And because when they're saying as is, that means that they're aware that there are issues, but they don't want to fucking deal with it. And it's very much like a take it or leave it kind of offer. I just want to get rid of it kind of mentality. Like, I've done what I could with it, and I don't want to do any more. If you want $40,000 off the asking price to get all this shit done, fine, whatever. I don't care. Buy in haste, regret at leisure. Oh man, wallpaper. God, man, fucking wallpaper. Nobody has fucking wallpaper anymore. I'm so glad that wallpaper isn't a thing anymore. What an insanely awful experience fucking putting up wallpaper. What an awful idea that is in general. It's just ugh. Backbreaking work when it comes to going down the stairs with the couch. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, just fuck stairs, man. I mean, and if I had a choice, I'd rather have an elevator than stairs, though. Because you don't climb an elevator. It's just fucking a time waster, Empty for a while as well. Just got finished ripping up the carpets as well. Oh my God. Man, I remember one showing I went to, the previous owner was like a crazy cat lady, and the cats were just free to like piss wherever they wanted. And so like the whole house had been like at least all the floors had been completely ripped off, and even then you could still smell like cat piss. I was like, oh man, she's never gonna sell this house. Like, you might as well just like fucking burn the whole thing down and rebuild from scratch at this point, because like the cat piss smell is never gonna get out. It's so like permeated through like the foundational structure of the house that it's like there's no way you're going to be able to get it out completely. It's like smoking, like smoking too much in a car over a long period of time. It doesn't matter like if you like reupholster everything, replace this or that. The smell of smoke is never going to fully go away because it's just completely permeated like everything of the car. You know, it's like that, but with a house. So like I lasted like 5 seconds in that house and it was just like, nope. Because the smell of cat piss was so strong, I couldn't even make it out of the foyer. It was so bad. Always do a viewing of the house you'll buy to see and smell the house. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Like the way that like real estate photography is done. Like all real estate photography and staging is done to make the rooms look as big as possible. And like when you look at listings on like Zillow or whatever, like you know these public listing sites, like the rooms are always big, smaller than they look. So you always want to like go see the house and actually walk around the space, you know. Ammonia seeps into concrete. There's no way. Yeah, exactly. It just once it's in, it doesn't come out. It's fucked. If a house has stairs and all the furniture needs to be by hand friendly when it comes to disassembly and reassembly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like the way that like furniture is, like, yeah, like modern furniture, you buy it. Even if you go to a furniture store, you know, a lot of it is typically it gets shipped in boxes. You know what I mean? And you have to construct the furniture, but you can't. It's really difficult to deconstruct it though. And it's just it sucks. Even with PVA styrene hybrid sealants, you can't beat cat piss. Yeah, cat piss is the worst, man.
Back.
Common new couple helped by mommy and daddy. They bought a fridge with a TV door so you can see inside without opening, and a 60-inch plasma and a barbecue, knowing full well the heat system is on a prayer. Oh my god. Yeah, man, buying a house is like a whole nother level. It really is. Yeah, how was the dog?
It's still on its hind legs because it can't put its feet down on the ground. It looks like the dog, it was like leashed inside the kennel, like inside the cage. I say kennel. It's like a homemade cage. And climbed over, but it's still leashed. So it's like its leash is like caught over the top of the fucking cage, and it's like it's essentially dangling, like on the outside of the cage, hanging by the leash. It has its paws on the ground now, like its back paws, but it can't put its feet down.
Its front paws down.
So it's stuck there, and either the neighbors, even though there's 2 cars there, either the neighbors aren't there or they didn't answer the door.
God.
So it's still there. Apparently animal control doesn't work on weekends.
I was gonna say, like, that house needs to have animal control called on it at this point.
Yeah.
Like, they are, like, heavily fucking abusing those dogs.
So, they tried to climb over the fence and got stuck? I believe that's what happened. That's what it looks like to me. The other dogs are just on a leash outside. But yeah, they have 3 fucking pit bulls that they don't fucking take care of.
God.
That just end up in other people's yards for for some fucking reason. Like, I had to go outside the other day, the day that I caught Spoon, because those dogs were out and about. And I guess
Unleashed.
they smelled the food that I was giving Spoon, and they were just off leash, just out and about, just walking into my backyard, walking into the like. So we live in like a corner. These guys are one of our neighbors. Our other neighbor, that house is like empty. There's no one living there. And one of their dogs was in that neighbor's yard, and the lady, dude, because like I let her know, I was like, hey, your dogs are out, right? The boy stayed around, so you can probably just grab him, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the female, she went off into the other neighbor's backyard. I don't know where the fuck she went. And she found her, right? And she just sat there on the ground, started calling the dog instead of going out after it. the dog didn't come, so she just gave up and went back inside. She just left her dog loose outside in someone else's yard.
That's illegal. Which is illegal, by the way.
Yeah, she didn't go after it, I'm assuming because she figured that someone was living there and she didn't want to trespass, I guess. But also, like, you're just gonna leave your dog there?
Yeah, exactly.
She didn't get the dog back till later.
Yeah, leaving dogs unattended, like, unleashed and, like, or unpenned, you know what I mean? Like, if there's not a fence around the yard to keep them penned in, then they have to be on a leash. And it's so you can't just let your dogs just roam free.
They do have like a little pen that they made, right? But the dogs keep getting out of it.
Well, then they're still breaking the law then, because they're not adequately petting their dogs. Like, you know, they're failing to do their diligence to take care of the dogs properly. So,
they're asking if you want to meet the police officer, if we just want to give the address, apparently. I told I was like, I don't give a shit. If the police officer wants to come over, it's fine, just let me know when he's here. Low IQ don't have empathy and don't think further than 15 minutes ahead. Cruelty doesn't even register. Too stupid. They run on emotion and impulse. Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree.
I mean, they're basically animals themselves. Like, they behave like the way, you know, they behave the same way that animals behave.
Yeah, like, that's probably the sound that's the squealing that we hear every fucking night. Like, me and Pay have not been able to get good sleep the last, like, couple of months since those people next door started getting their dogs. They got, like, one at a time. Because in the middle of the night, like, the dogs would just start fucking squealing. Now we know why. They're fucking hanging themselves. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, it's bad.
But yeah, it's fucking bad. And it's like, I'm telling you, like, it's like all fucking night. Like me and Pay both wake up in the middle of the night all the fucking time because there's just dogs screeching. And it's like right next door.
Oh my god, that's fucking awful.
But yeah, we're like, God, I cannot wait to fucking move from here, dude. I'm so fucking sick of this place.
Yeah, I can.
I was telling Pay, like, on the drive back from like the little little festival, little town festival. How, like, I hope that wrever we move to actually feels like home.
Oh yeah, and not just like a stopover.
Yeah, because where we are right now just does not. It hasn't felt like home since I moved here. Like, I remember like almost a year in, because we're now like a year and a half into living here.
Something like that.
Like near the end of last year, like as we were getting towards like the year mark, I remember telling Pay, it's like, it still doesn't feel like home when I like drive up and down the road.
Yeah.
Right? For stuff. Like I still don't feel like this place it just doesn't feel right. Every time I drive through, I still feel the same way I felt the day that I drove here for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So,
yeah, I get it.
Hold on. I think Pay just went inside. Give me a sec.
Okay. Hello, Anthony. Hello. Dogs are in their emo phase because of bad owners. I don't think they're going to be problem dogs unless they're professionally rehabilitated. Yeah, and especially since they're pit bulls, so they're like actually potentially like legitimately dangerous. You know, it's just like things are going to end badly. You know, in one way or another, if they keep going this way.
Alright, I'm back. When the officers get here, I'll have to step away. But
okay,
for now, I'm back.
All right, well, let's get into the news.
Yeah.
I think it's time. So we're gonna start, like I said, you know, not to bury the lead, but we're gonna talk about Johnny Somali again, because he's somehow managed to make it even worse than prison with labor for 6 months. So what happened is he and the prosecutor, both sides, actually decided to appeal the sentencing decision. Obviously, the prosecutor thinks 3 years minimum should be required as a deterrent from other nuisance people causing the same kind of ruckus. Because if a streamer comes in like and they only get 3 to 6 months, but they'll make $500,000 off of donations or whatever for those streams. You know what I mean? Then they're going to do that math, and a lot of people is like, I'll spend 3 months in jail for $500,000. You know what I mean? But when you file for appeal in South Korea, you are detained in a temporary detention facility, which is actually worse than prison with labor. And the appeals process takes a while.
Fox is being dispatched right now.
Okay.
So it says Johnny Somali has filed an appeal after being sentenced to 6 months in prison with labor in South Korea, resulting in him being stuck in detention center hell as he awaits a second trial. Notorious streamer Johnny Somali, real name Ramsey Khalikas Ishmael, made international headlines with his broadcast from Korea, where he caused chaos throughout the country. We all know this. On April 14th, he was found guilty of multiple obstruction of business charges and distributing deep fakes, which will require him to register as a sex offender in the United States once he's deported. That deportation, however, could be even farther away now that he has submitted an appeal for his prison sentence. According to legal experts, he's essentially doubled his time behind bars.
I will say I appreciate that Korea does things right, and they punish first and then send away.
Yeah, exactly. But they say that he's essentially doubled his time behind bars now. According to law YouTuber Legal Mindset, the prosecutors who had originally requested Somali spend 3 years behind bars filed an appeal. Yeah, so this was going to actually happen either way. So even if Johnny didn't appeal, the prosecutor did, and he would have been in the detention center until the second trial anyway. So it says we are locked in for a second trial that may take a year or more, with Somali in detention the entire time. So,
Great.
Not only that, but Somali himself.
Can they just? Oh, fuck! I'm still squealing. Can they just continue to appeal over and over again forever?
No, you can't just appeal over and over again. So the way that at least in American law, you can't just appeal a ruling until you get a ruling that favors you. You could appeal the process, or you can appeal the law itself. Basically, that's how it goes up. That's how it goes up the chain. But you can't just I don't think I'm guilty, so I'm going to appeal, and I'm just going to keep doing trial over and over again until I get found not guilty. That's not how appeals work. So it's not only that, but Somali himself also filed an appeal trying to get his sentence reduced, but this actually means he'll be in custody even longer. This move by Somali actually dooms him to a far worse fate in a detention center and keeps him in custody even longer, Legal Mindset explained. That's the thing, he actually got off easy, because 3 years is kind of was a minimum expectancy, so only getting 6 months, he kind of got a slap on the wrist actually. And yet, Johnny Somali's detention center hell conditions revealed. These detention centers are described as hell and even worse than labor prisons, with 6 people in a cell, 1 shower per week, the food being only buckets of rice and soup, 30 minutes of outdoor time every other Saturday. Man, that means, wait a minute, 30 minutes of outdoor time every other Saturday and no air conditioning? Oh my God. Dude, that means he only gets to see 2 hours of direct sunlight a month.
First one to come out white.
Yeah, right? They're
converting him.
He's gonna come out white and fat too. He's gonna fatten up if all he's eating is rice and soup. This is nothing but carbohydrates. Even once his sentence is finished, he will still be stuck in the detention center awaiting his appeal trial, which could last over a year. While the time of detention during his appeal will count towards his overall sentence, even if his appeal is successful, he could be in prison for longer regardless. Yeah, so
As the clown man says, you get what you fucking deserve!
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, though, it's like he's doing this to himself, in a way. Because obviously, again, even if he didn't appeal, the prosecutor still did. Says we'll
but
have
also, he still appealed. So, like, why?
Yeah, like, the thing is, it's like, Johnny is just so fucking arrogant, and so stricken by main character syndrome that he doesn't believe he should get any prison time. His time in Korea has turned into a nightmare, with Somali being hunted and KO'd by a former special forces soldier turned YouTuber. And now his detention center situation. Somali is just the latest in a long line of traitors who have landed in trouble abroad, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, he's basically stuck in purgatory, eating rice and soup and never seeing the sun for...
All surrounded by 5 other men.
Surrounded by other Koreans, by the way, who, even if those Koreans are criminals and such, probably don't like, you get like someone like, killed his wife because she cheated on him or some shit like that. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm here because of a crime of passion. You're in here because you disrespected my people and my culture. I'm gonna do shit to you.
Not even just that, just you're here and you're black.
That's true. That's true. And I'm Asian. Yeah. That's true. So I like how many of these incredible like still shots there are of Johnny and his facial expressions. Like, there are so many endless like thumbnails from Johnny Somali fucking screenshots. It's kind of amazing. But yeah, he's basically, he took a 6-month, and the thing is, he's very likely not. I mean, if anything, the prosecutor will be more successful, has a more chance of success than Johnny. But if Johnny's successful and he gets his prison sentence, discarded, you can't take back the time that you spent in the detention center. So he's like, I'm going to spend a year so I don't get that 6 months when I could have just spent 6 months. You know what I mean? Like, the logic of it is just, it's fucking retarded. But I expect nothing less from a Somali retard, though. So.
Is he actually Somalian?
I think so. Ramsey Khalid Ishmael. Well, I don't know. Let me look it up. He has the physiognomy of a Somali, room temperature IQ moron.
Yep. Somalian father and Ethiopian mother.
Yeah. So he's totally East African, room temperature IQ. So Johnny is from Arizona.
Sorry. That is what he claims. But he is from Arizona.
Well, yeah. I mean, geographically, yes.
He has made conflicting statements about his background, previously claiming to be a former child soldier and pirate, which have been met with doubt. No shit.
I doubt
his use of Johnny Somali alias has drawn criticism from Somali diaspora, with many accusing him of falsely claiming a Somali identity. The reputation, but sorry, Somalians, but Johnny is the least of your troubles in terms of reputation.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It's probably...
He is the kind of person that acts like he got taught how to live from the Leering Center, though.
Yeah.
He has that Mo Farah starvation. Like, yeah, he looks like you're starving Marvin, Ethiopian, East African pirate. Like, he has the physiognomy to match that. But anyways. Do you have an ETA on the police arrival? Because they tend to be prompt.
I don't.
Okay. And then another follow-up. So the thing that we spent like a solid 2 hours on last week was the Nuclear 11.
Oh, actually, if you could skip that, just because I know it's going to take time, because I have a lot to say on it, because I ended up researching after the stream.
This is true. So, we could skip this until after the cops arrive. Okay. Okay, hang on.
Let's maybe skip that one for now, and then we can come back to that.
Okay, sounds good. 13 killed in second India fireworks blast in 3 days. So, I swear to God, there are countless videos, and I keep sending you some of them. I sent you some of them, Rosa, of just Indians just getting, yeeted, basically. Yeeted from this mortal coil, shall we say. There are endless videos, it seems, of Indians unaliving themselves on the internet. But it says at least 13 people have been killed in an explosion at a firecracker factory in India's southern state of Kerala, officials say. The incident took place in Thrissur, where around 40 people were believed to be assembling firecrackers in a cluster of sheds for an upcoming festival. Several others were injured, with 5 reported to be in critical condition. This was the second such incident this week. On Sunday, a blast at a firecracker factory in neighboring Tamil Nadu state left at least 25 dead. Which is a huge fucking explosion. This happened the day after the show, by the way. And that is this one. So this was at the Vanaja fireworks industry in Vidudhunagar on Sunday. The factory is supposed to be closed.
Right here, so I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. He's not going to be right back. It's going to be a few chat. Let me see here. 13 days. India has as much loss as the country's population as one of the. You would lose a finger. Yeah, I know. Like, they're a dime a dozen, aren't they? I think that there's more Chinese. I think China still has like the top like single country population, and I think India is in second. I think that's the case. But I swear that like a third of the population is wrapped up in those two countries alone. I think like a third of the population of the planet. Accidental explosions are a grim routine in India's fireworks industry, recurring with troubling regularity, most visibly around Sivakasi in Tamil Nadu, which produces much of the country's supply. The explosion in Thrissur on Tuesday around 15:30 local time triggered secondary blasts that slowed rescue efforts. Firecrackers were being made in temporary sheds near paddy fields with poor road access, hampering emergency response. Wow. The fucking, the drug shacks. No, not the drug shacks. That would be South and Central America. What are these, like the fake diploma shacks? The fake diploma shacks got converted to fireworks manufacturing shacks for the whatever celebration, random celebration that they were doing. Who'd have thunk that there would be like safety problems with that? They don't have pavement going to these shacks, I'll bet. Let's see. The force of the blast was felt kilometers away. Some residents mistook it for an earthquake, and nearby homes were damaged. Eyewitnesses described chaotic scenes as locals joined the rescue efforts, pulling out the injured and dead. Kerala's Revenue Minister K. Rajan told the BBC that all fireworks units preparing for the upcoming Thrissur Puram, a major annual Hindu temple festival, had permission to manufacture and store fireworks in designated areas. The workers were preparing fireworks for the Thiruvambadi temple, one of the two main participants in the climactic displays of the Thrissur Puram. Festival's famed fireworks staged by Thiruvambadi and, what the fuck? What is this? Paramekavu Bhagavathi Temple unfold in 4 phases, with the main overnight display drawing huge crowds on the 7th day. Officials said the food had been prepared for about 40 workers, suggesting at least that many were present when an explosion hit a shed. While municipal chairman P.N. Surendran attributed the blast to high afternoon temperatures, officials said that the cause remains unclear. There is still no clarity on how many workers were in the shed or the extent of injuries. Wait a minute. High afternoon temperatures? That's not fire. Like, could you make a firecracker go off by just sitting it down on the sidewalk in Las Vegas in July? Would that make the firework actually ignite? because the sidewalk temperature, for those you don't know, in Las Vegas, you could cook eggs like you would on a high temperature skillet on sidewalks in the middle of July in Las Vegas. Okay, like they get hot. Like they'll burn your hand if you touch them with your bare hand. I know because I've done it before. In the sun, yes, they can't ignite that way, huh? Remember the ammonia factory that went bang and the video showed the shockwave going over the water? Steel still didn't melt. Chinese scientists claims they could depopulate India within 48 hours. Yeah, right. Just start setting up firework factories everywhere across India and just, we hire local. Chemicals do have a combustion rate, so it is theoretically possible. Yeah, that is true. There is a combustion threshold, isn't there? Let me see here. Still no clarity on how many workers were in the shed or the extent of injuries. It is suspected that extreme heat may have contributed to this tragic incident. Yeah, I doubt the shacks had robust air conditioning. K. Girish Kumar, secretary of the Tiruvambadi Temple Committee, said that the group had permission to store 2,000 kilograms of firecrackers for each display. Oh man, can you imagine if that was inside the temple when it went off? Oof. A magisterial inquiry had been ordered to establish what happened and fix responsibility. Kerala Chief Minister Pinyati Vijayan has said that the medical experts from other states would be brought to treat the burn victims if needed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has announced financial assistance of 200,000 rupees for the families of the deceased persons, which is only a little over $2,000, and 50,000 rupees for those injured. What is 50,000? That's what, $500? Thanks, Modi. Firecracker factory accidents are common in India because highly volatile chemicals are handled in cramped, low-cost setups, or even a small spark can trigger explosions. The industry, which is largely informal, supplies firecrackers for weddings, festivals, and other ceremonies, and has faced repeated scrutiny over safety standards. Yeah, get a fucking fan. I see fire has a temperature. This temperature can induce an exothermal reaction. Fire, the sun is a big fire a bit further away, but every chemical that can burn does have a self-ignition temperature. Oh, yep, fair enough. The sodium or lithium, the high humidity could set it off. Really? Oh, yeah. The I know that lithium batteries can spontaneously catch fire and blow up, and when they're exposed to water. Water plus lithium equals fire. Alkaline metals do react violently with water. Yeah. Yeah, that's a common thing about the lithium batteries, actually, is, I think there was an electric wheelchair, a woman in an electric wheelchair, and she was in the rain, and she got up out of the chair, and then 2 seconds later, the chair just ignited in fire. Because the lithium battery just had too much water exposure and poof, just blew up. It's geez. Investigations found basic safety norms were flouted, explosives stored in makeshift sheds, weak enforcement, poor compliance, and a combination of competitive community-driven pressure to override regulations, according to a study published in 2018. So, yeah, apparently this is just a regular thing that happens where fireworks manufacturing blows up in India because they can't bother to buy a fan. Whatever. One less H1B as far as I'm concerned. Or in this case, 13. 13 less. And actually, if you count this one, 38. 38 less. Ripping electrons from the oxygen-hydrogen bond, forming radiation and oxygen in the process, which then burns further. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, because you free up that oxygen, and that becomes a fucking fuel for fire. Yeah. Ever want to see an air crew freak out, have a pallet of lithium batteries at the flight deck during a freak rainstorm? Oh god, yeah, 100%, dude. The Indians do have negative safety standards. Reincarnate of something. Yeah. Yeah, what is it? They have like 7 different like levels of like enlightenment or whatever that they can reincarnate across, with the top one being the cow. Increase the scale of production. A friend I made solid firework propellant once, and he screwed up. The tiniest spark touched the liquid and melted the cooker in the fridge. Beautiful purple orange flame. Wow. At least it was pretty. At least it was pretty. Okay. And then let me see. Do I want to? Let me see here. I'm trying to look up some stuff that I could potentially cover. I guess we could talk about this. Or a fire destroys 1,000 homes in a Malaysian coastal village on Borneo. So like it's a coastal village. Basically, it's a village where like everything is floating. Like you all know that I have a Japanese tutor, and she lives in Malaysia. Which was funny because I told her about this and she didn't know about it. I was like, really? You live here? But she said that, yeah, like these villages and stuff, they basically just kind of like, they take barges and they like retrofit them into like floating houses, you know, using fucking like, you know, scraps of sheet metal and stuff like that. And they basically build a floating shanty town. And then they just kind of pack in to create like these floating shantytown slums on the borders of the islands. It's like really, really common. But it makes sense though, where like you look how packed in, you know, these houses are to each other, and they're all just like made out of like, you know, flammable shit. You know, so it's like if you start a fire somewhere, it's gonna spread pretty quickly across this space, you know, and that's what it did. So a fire that tore through a Malaysian coastal settlement on Borneo Island destroyed about 1,000 homes and displaced over 9,000 people. The fire started early Sunday in the Sandakan district and spread rapidly through rows of wooden houses constructed on stilts above the sea. Oh, okay, so these ones are stilted, they're not floating. Okay. I take back everything I just said. I know that some of them are floating, though. According to the Fire and Rescue Department, officials said that strong winds at the close proximity of the structures helped fuel the fire, while narrow access routes and low tide conditions made it harder for emergency crews to reach affected areas and contain the flames. Yeah, you can imagine like how, like, there's no roads. You know, they take boats everywhere between these places because, again, it's just a bunch of either floating vessels or vessels on stilts. So the only way you can navigate is by boat. So you can imagine like what a massive pain in the ass it is for emergency services to get into any given point in a packed up neighborhood like this. It did say no deaths have been reported, though thousands of residents have been forced from their homes and moved to temporary shelter. That's astonishing that nobody died in this, actually. Strong winds and close proximity of the structures help fuel the fire, while narrow access routes and low tide conditions, I just read that. Water villages, informal settlements built over the sea, are found along much of the coastline of Sabah, one of the poorest states in Malaysia. The homes are tightly packed, made from wood and other combustible materials, and often lack basic infrastructure. Welcome back. I finished the fireworks story in India, and I've now moved on to this kind of quasi-floating village in Malaysia that burned down.
That's sorry. The irony of that is just funny to me.
Well, I was just telling chat.
Oh, hold on a minute. Animal control's here. Yeah, I was about to tell you that the cop called animal control just because they have 2 pit bulls that are also there. So he's like, I can't handle 2 pit bulls at the same time while I'm trying to bring down the 3rd.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Call animal control. Give me a save. You're back.
If your house is burning and you're on the water, you dive. Well, the thing is, though, it depends on like what materials, like, because if any kind of like oil or stuff like the yeah, you could probably do that, but you could get, you know, if you dump a bunch of gasoline or some shit into water, that shit will float to the top. separate and it'll actually burn on top of the water. And last thing you want to do is dive underwater and then fucking get trapped by a roof of fire above you. You know what I mean? The waters around those slums are absolutely septic, so you can't just jump in the water to save yourself on your... That's true too. Like, the water is essentially poison. Yeah, like you can't just... Like, if you drink this water, you'll die, essentially. Yeah, that's also an issue. Your house, any sharks in the unthinking score? Well, it said that nobody died, so that means that there's actually not a lot of blood in the water, I don't think. If anything, that would, you know, I think it's... I don't think that sharks would go into this area, though, again, because the water is essentially septic. You know, like septic, you know, that means that the sharks aren't going to be able to survive in it either. So, guys at the Deepwater Horizon had to make that choice, and they chose the water. Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about Deep Horizon, that was the only choice they had, I think. I mean, I would have chosen the water too, although sharks love to hang around those oil rigs. So, like, getting into the water around an oil rig is almost a death sentence. Like, you gotta be really fucking careful. There's a reason those people get paid so much fucking money. Just because those deaths have been reported doesn't mean that nobody drowned. They just haven't found them. The locals will ignore water quality in case of fire. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there might have been people that drowned. That's true. I haven't seen a follow-up story about this because this happened last Sunday. So it's been several days. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen any follow-up reports on it yet, though. The water is probably so polluted it's going to catch fire as well. That's what I was thinking. Like, at least pockets of it could potentially burn, you know, on the surface. Only AIDS-laden stingrays would ever brave those waters. AIDS-laden stingrays. How would the stingrays get AIDS? Oh no. How bored are they in this fucking Malaysian village chat that the fucking stingrays end up with AIDS? That, man, you gotta be really adventurous and really bored to allow that condition to spring up. It's a floating slum. How hard is the government really looking? I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, when I think of like these Southeast Asian countries and stuff like that, like I don't know like how far like the government like gives a shit. You know what I mean? Pool's closed. We don't have to deal with the AIDS stingrays. Yeah, pool's closed due to stingray AIDS. Stingrays. Indians rape pink river dolphins and film themselves. What? Man, talk about turning the tide on dolphins. Stingrays hunt with suction. I know about Have a Hotel. I know what that is. I know the pools closed meme. I know what that is. I know pools closed due to AIDS. I know that deep internet lore. I watch Internet Historian. Hear that dolphin pussy jelly is insane. Yeah, that was a kind of a thing going around a week or so ago, wasn't it? Like that Twitter post about how like female dolphins secrete like a jelly that make like male dolphins like come like over and over and over again. It's apparently like the most amazing thing ever. It's like, damn. But this village, so let's get back to the village. Village head Sharif Hashim Sharif Iting, okay, was cited by Sabah's Daily Express newspaper as saying the cause was a cooking fire that got out of control. Cause of the fire has not been confirmed and remains under investigation. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim said federal and state agencies were coordinating relief efforts with immediate assistance focused on displaced families. Fires in Sabah's water villages have occurred repeatedly over the years. Sabah authorities have long acknowledged that water villages are highly fire prone, but broader safety upgrades to such settlements remain an ongoing challenge. Yeah, like, what are you gonna fucking do? Like, what? Like, what are you going to do to increase the safety of these villages? You know, without basically making the formation of these villages, because these villages aren't like formal. I mean, it's almost like a homeless encampment. It kind of works like that, where it's just a large gathering of peasants, basically, form like a kind of like quasi community, but it's not like a formally recognized city with like a governor and that kind of shit. You know what I mean? It doesn't have like a formal government structure to it. It's just a slum. It's just a floating slum, basically. So it's like the only way to mitigate the safety hazard of these villages, which is basically just floating tinder boxes, is to just outlaw the formation of said villages. Like, that's the only thing you'd be able to do. Like, put your fucking flammable hut on land or something so that, you know, fire and rescue can like actually get to it easily, or relatively easily, whenever when it catches on fire inevitably or whatever. So yeah, that's, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that they can possibly do. Because it's like, let's say, oh, you can't have your homes within like a certain, within a certain distance close to each other. It's just like, who's going to enforce that? You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to enforce that. So it's just, it's kind of it's an unwinnable scenario, I think, for the authorities, outside of just banning the formation of these villages. But the thing is that there's so many of these villages, like, in different parts of Malaysia, that like banning the formation of these villages would be basically displacing like millions of people. So they're not about to do that, so it's like there's not really a good solution here. I mean, there are solutions, but they're rather heinous. So let me see. If they had the money to buy safe materials, they wouldn't be living there in the first place. Yeah, exactly. Because, like I said, they're slums. They're building these are fucking shanties. These are. That's all they are. They're scavenged materials that they form into basically a giant floating homeless encampment. That's essentially what it is. So there's some third world country that has a festival where they force dolphins close to land and drape them. My brain is kind of short-circuiting after reading that. I'm like still processing that. Hang on. Okay, we got time, chat. So down the rabbit hole we go. Let me see here. Rumors in Pakistan. Surprise, surprise. No surprise at all. Since the late 1990s, unsubstantiated blog posts and rumors have claimed that villages along the Indus River in Sindh, Pakistan have such a tradition of raping dolphins. There's the Boto myth in Brazil, where... Okay, the Boto is the pink dolphin in the Amazon. According to folklore, the Boto can transform into a handsome man at night to seduce women. Okay, that's a cultural myth. I think the Pakistan one is the right one. Which checks out. That makes sense. I mean, they are the ones who like to rape animals. We have a story about that actually later on in the show. Yeah, exactly. Arthur. Exactly. Pakistan, SA, zoophilia. Naturally, yeah. It all these puzzle pieces work together very well. All cultures are equal, Foxman. Don't be a big hoot. Oh my gosh. Maybe the dolphins learned to rape from us. Dolphin pre-cum must also be pretty powerful if it's got a folk myth around it, right? Maybe the dolphins are onto something. Pakistan thing isn't a rumor or a myth, it's been filmed. Oh man, I'm gonna have to head over to Live Leak at some point and check that out. Oh man, I'm like addicted to brain rot, chat. Like, because it doesn't. It doesn't like. I don't feel like it rots my brain. I find it fascinating and stuff like that more than anything. Sounds like someone with brain rot would say, I guess. They rape her donkeys over here. It's ridiculous. Oh, we're gonna get to one. Red Wolf. We're gonna get to one from your neck of the woods. They filmed themselves. Lotus Years or 2 years ago had a whole segment around it. Really? I'll have to look it up. I mean, if there's a village in India that has a poop flinging festival, you know, it's why not? I guess, yeah, like. Typical third world behavior, I guess. Let me talk about the Japan earthquake. So there was a big earthquake in Japan. Let's see here. So Japan has lifted, so they were under tsunami warning. But there was a 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit off the east coast of the north part of the main island. So like kind of between Hokkaido and the main island. The highest tsunami waves recorded at around 80 centimeters in Iwate Prefecture on the east coast. Yeah, I heard like roughly 9 feet tall tsunami waves. Authorities warned that the risk of another even more powerful earthquake would remain for up to a week, with the likelihood of a magnitude 8 or higher megaquake higher than during normal times. Yeah, this is very typical. Like a lot of times the first quake is like a pre-shock. It's called a foreshock. Called a foreshock quake. And a lot of times you get these, whatever the magnitude is of, you know, the main earthquake, you'll get smaller foreshocks and aftershocks. And so they're worried that they just got a 7.7 magnitude foreshock, which is alarming because that means that there's a much bigger one soon to come. And that could cause a lot of serious issues. Monday's tremor struck at 4:53 p.m. local time off the northeastern coast of Japan's Sanriku, and 330 miles from the country's capital, Tokyo, with an epicenter in the Pacific Ocean measured at a depth of around 20 kilometers, which relatively shallow. It prompted the Japanese Meteorological Agency to issue tsunami warnings, the second highest alert capable of being issued along swaths of the country's coast, meaning waves of between 1 and 3 meters were originally expected. So that's 3 to 9 feet. 3.5 to 10 feet, roughly. Warnings were later downgraded to advisories, meaning swells of up to 1 meter were predicted. By midnight local time, all warnings and advisories were lifted. No deaths or major damage were reported, but 100 homes were left without power. Japan's government spokesperson Minoru Kihara told a news conference in Tokyo on Monday. Jesus Christ, you scared the shit out of me.
Sorry. Howdy, I'm back. They moved the dogs to the side of the house.
Okay.
And they left.
Well, at least that house is like on their radar now.
I guess, yeah.
Who knows? Okay.
They don't have enough extra walls here like they do in Florida.
Okay. Well,
they probably can't actually do much.
Probably not. Not until something actually happens, unfortunately. They kind of have to be reactive, which sucks, but yeah. More than 170,000 people were advised to evacuate across several prefectures when the tsunami warnings and advisories were initially issued, although those evacuation orders have since been lifted. Local media reported a number of people suffered minor injuries during evacuations, including elderly residents who fell and sustained fractures. According to Mainichi translates to every day, an elderly woman in her 80s was injured while evacuating her home in Urakawa in Hokkaido Prefecture, so that Hokkaido is the big northern island, likely fracturing her arm. An octogenarian man also reported broke his leg in a supermarket car park in Morioka in Iwate Prefecture, while a woman in her 20s in Aomori Prefecture's Tohoku region, so Aomori is like the northernmost prefecture of the main island, suffered a head injury after hitting a chair.
Octogenarian?
Yeah, that means somebody in their 80s. You know, octo, 8, generation. Yeah. On Monday, bullet train services were halted for several hours before resuming later in the evening. And man, you know it's serious when their fucking train system shuts down. Like they have to issue apologies if they're like 1 minute late on any train. Some motorways were closed due to the tremors, which are reported to have been felt as far away as Tokyo. Government has recommended people have a go bag ready and check their preparations are in order amid the warning of a heightened risk of a megaquake. Yeah, so it says the JMA, the meteorological agency, said that the chances of a larger earthquake of magnitude 8 or greater were 10 times higher than usual. So here's like where all the tsunami risks were along the coast. That's the epicenter there. And then Sanai Takaichi said that the government had set up an emergency task force and urged citizens in the affected areas to heed evacuation orders. And then you have...
That's Japan? Is that what we're covering right now?
Yeah, that's what we're covering right now. Yeah. And basically it was like a 7.7 magnitude, which is pretty damn big. But they're worried that was just a foreshock to an even bigger earthquake. And so they're like really worried about like an 8 or higher magnitude earthquake hitting in like the very near future. And so they're like telling people have like a bug out bag ready, basically. So like the moment an earthquake hits, you can just grab your bag and get the fuck out. You know? Yeah. They're telling the people to be alert, basically. Emergency alert app Nerve on Monday advised people to stay away from the coast and to avoid large bodies of water until the advisories were no longer in place. Incident will trigger memories of the devastating 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami, which killed 18,000 people and caused a melt. That was the infamous Fukushima disaster. Yeah. And then the IAEA said that no abnormalities have been observed at Japan's nuclear facilities following the earthquake. So. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I remember that disaster. When I was in middle school, our civics teacher, every morning had a segment, like the first like 1/3 to like half of the class was a current events segment, where we essentially just covered like it was basically this show. Actually, now I think about it, we essentially just covered like not only local news but like crazy news from like around the world.
Okay.
So, like, big, climate events.
Right.
And, like, I remember, like, we covered the thing with, like, Edward Snowden, right?
Oh, okay.
And,
yeah.
like, when he, like, blew the whistle, right? And, like, we covered shit like that. And it was now I think about it, it was basically this show. But he would do it every, like, at the start of each of his civics classes, we just cover whatever was going on.
Okay.
And this would be, like, every other day. So...
That's cool.
Except for weekends. But yeah, we didn't cover that event.
Yeah, that was a big fucking deal because of the Fukushima thing. It was just another one of those like, because Fukushima was an old nuclear plant, had old safety and regulatory standards and stuff like that. Like, if that was a modern plant, it wouldn't have fucking breached.
Those dogs are still barking like fucking crazy. They're gonna bark. It is whatever, but. It's just upset because they like moved them. But yeah, they just left them on the side of the house. Unfortunately, I think they like tied them up somewhere on the side of the house, which sucks. Like me and Pam were both hoping they would just take them. Owners like that are why pit bulls get such a fucking bad rap.
Yeah.
Because the conditions those pit bulls are in are why pit bulls become, fucking
deadly,
aggressive and reactive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like those pit bulls are still sweet. Like when I was out the other day, they were very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And like we were watching Animal Control and the cop like through the window, and they handled those dogs no problem because they were very sweet dogs.
Yeah.
But like the way that they're being treated is exactly why
they become
end up going fucking crazy.
Killing babies, getting euthanized and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
But anyway, that's like that's the fire news. Let me hang on. Let me.
Hello again, W stream, W couple. Me and Helmsley are not a couple.
Yet.
I'm
kidding.
married. Okay. Oh. Huh?
No. But anyways, okay. Let me think here. You want to go to the UFO stuff and the nuclear 11? And go back down that rabbit hole? Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm so ready.
Okay, so we covered at length the nuclear 11 on the last show. Okay? And since then, there have been 2 more sketchy deaths.
Wait, 2?
Yeah, there's been 2. The first is this guy, David Wilcock, who was 53 years old, YouTuber and paranormal author, reportedly died by suicide in Netherlands, Colorado, confirmed by Florida Representative Anna Paulina Luna. So, according to a media statement from the Boulder County Sheriff's Office, Wilcock allegedly ended his own life outside his residence in Netherlands, Colorado, without identifying the YouTuber. Later, Representative Luna tweeted about the author's death on X. We just learned of the tragic passing of David Wilcock. We are praying for his family and loved ones and the millions of lives he impacted. John 832. David Wilcock had streamed live on YouTube just 2 days before his death rumors emerged. During the live stream, the 53-year-old conveyed his appreciation for being alive in the light of the enigmatic deaths of the UFO theorists. So he was talking about the nuclear 11 and was showing appreciation for the fact that he was still alive. And yet,
that's insane.
He died it was a gunshot. It was a gunshot. Okay. And it was outside his residence. He went outside with his gun and then offed himself. No, I don't know if he walked out of the desert without his phone or anything like that. But those two things do line up with all the other mysterious deaths and disappearances. So early in April, Nick Pope, a former Ancient Aliens contributor, passed away 2 months following his announcement of a stage 4 esophageal cancer diagnosis. Eric von Daniken, a Swiss conspiracy theorist, died in January of 2026. In reference to the unexpected deaths of his fellow authors, Wilcock remembered, "I'm excited to be here, every day."
He didn't move the 11.
What?
Well, he's talking about Nick Pope and Eric von Daniken. So these guys aren't even part of the.
No, they're not. They're just like other ufologists, kind of like commentators and theorists and stuff like that. Yeah. So these guys weren't directly connected to the nuclear 11, but they were commentators on it.
Oh my God, are we next?
Oh my God. I'm excited to be. Well, yeah. What's next? The people commenting about the commentators about it. Yeah. I'm excited to be here. Every day that I have on Earth is a gift and a blessing, and I'm very grateful for that because, frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing. So scientists are going missing. Yeah. That's the nuclear 11 he's talking about. Yes. Now they're saying that they're going to investigate this. The president himself is saying they're going to look into this and see if anything is going on. It's a little bit scary. Stressing that he had a rough week, he said, "I got to say it's a little bit scary, but you guys knew that I might still show up even though it was last minute. It was last minute and I've had a really rough week. That's kind of like every week, but somehow we keep on making it through all this." But he doesn't, I mean, yeah, he sounds like he's going through a rough time, but it doesn't sound like he's, suicidal. Yeah. Wilcock concluded his 3.5-hour stream by expressing gratitude to his viewers and acknowledging his appreciation for them. Okay, we're just gonna stop appreciating chat from here on out. Okay, until this all blows over.
Yeah, sorry, chat. No one can think that I'm,
Yeah, go fuck yourselves.
It's healthy.
According to a media release from the Sheriff's Office, Boulder County Communications received a 911 call on Monday at 10:44 a.m. The call pertained to an unknown problem located near the 1400 block of Ridge Road in Netherlands. As stated in the press release, the Boulder County Sheriff's Office further elaborated the emergency communications specialist who took the call suspected the caller was experiencing a mental health crisis. Boulder County Sheriff's deputies reached the residence at 11:02 a.m. They allegedly established contact with the male who was in possession of a weapon. The individual, believed to be David Wilcock, reportedly used the weapon on himself and was declared dead at the scene. So he wasn't by himself. He was actually... Yeah, he did it with the cops in the house. So this is not the same MO.
No.
The Boulder County Sheriff's Office stated deputies searched the residence and surrounding property and did not locate any other individuals. There is no known threat to the public. Detectives with Boulder County Sheriff's Office responded and are conducting a joint investigation with the Boulder County Coroner's Office. The official cause and manner of death will be determined by the Coroner's Office, although we know what it is.
He shot himself.
He shot himself, with the cops there after having like a mental... So this is not mysteriously walking out into the desert with a gun.
The cops killed him. They're hired by Soros.
By Soros? No, it's Northrop. It's like Northrop and like these major, Boeing, Lockheed, these major defense contractors.
Makes sense, yeah.
But there was another one. And this one is actually more connected, which is this guy. Would-be UFO whistleblower died of accidental drug overdose after agreeing to testify to Congress.
What? Men in women's fields?
So...
This is the opposite of the other lady.
Yeah, right? An Air Force veteran who agreed to testify before Congress about secret government UFO programs died just months before the hearings of an accidental drug overdose, the Post has learned. He should have just went on Joe Rogan's show. That's why Bob Lazar is still alive. I swear to God, the only reason that Bob Lazar is still alive is because he fucking went public on Joe Rogan's show. Matthew James Sullivan, 39, died at his home in Falls Church, Virginia on May 12, 2024 from a lethal mix of alcohol, alprazolam, cyclobenzaprine, and imipramine, according to the Northern District Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Alprazolam is generic Xanax, an anti-anxiety medication. Cyclobenzaprine is a powerful prescription muscle relaxant that works on the central nervous system. Imipramine is a drug for children used to treat anxiety and bedwetting. The mysterious death is of grave concern to Representative Eric Burleson, Republican from Missouri, who referred to the matter of investigation to the FBI due to implications for national security, according to a letter obtained by the Post. Mr. Sullivan's death was a local Virginia medical examiner case, and the manner and circumstances of his death raised substantial questions as he was preparing to provide testimony to Congress. That's what Kash Patel, the FBI director, said. The sudden and suspicious circumstances surrounding his death raised significant concerns about potential foul play and the safety of other individuals involved in this matter. The FBI indicated in a statement that Sullivan's death could be under investigation along with a dozen other missing or dead U.S. scientists. While we do not comment on specific incidents, the FBI is spearheading the effort to look for connections into the missing and deceased scientists. We are working with the Department of Energy, Department of War, and with our state and local law enforcement partners to find the answers. Sullivan earned a Bronze Star for valor in Operation Enduring Freedom and later worked for the Air Force Intelligence Agency, National Air and Space Intelligence Center, and the National Security Agency. So this guy really hopped around all the alphabet agencies, didn't he?
Yeah, but you may recognize all those agencies.
Yeah.
From the previous story.
Yep, it's all the same. Like, he was at the same Air Force bases and, nuclear sites and stuff like that He was stationed at all of them. Sullivan held that the burden that a select few at the station have of truly understanding what's going on. Retired Major General David Abba, who served as Director of Special Programs and later as Director of the Department of Defense Special Access Program Central Office, said at the funeral. Sullivan was part of a so-called legacy UFO program, the U.S. government's crash retrieval program that has operated for decades in the shadows across several executive branch agencies, sources told the Post. Sullivan had personally seen UFOs in the federal government's possession and would have exposed the legacy program at the congressional hearing on November of 2024. Other UFO whistleblowers have also faced threats to their safety after coming forward with world-shattering information. Like Matt Gaetz of the Alien-Human Hybrid Breeding Program. David Grush, an Air Force and Intel community veteran who testified to Congress in 2023 that the U.S. was in possession of UFOs and non-human biologics, wrote a letter in May of 2022 to the Intelligence Community Office of Inspector General, claiming he faced harsh reprisals after reporting evidence of UFOs. Grush further claimed he received credible death threats before his revelations to the American public. Here's the thing, though, is that you don't get death threats
for no reason.
No. You don't get death threats from people who really mean to actually do you harm in a clandestine manner. They don't let you know that they're coming. You know what I mean? Like if Northrop hires a hitman, you know, like a wet work fucking hitman to like clandestinely take someone out and make it look like a suicide. You know what I mean? That hitman isn't sending death threats to the target. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? A version of Grush's letter was sent to the ICOIG and included information regarding Sullivan's death, sources said. The agency told the Post, ICOIG can neither confirm or deny the existence of any ongoing or potential investigations. Look at this comment. In case anyone's wondering what the plot to the whole movie is here, I'll tell you. The global elite are planning to leave the planet temporarily because of an impending astronomical event that will cause worldwide destruction. Sounds like a solar flare. Most likely, they're constructing an enormous spaceship in a remote location like Antarctica or Argentina. This spaceship is probably designed in accordance with the Orion space program. This being a ship that is launched using small micronuclear bombs exploding against a large graphite pusher plate. They proved years ago that this was possible to launch a ship almost 300 feet across and twice that height. The ship would be capable of generating some sort of gravity and sustain a couple thousand people for a few years in orbit. All of the so-called alien tech is more likely just highly advanced human technology that they refuse to share with us. Either that or it's lost technology that was discovered from a previous civilization. You don't really think it costs $1 billion to build a Patriot missile system, do you? All of those wars and man-made diseases are designed to create money whirlpools so big we don't notice them siphoning off billions to fund their Starship program. All the people that have gone missing would eventually figure this out, that there are no aliens, there is no plan for humanity to expand in space, and we already have the technology developed that we're working on. So, but yeah, so this is just like, now this guy isn't like, he wasn't a scientist or anything. He's more of like a Bob Lazar kind of figure who just had, UFO knowledge from the inside. But he wasn't like working. He wasn't like a scientist working on some kind of like alien technology or anything like that. But it's just another fucking dot. It's just another fucking dot on the tapestry of dots that we have at this point.
So we didn't show chat last time because I researched this after the fact. But you may recall I sent you another person that I think is connected.
What's the name again?
Hold on, let me find it.
As I know, we covered, we spent like a long time talking about that Amy Ehrlich.
Yeah, Amy Ehrlich. By the way, mentioned Bob Lazar.
Yes.
Mentioned the fact that he went public, and as you guys know, Bob was basically ridiculed after he went public, right?
Right.
No one takes him seriously. Well, essentially, so she was saying how the reason why she doesn't want to come out, she didn't want to come out. In those messages, she literally said, she's like, I don't want to come out. That's what they want me to do, so then they can discredit me.
Right.
I don't want to come out with this information publicly. I want to do it right. I don't want to just say it. Right?
Yeah, like you have to bring the receipts because it's like, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, but the site that she worked on with that other guy, that site's actually up. You can actually go and look at it. And on that site, I found an interesting name. So I'm actually going to send you that site first. So you can go over that if you want to.
Okay.
Give me a sec. Let me... First off is this. I'm actually going to send you this. So you may recall that we talked about Havana syndrome. Hold on a minute.
Right, yeah, we did talk about Havana syndrome.
I'm actually going to reply with a little dot so you can find it. I don't have to resend it to you. So you can go up to that.
Right.
It's a bit of a ways because it was only a week ago.
Yeah, so this is like a redacted document. What exactly is this? Can you go into like, it's a declassified...
So, essentially, this is them talking about the research they did on Havana syndrome.
Okay.
Which... Yeah, so DNI Haynes and DDCIA Cohen established a IC experts panel on anomalous health incidents, which is AHIs, which is...
That's Havana syndrome.
That's Havana syndrome. And essentially, through this document, they essentially talk about what seems to be, what happens to it, right? Like what happens to you when you have this syndrome, right? And potential causes. The potential causes, they put that it seems to be caused by acoustic signals, chemical and biological agents, ionizing radiation. You may recall
that's the heat ray. Yeah, because remember she said that she was getting like burns on her hands from what she was calling a directed energy weapon.
Yeah. And environmental factors, right? And radio frequency and other electromagnetic energy.
Yeah, literally a heat ray.
Yes, which literally, matches up with what she was describing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then... So down here are essentially some of the characteristics of, when you have AHI, right? So essentially, they counted that, it's difficult to explain through the means. The panel focused on incidents that, mention the importance of other incidents. 4 characteristics were prominent among these AHIs. The acute onset of audio-vestibular sensory phenomena, right? So essentially, your hearing is like a bit wonky. Sometimes including sound or pressure in only one ear or on one side of the head, right? So essentially, it kind of gives you a feeling that's similar to like a migraine. Essentially gives you like a migraine.
You know what?
Right?
What this describes? It describes the people from the Venezuela raid.
Yep.
They were...
Simultaneous signs and symptoms such as vertigo, loss of balance, and ear pain.
Mm-hmm.
A strong sense of locality or directionality, and the absence of known environmental or medical conditions that could have caused the reported signs and symptoms. You know what's crazy? A lot of these symptoms are like the symptoms that I feel sometimes when I'm feeling like super sick. Like I have days, like if I were to send this to Pei and I was like, hey Pei, does this remind you of anything? Like do you recognize these symptoms? She'll be like, yeah, you have those like once a month or like every couple weeks. You I get really bad vertigo and like I can't I lose my balance.
I need to send this to my mom. I need to send this to my mom because my mom suffers from this like all the time.
But anyways, so essentially, the panel considered a mechanism to be feasible if all members agreed there was at least some credible evidence that it was technically and practically feasible in each of 5 areas. A concealable source that could generate the required stimulus, propagation of the stimulus to an individual, coupling of the stimulus to the human body, ability of the coupling to cause biological effects.
And?
An ability of the biological effects to explain the reported clinical signs and symptoms and other evidence did not include the mechanism.
Exclude the mechanism.
Yeah, sorry, did not exclude the mechanism. So, panel reached 6 main findings. Some are limited by knowledge gaps or assessment that can be resolved or tested through implementing the recommendations in the next section. The signs and symptoms of AHIs are genuine and compelling. So that's the first main finding. The panel bases assessment on incident reports, medical data from affected individuals, and interviews with their physicians, and interviews with affected individuals themselves. Some incidents have affected multiple persons in the same space, and clinical samples from a few affected individuals have shown early, transient elevations in biomarkers, suggesting a cellular injury to the nervous system. The
They're
reported
basically
signs and symptoms.
What this paragraph is basically saying that there's enough smoke to justify looking for a fire.
Yeah,
That's pretty much what this is. Yeah, like there's enough victims. There's enough victims reporting and showing physical signs of consistent, symptoms of being affected by something like this.
Yeah. A subset of AHIs cannot be easily explained by known environmental or medical conditions and cannot be due to external stimuli. So essentially, some of them seem to just be due to like neurological disorders.
Right.
So some of them cannot be caused. Some of them you just have, which I think this might be what I have. And the reason why I experience some of these symptoms like together, like kind of frequently. But anyways, to continue. Pulse electromagnetic energy, particularly in the radio frequency range, plausibly explains the core characteristics, although information gaps exist. There are several plausible pathways involving various forms of pulsed electromagnetic energy, each with its own requirements, limitations, and unknowns. For all the pathways, sources exist that can generate the required stimulus, are concealable, and have moderate power requirements. So you may recall that when we're reading Amy's stuff, she was talking about an ex-Navy guy, I think it was, that essentially described to her how the weapon is made and how he uses car batteries to be powered.
Right, and how you could like basically stash one in the back of a van and park it across the street and shoot it through a window.
Yeah. Essentially.
Yeah.
But using non-standard, unknown antennas and techniques, the signals could be propagated with low loss through air for tens to hundreds of meters, and with some loss through most building materials.
Yeah, which is why it has to be done with RF, because that's a long wavelength, which means it can pass through shit very easily.
Yeah. Simulations and disruption of these biological systems have been credibly demonstrated in cells and tissues, and persons accidentally exposed to radio frequency signals described unknown sensations similar to the core characteristics. However, there is a dearth of systematic research on the effects and the relevant electromagnetic signals on humans. Ultrasound also plausibly explains the core characteristics, but only in close access scenarios and with information gaps. But yeah.
Basically saying that ultrasound it can be done.
Yeah, so there are studies on ultrasound sickness, which causes similar symptoms, essentially.
Right.
Which, so essentially it makes sense if like a pregnant woman, right, who just had an ultrasound has these symptoms.
Feels a little nauseous or vertigo or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, psychosocial factors alone cannot count for the core characteristics, although they may cause some other incidents and contribute to long-term symptoms. No known psychosocial factors explain the core characteristics, and the incidents exhibiting these characteristics do not fit the majority of criteria used to discern mass sociogenic illness. However, psychosocial factors may compound some of the incidents with core characteristics. Other incidents could be due to hypervigilance and normal human reactions to stress and ambiguity, particularly among a workforce attuned to its surroundings and trained to think about security. Some of these reactions could lead to functional neurological disorders or worsen the effects of existing conditions.
Okay.
And then
I'm going to be completely honest with you. That paragraph went a little over my head. Not going to lie.
So essentially it's saying that psychosocial factors, so like you being stressed or having ambiguity, right?
Could amplify.
Like where you're expected to be vigilant, essentially, and like, you're trained to think about security, right?
Yeah, like a top secret, like a nuclear facility, like Los Alamos, like that kind of stuff, yeah.
Essentially what it's saying is that cannot cause the effect in and of itself, but it can cause some other incidents or contribute to long-term symptoms. So essentially, if
it's like a catalyst.
Gain these symptoms, right, this will essentially make them worse or make them last longer if you're in a that sort of environment.
Yeah, it's like a catalyst. It doesn't like cause the reaction itself, but it does like amplify it.
Yeah, so
essentially,
So essentially, this is saying that yes, if we can't just set it aside and be like, oh, it was caused by stress. Stress can make it worse, but it does not cause it.
Right. That's not the root cause.
Radiation, chemical and biological agents, infrasound, audible sound, ultrasound propagated over large distances, and bulk heating from electromagnetic energy are all implausible explanations for the core characteristics in the absence of other synergistic stimuli. So these mechanisms are unlikely on their own to account for the required effects, or are technically or practically infeasible. Ionizing radiation, for example, produces known biological effects that are easily measured and inconsistent with the core characteristics, and chemical or biological agents alone would not cause the reported location dependence or directionality.
That's interesting. That means that the weapon itself can't create the conditions that they're being described or witnessing on alone. Essentially, is what this is saying.
Well, it means with this specifically, yeah. So
interesting.
Anyways, so here's some recommendations, right? To help the U.S. government. This is just understand, prevent, and manage.
That's not whatever.
But essentially, the point is to say that it is real. The government has research into it, and it's not bullshit.
Yeah, they know that they know that it's at least it's a very plausible weapon system, essentially, even if they don't have the fire, the smoking gun for it.
Yeah,
it's a very plausible concept.
Old, though. This is from 2022.
Okay.
Or rather, this was, I guess maybe revealed 2022. I don't know if the file is from 2022.
Declassified in 2022. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it was made in 2022 or it was declassified in 2022, but this is from 2022.
Okay.
So
what's
and again,
next?
a lot of the symptoms mentioned do line up
with Amy's experiences.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the other bit that you went down through?
Yeah. I did also find I can't find it anymore, but essentially there was some other whistleblower that did a talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially something that he said was that this can cause depression.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like one of the symptoms. So essentially, it was this other whistleblower essentially said that he was blasted by him and his wife were blasted by one of these.
Mm-hmm.
And it caused instantaneous depression and suicidal thoughts, and that essentially prolonged exposure could very easily lead to someone committing suicide. But anyways.
Interesting.
I think there was some more. If you scroll down,
is it this guy?
Provide documents, political alleging. I think it was this guy. Yeah.
Let me do it. Hang on. Nope, depression isn't coming up in a search in this article. His name, Lenzi. Does that sound familiar?
I think that was him.
Okay. Safe Harbor is administering its own internal medical test specifically designed to evaluate patients who experience directed energy exposure on foreign soil. Both of their test results led to immediate return to the United States. One of those victims, current State Department official Mark Lenzi, sustained traumatic brain injuries while on assignment in Guangzhou, China in late 2017 when he was working as a security engineering officer in the Bureau of Diplomatic Security. It wasn't until June
It was not this guy. It was someone else, but this is interesting still.
Okay. But it's just more about the idea of this Savannah syndrome, directed energy weapon stuff being very, very real.
Yeah.
And it seems to be getting targeted to potential whistleblowers. The moment that you threaten to go public, you start getting depressed and your hands spontaneously start to feel like they're sunburned, you know, because they're sitting too close to a window, I guess, with a van across the street. Wait, is Havana syndrome even mentioned here?
Yes.
It is.
Down there.
Yes, it is. This is directly, victims of so-called Havana syndrome have reported an array of debilitating symptoms in what the Biden administration officially refers to as anomalous health incidents, AHIs.
Yep.
So, yeah, this is just another data point here. The Havana Act. In an email obtained by Politico, the Department's Bureau of Global Talent Management wrote that the new law will have to go through federal rules-making process, which is lengthy. Email says the funding for the Havana Act. Okay. Very compelling and sadly far too typical.
I think Kevin Shipp was the guy I was talking about.
Kevin Shipp?
Yeah, I think so. Kevin Shipp is the guy I think I was talking about. Him and his wife. I think he had like talked about it. And he had mentioned that like him and his wife had been targeted by it, and they both immediately were hit with a wave of depression. Him and his now ex-wife.
Let me see here. Fuck you, New York Times.
But yeah, I also found an interview between Amy Eskridge on Jeremy Riss' channel. She was in an interview with Jeremy Riss and Mark Sokol on YouTube. Like literally like a month before her death, I want to say.
Yeah, that it went viral. That interview went viral after the initial story was published that we read through last week. Yeah,
so I found that, and then I also found. So I mentioned before on her website, which I'm actually going to show you next before I send you. Here, I'll reply to it with a dot. So this is the website that she was working on, right? I think it's this one. Is it this one? Open it real quick. Yes. So this is the the Institute of Exotic Science CEO, right? So that's the company that she was working on.
Yeah,
right?
She's the founder. Yeah, she's the one who founded this company.
Yes. So she essentially made this this thing. You can see Sam Reed.
There's Sam Reed.
The guy who
yep.
The screenshots.
Yep. Of all the text messages of her getting hit with these rays and being hunted down, and
Richard Eskridge, I think, might be her dad.
He looks about the age. Yeah. He looks to be about 20 or so years older than her.
Yeah.
I can see it.
I think that's her dad. He's a retired NASA engineer scientist. Yeah, that's her dad.
Yeah, she talked about her dad as well. She talked about her dad.
Yes. And if you recall, her dad was very quick to say that her death was, nothing weird. Scientists die all the time. Blah, blah, blah. But he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to be interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of dismissed it and then went back into, being quiet. But essentially, she goes over the history of the concepts of ether, right? Of Nikola Tesla's space drive, right?
I see.
And his patent.
Nikola Tesla is probably the patient zero of the nuclear 11. Like, he was like the OG. You know what I mean? Like, that guy was so ahead of his time.
Yeah. But yeah. And so, there's a bit of commentary, right? This is pretty important right here. Go up. You should read that.
Before anyone can have the audacity to formulate even the most rudimentary plan of attack on the problem of harnessing the force of gravitation, he must understand the nature of his adversary. I take it as most axiomatic that the phenomenon of gravitation is poorly understood even by the best of minds, and the last word on it is very far indeed from having been spoken. Okay.
Yeah, so this was in 1953. Okay.
Right.
So, you can continue. These are all basically like different programs and stuff.
Yeah,
it's essentially the history.
This is a technical history.
Science. Right. There's the amendment. Right.
Woodward effect.
Okay, stop right here. Ning Li and Doug Tor, AC Gravity, 1990s. Okay, so these are UAH scientists. This is University of Huntsville, Alabama.
Okay.
Right? Who theorize a magnetic field applied to a superconductor will align ion spins to produce gravitomagnetic and gravitoelectric effects. There was a 1999 Popular Mechanics article. UAH NASA collaboration. Right, UAH founded AC Gravity LLC in 1999. There was a huge DoD contract, right? So what happened to Ning Li, right? So obviously she immediately links to like the conspiracy Reddit, but I'm actually going to link you something better.
Okay.
And that is this. Hold on.
I'm waiting.
This is an interview with her son, who took care of her until the day she died. It's because she, to the public, went fucking missing.
Okay.
So what you could see there, you could see on that thread, right? Stop a second. If you go back to the Hall 5 Adobe thingy, you go back.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see, right? Essentially, she was a professor from Alabama, starts her own company to develop technological breakthrough. She signs a contract with DARPA, and then no trace after that. She
disappears.
She disappears into the private sector. We never hear about her again, right? Now, this was made back in 2018, was when this whole thing was made.
Right.
This thing that you're looking at right here was made. Amy died 2022, I believe, was it?
Yeah, it was a few years ago.
Okay. So now go back to the article. This was in 2023. 2023, they published this article. This guy went to go look for her, okay? So Dr. Ning Li's son talks about his mom's career and legacy and the internet's long, strange obsession with the so-called disappearance.
I'll zoom in a bit for y'all.
In this line of work, you develop a particular skill that they don't teach in journalism school, and probably couldn't if they tried. The ability to explain to a total stranger in the first 10 seconds of an unexpected phone call exactly how and why you obtained their private number, and to do it in a way that reads as professional curiosity rather than the work of a stalker. Without it, even the most legitimate act of reporting can sound like something that ends with a restraining order. Some stories make this easier than others. As I sat with my phone in hand waiting for George Guangyu Men to pick up, I still hadn't worked out exactly how I planned to pivot from introduction to the part where I explained that I was writing a story about the disappearance of his mother, prominent Huntsville scientist and Chinese immigrant Dr. Ning Li. The wrinkle, of course, was that his mother had never actually disappeared. She had never been a missing person in any legal or official sense. George, as far as I could tell, had absolutely no idea that millions of people on the internet believed otherwise. If the conversation could just survive that first strange obstacle, I figured things would proceed more or less normally. Well, mostly normal. There was still the matter of the very first question on my list. George, did your mother happen to invent anti-gravity technology? I stumbled into the story the way you stumble into the most good ones. Sideways, late at night, through a YouTube rabbit hole I had no business going down. The video was titled "The Scientist That Discovered Anti-Gravity Then Disappeared Completely." And it had racked up more than 3 million views for the next 22 minutes. I sat in the dark listening to a creator who goes by barely sociable lay out a story that felt less like a science documentary and more like a cold case file. Except it was not set in some shadowy government compound, but right here in Huntsville, Alabama. Dr. Ning Li arrived in America from China in 1983 and eventually landed at the University of Alabama in Huntsville's Center for Space, Plasma, and Aeronomic Research. She was quiet, focused, relentless in her work. And between 1991 and 1993, working alongside co-author Douglas Torr, she authored a series of papers that made the scientific community sit up very straight in their chairs. What Lee described was a practical pathway to producing an anti-gravity field using a high-temperature superconducting disk, or HTSD. The conventional wisdom, the kind that gets hammered into every physics student until it becomes gospel, holds that anti-gravity is theoretically impossible. Gravity is a fundamental force of nature. You don't tame it, you don't negotiate with it, it simply is. Lee disagreed. Inside an HTSD, she argued, the faint gravitational effect of each individual atom compounds across billions of atoms in the disk. Feed the thing roughly 1 kilowatt of electricity, and according to Lee, you'd produce a force field, capable of effectively neutralizing gravity above a 1-foot diameter column stretching from the surface of the Earth all the way to outer space.
What?
To show they meant business, Lee and Tor invited officials from Popular Mechanics to their Huntsville laboratory to see a 12-inch prototype in progress. The pitch was blunt. Once finished, place a bowling ball anywhere above this disc and it will stay exactly where you put it. By the late 1990s, Lee claimed her devices were fully functional. She was publishing, she was presenting. She was the kind of scientist people wrote breathless articles about. And then, more or less, she wasn't. The implications of what she was working on were staggering enough that it felt almost irresponsible to take them seriously. Taming gravity would not merely change transportation, it would dismantle it and rebuild it from scratch. Every fuel source, every engine, every road and runway becomes a relic overnight. I'm going to hold on that because that kind of tells you.
Well, remember how basically we now know that like the primary culprits here are like the shady mega defense contractors that stand to lose their business if this technology becomes mainstream.
Yeah. So to continue, you want your hoverboard from Back to the Future? You'd have it. You'd also have the end of the fossil fuel economy, which is kind of technological development that tends to make very powerful people very nervous. In 1999, Lee left UAH and founded her own company, AC Gravity, with the stated intent of commercializing her research. The chair of UAH's physics department, Larry Somali, believed in the work enough to leave the university and join her. In 2001, the U.S. Department of Defense awarded AC Gravity a grant of $448,970. That's $500,000 in 2001. To continue the research. What is that accounting for inflation? It's like $1 million?
I don't know. Let's find out.
The results of that grant were never published. In fact, after 2002, Lee never published anything again. AC Gravity's business license was renewed annually through 2018. But there is no public record of any work the company actually produced. The trail goes quiet, and stays quiet, with two exceptions. The first, a document surfaced by Barely Sociable showing Lee had delivered a presentation at the 2003 Meter Corporation Conference, the organization that manages federally funded research for multiple U.S. agencies, titled Measurability of AC Gravity Fields. She presented alongside a Redstone Arsenal official from U.S. Army Aviation and Missile Command. Whatever she was doing, she was still doing it. The second is a private email sent in May 2003 to colleagues, in which Lee claimed to have observed 11 kilowatts of output effect during an experiment. What that number means exactly, nobody outside of a classified file seems to know.
A little more than about $850,000 in current dollars.
It's crazy.
So almost
after
$1 million.
The record on Ning Lee goes dark. The silence did not go unnoticed. 2004, journalist Tim Ventura reached out to physicist Eugene Podkolitnov, one of Lee's peers in the field, with an email bearing the subject line, "Tracking down Dr. Ning Lee." He explained that every 2 months he had been trying the email address Podkolitnov had once provided for her. Podkolitnov had once provided for her. Someone he noted was reading the messages. Nobody was replying. Podkolitnov confirmed she was alive, still working with the Department of Defense, and simply unable to discuss her work. He also admitted he no longer had a working phone number or email address for her himself. Then, in July 2008, a physicist named Jack Sarfati gave an interview that became the rocket fuel for every conspiracy theory that followed. The clip was posted on YouTube and featured prominently in Barely Sociable's video. "This is very important from a national security and political point of view," Sarfati said. "One of the key scientists is a Chinese woman named Ning Lee. She has disappeared and gone back to China. She was working at NASA and the Redstone Arsenal, but she has disappeared for several years now. The people at the Pentagon cannot reach her anymore. She's allegedly back in China, and the Chinese are pouring money into similar experiments now. That's why our intelligence guys are very interested. The most likely people to develop the first anti-gravity propulsion technology are the Chinese." The video ends more or less there. No resolution, no answer. Just a hard cut to black, and 3 million people left to draw their own conclusions. I replayed it immediately. Then I started making calls. The years since the video's release have produced exactly one verifiable update. An obituary posted on the Berry Hill Funeral Home website. Dr. Ning Lee passed away on July 27th, 2021. She was 79 years old. The obituary described her as one of the world's leading scientists in superconductivity anti-gravity, and noted she had constructed the first 12-inch HTSD in the late 1990s.
You're roboting a little bit.
Let me restart my microphone.
I was going to say that too, Viking, how 500,000 actually isn't all that much when you get down to it.
Yeah, it's not.
A toilet seat on a B-52 costs more than that? Yeah.
But anyways, it also listed the name of her son, George Guangyu Ren. After an embarrassing amount of digging, I found a business LLC registered in Huntsville under George's name, along with a phone number. I sat on it for longer than I'd like to admit, but I was too far down this particular rabbit hole, to turn back, so I called. George answered. And once I got through the explanation of how I'd found his number, which he took with considerably more grace than I probably deserved, he agreed to meet. George informed me early on that I wasn't the first person to contact him about his mother. Letters had arrived from New Zealand and other far-flung corners of the world, written by people hungry for details about Dr. Lee's research. But no one had called his phone before. He'd known vaguely that people were still interested in his mom. He had no idea of the scale of it. I played him Barely Sociable's video in his living room, his 2 children watching alongside him. He took it in quietly, occasionally shaking his head. When it ended, he was able to clarify, with some amusement and some weariness, several things people had gotten spectacularly wrong over the years. Most importantly, Dr. Lee never left the DoD. She never went to China. She never defected. Sarfati's alarming 2008 interview was half right at best. There was, in fact, a visit from Chinese officials that year. Members of the CCP were touring the United States and made a point of stopping to see Lee in person. They wanted her back. She had no interest. Lee had emigrated with George in the late 1980s and had built her life here. When her own mother passed away in China, she attempted to return for the funeral. The US government denied her permission to travel. I remember that so clearly, George said. She was very upset. He also described the change he noticed in his mother after she left the university for the private sector. The transition from academic freedom to classified work had a visible cost. This is important, chat. When she was at the university, she loved to publish her findings, he said. But after she got her top secret clearance, she wasn't allowed to share anything anymore with anyone. She became much quieter. She would return from work looking worn down, with her makeup messed up. It wasn't like that when she was at the university. George laughed once, recalling a single time he ever tried to ask his mother about her work directly. I said, "Mom, do you need to tell me something?" She told me, first off, you don't know anything. Second off, if you even think you might know something, you forget about it. I said, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we mentioned this on the last show, where because she knows that the moment, man, it sounds to me like the DoD like got a hold of her and basically shut her up, and she was so spooked that she was like, "Son, you cannot and never will know anything about what I do, because the moment you do, your life is in serious danger from the people that I work for."
Yeah, which is fucking
right.
Fucking crazy. But anyways, to continue, the FOIA request I filed for the results.
Yep.
The FOIA request I filed
FOIA.
for the results of her 2001 DoD grant came back denied, consistent with prior denials from other requesters. Whatever Lee was working on in those final years before the accident
classified.
remains classified, and it seems likely to stay that way for a very long time. Speaking of that accident, in 2014, Dr. Lee was struck by a vehicle while crossing a street on the university campus.
Mm-hmm.
The accident caused permanent brain damage and led to an Alzheimer's diagnosis shortly afterward. She never returned to work. Her husband of 46 years witnessed the accident. He suffered a heart attack at the moment of impact. He passed away the following year.
Holy shit.
George brought his mother home and cared for her himself for the next 6 years. People asked how I could do that for 6 whole years. He said, I said, first of all, she's my mother. Second of all, she gave us a better life. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to come to the States and get my education. Third, I just really admired her as a person. In her final years, George found ways to reach her that medicine could not. When the Buddhist-inspired music he played for her didn't bring her comfort, a member of his church from the Chinese Christian Church of Medicine suggested trying Christian hymns. He noticed the difference immediately. She passed away on July 27th, 2021. I've been turning this story over in my head since the day I made that call. Huntsville calls itself Rocket City. It wears its identity like a badge of honor. A place built on intelligence, innovation, and the audacity to point things at the sky. Yet somehow a woman who may have spent the better part of a decade trying to abolish gravity itself lived and worked and died here without so much as a historical marker. How had I never once heard her name? In our first phone call before he agreed to anything, George asked me what I was hoping to accomplish. I didn't have a good answer then. I do now. Conspiracy theorists will keep their theories. The UFO forums will keep speculating. 3 million YouTube views will become 4, then 5, and the comments will keep asking the same unanswerable questions about classified documents and Chinese defections. And government cover-ups. That's fine. That's the internet. It runs on mystery. But George Men is not interested in the mystery. He's interested in his mother, in who she actually was, what she actually believed, and what she passed down to her grandchildren when the clearances and the classified files and the silence had stripped everything else away. Find your one thing, she told them. Concentrate on it with all you have. Don't compare yourself to anyone else. Just do the best you can with your passion. That's the story. Not the gravity machine, not the DoD grant, not blah, 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 blah. Basically being cutesy in the end of the article.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she was mysteriously hit by a car while on campus grounds, where there are very strict speed limits. Okay? She was mysteriously hit by a car, and essentially, she suffered brain damage, and got, Alzheimer's very, very soon after. So she was essentially debilitated.
Yeah.
And she told her son to never ask questions about, if he ever thinks he knows anything about her work.
Basically bury the knowledge.
Yeah, essentially, if he ever thinks he knows anything, pretend he doesn't. Forget it. Which is a weird thing for a scientist to say, isn't it, Jet?
It's also interesting because it's what it really tells me is that it's another data point in the fact that people say it's this person was researching this exotic technology or that alien technology and stuff like that, but this kind of is a data point in the fact that that kind of technology does exist, to some degree, and yeah, it absolutely destroy entire we're talking at this point trillions of dollars, the oil industry plus the defense contracting industry,
these are the richest people in the world,
which makes them the most dangerous people in the world.
Yeah. So
I mean, it sounds to me I wonder, I have a feeling that she didn't actually have as she left the college to go to the DoD. It's how much of a choice was actually there? I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder too.
I'm curious because it sounds like they basically wanted to put a leash on her, but who knows? It's really who the fuck knows?
If you want to go back to the other article, you can. But this is pretty much the most interesting thing I found on it.
Yeah.
That caught my attention, and I decided to look into it because it was semi-recent.
No, you've done a lot more digging on this than I have. I chat after.
Essentially, the nuclear 11 are a lot more than 11, and that list of numbers goes back way farther than we realize.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was gonna say to chat that after we signed off on last week's show, Rosa kept sending me stuff all the way past midnight. Dude, read this. You have to read this. You have to read it. It's such an easy rabbit hole to get sucked into, But the thing is, it's I do agree, overall, when you take the 10,000, the 10,000 foot point of view, that there's way too much smoke for there to not be a fire. You know what I mean? There's got to be at least one fire somewhere. There's just way too many. It's the same thing with I was the one about what we talked about, that senator who was if the public knew about what we know about extraterrestrial and UFOs and that kind of stuff, like no one would get any sleep ever, basically.
Yeah.
Like there's fire. There's fire somewhere. Don't say fire in the sky, chat, with a Joe Biden aliens. Do you see that?
I do think a lot of us would get more sleep if we weren't up at night trying to figure this shit out. But hey, what do I know?
So this is that guy that she was like in confinement with.
That's Kletnov. Yeah,
right.
So he essentially figured this out.
So this is like a schematic for a device that could create gravity shielding. 2001 patent, collaboration with NASA, MSFC in early 2000s. 2% reduction in weight, widely panned by community. Some near replications have been done. See Poer.
So this is the book that they published
right here.
Right, so it's mainly that article, by the way, that Popular Mechanics article is no longer available.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Interesting.
So all the stuff that she did publicly before she went private, all that stuff became classified.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, and Kletnov was ousted by the university.
Wikipedia page deleted? Okay.
Yep. So those are all the people that, if you go back up, those are all the people that were part of her group, I'm pretty sure. If you go up, back up to like where it shows Lee originally.
This?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm pretty sure those were these people. These were the
This is supposedly that HS whatever disc, the anti-gravity disc that she's holding up right here, I think, where you could put a bowling ball anywhere above it and it would just stay where you put it. I don't know, man. This looks like a fucking Tony Stark arc reactor.
Yeah, so these people essentially trying to like kind of replicate it. Oh, and there's Boeing's fucking thing. If you go up above that. Morning. Boeing Phantom work. Go down.
Where? Oh, this, yeah.
Yeah.
Advanced propulsion. That's what Amy was working on, remember?
Yep.
Amy was working on the exact same kind of technology.
Yeah, so this is like the most recent stuff that apparently, people think might be an alien reproduction vehicle. As in like reproduction of an alien vehicle. This is what Boeing might be working on.
Interesting. Well.
But yeah. So
yeah. I guess it's as far down the rabbit hole as we can go for now.
Yep, because she fucking died.
Anymore, we're gonna have to start it. We're gonna have to start a second. We're gonna have to start a second conspiracy show that's just for conspiracies and stuff.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what ends up coming out of this, and what the FBI ends up putting out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to read that report.
I suspect this is gonna be as redacted as fucking Epstein.
Yeah, I do too.
But
the thing is, it's like the redactions. The black ink tells you something. You know what I mean?
It does.
Like if there's nothing to it, then there wouldn't be any redactions. If there's a bunch of redactions, that's just more evidence that there actually is, that it's real. Yep. You know what I mean?
There are no, underage victims here to be worrying about. Right?
The white swallow with all the redactions then. Yeah, exactly. Like the redactions make it very easy to claim that it's real. But anyways, I think we need to leave it there. And
we don't want to end up getting shot outside of our homes.
At least not before the Ren Fair. Okay, let's move on to this crazy event that happened, where a guy took a group of tourists hostage on the top of a Mexican pyramid. And he killed one of them and injured like another dozen of them. So harrowing footage captures the moment a crazed gunman calmly loads his gun on top of an ancient pyramid in Mexico, opens fire on helpless tourists he had taken hostage. Tense video shows the shooter, identified by officials later as 27-year-old Julio Cesar Hasso Ramirez, pacing about halfway up the famous Teotihuacan ruins on Monday as several people he took hostage lie terrified at his feet. What?
Teotihuacan.
Teotihuacan. It's Aztec, right? It's Aztec. He loads a gun nonchalantly as confused witnesses watch from below, the video shows. So this is the video here. So you can see over on the right here, there's a bunch of tourists who are laying down.
Yeah.
Did he like dress specifically to blend in with the pyramid? Okay, yeah, so there's all the tourists who took hostage. Right there.
He's talking to someone.
Yeah, he's yelling at the tourists.
No, he's talking to like a walkie.
So yeah.
How did he only kill one person?
Yeah, well, he hit a bunch of them, but only one of them actually died.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, he could then be shot, seen barking orders to the cowering hostages when he points the gun towards them and fires multiple shots. A Canadian woman was shot dead and 13 others were injured, including several Americans, when Hasso scaled the Pyramid of the Moon. A nearly 2,000 year...
He just had like a pistol.
Yeah, it's just like a yeah.
On him?
Yeah,
While he was loading?
Yeah, just a pistol.
Less people have been injured if they just fucking jumped him.
They just jumped him, yeah. Another 2,000. Yeah, so this is a nearly 2,000-year-old structure just outside Mexico City that was once used for ritual human sacrifice.
That's what he was doing.
How ironic. The shooter
I was like thinking about it. I was like, I don't want to make the joke.
The shooter eventually appeared to have been struck in an exchange of gunfire with federal police before he turned the gun on himself. At the scene, security officers recovered a gun, knife, and ammunition, as well as a bizarre AI-generated image of the gunman posing with the Columbine high school shooters.
What the fuck?
That's weird. Monday was
He AI edited himself with the fucking Columbine high school shooters?
Correct.
That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, it's weird. It's
so
really
cringe.
weird. 7 of the 13 injured were shot, while others suffered various injuries. 6 Americans, 3 Colombians, 1 Russian, 2 Brazilians, and 1 Canadian were taken to the hospital.
Not a single nut.
The youngest victim was 6, and the oldest was 61. So, said the Mexico pyramid shooter was Hitler fanatic who left AI pic of him posing with Columbine school shooters. So there's there's the picture. That's the AI picture.
That's so funny, dog.
So
that's
disconnect and self-destruct. So this is him. This is the shooter on the pyramid right here. Got a brown revolver, a gray knife, bag containing ransom ammunition.
He wasn't dressed to blend in with the bricks. He was just dressed like a cholo.
Also found images of Joshua performing the Nazi salute, which he had been known to do since he was a teenager. So yeah, just a bizarre.
That's so funny. Yeah, man, white power, man.
Yeah, right. Like
I'm gonna kill these white people though.
How many people did the Columbine shooters got? They got a lot. Can't remember how many actually got killed on the Columbine thing, though.
I just realized that's not a picture on his phone. That's a framed fucking photograph. Or rather, a framed AI image that he printed out. That's so funny, dude.
13 students and 1 teacher. Which is fascinating because... Oh, it says right there, 14 people in themselves. How many... Wait, this... Oh, I need to go back a page.
That's so funny.
This guy got... It was 13. He killed 1 and injured 13. The Columbine people killed 13 and injured 1. Like, how weird of an inversion is that? But anyways,
that is weird.
And speaking of, this isn't, strangely enough, this isn't the only instance of tourists getting in trouble like this week. As elsewhere in Rio de Janeiro, hundreds of tourists are stranded atop Rio de Janeiro Trail as police gunfire erupts during a gang raid. So more than 200 tourists were stranded atop a popular Rio de Janeiro hiking trail as gunfire erupted during a police operation targeting suspected gang members. The group had gathered before sunrise at Morro dos Aramaos, a scenic overlook above Ipanema Beach, when authorities launched a raid in the Vidigal favela below. The operation involved prosecutors from Bahia and civil police units from both Bahia and Rio de Janeiro, who were seeking to arrest alleged members of the Comando Vermelho criminal group believed to be hiding in the community. Tourists who had hiked up the trail in the early morning hours to watch the sunrise were unable to descend as gunfire was reported in the favela, prompting guides to instruct the group to remain low and stay in place as a safety precaution.
What is happening?
Oh, you weren't here. Yeah, this is in Rio de Janeiro, where there was like 200 some odd tourists were up on top of this mountain, and they had to stay up there because there was a gunfight that broke out between the police and a Brazilian gang in the favela at the base of the mountain, so they couldn't go back down.
Brazil moment.
Very Brazil moment, yes.
Chat, this is exactly why you should never be like, oh, you know what I would do for vacation? Let me go to a third world fucking country. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go to the fucking beach like everyone else. Go to Disney World.
Yeah.
Don't go to shitholes. I can't tell you how often tourists get fucking like captured in fucking Mexico by cartels and then ransomed to their fucking families. Or killed if their families don't, can't afford to. Chat, if your family can't afford to fucking pay thousands of dollars, right? Tens of thousands of dollars to fucking free you from a cartel, don't go. They'll just kill you.
It's such a problem that
If
companies...
there's no money to be made, they don't just let you go. They'll just fucking kill you because you don't matter to them. Your life isn't worth anything.
It's such a common thing. It's such a common thing that companies actually provide their employees and who live in or employees that are traveling to these countries with kidnapping insurance. That's a real thing.
Paisley telling me that she wants to visit her grandma because her grandma's elderly, right? And she's never really met her, right? But she loves her grandma because her grandma sends her stuff and they talk on the phone every now and then stuff, right? And she's she wants to go see her grandma before, her grandma, someone happens to her. And I'm just I don't know, baby. I don't know if I want to fucking go to Mexico. Especially when, you have family that was, involved in this sort of shit within the last, 3 generations.
Yeah, if I were her, I would not go back. If anything, I'd get the grandma or old lady stateside somehow, legally.
Oh, they can't.
Well...
She was an accessory to murder.
Oh, well.
In the U.S.
Actions and consequences, you know.
Indeed.
By the way, I forgot to mention this. That back to the pyramid tourist kidnapping story. Which, by the way, I actually was getting these two confused without realizing that there was like two different tourist group kidnappings that happened in the same week. But this group of old white ladies decided to take a picture in front of the pyramid while people were fleeing.
That's
like,
so funny.
yeah, they had no clue what was going on. But anyways.
They had just come down.
Yeah, they had just come down. Yeah, they had just come down. So, like, they were coming down as the shooter was going up the stairs. You could actually, that red circle was circling the shooter going up the stairs. So they probably passed the shooter as on their way down. Anyways, back to Japan real quick, where 3 were killed in Japan's ground self-defense force live fire training explosion. So they were doing. So Japan is basically in the process of remilitarizing, which it's about damn fucking time. And the thing is, it's not really remilitarizing. They already are militarized, but they're called a. It's strange because, like, despite the fact that their army is technically it's basically like our National Guard. Like our National Guard is only for defense of the homeland.
Yeah.
That's what their entire military is. Their entire military is basically a National Guard, where the only thing that they're allowed to do is defend their homeland from invasion. And despite that restriction, they're like one of the top 10 militaries in the world. And so they were doing this, but they're in the process of like trying to like get it back to like, I guess, a normal military that could like deploy to other countries and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
They're trying to like remilitarize their military essentially. But that's why it's called the self-defense force, right? But they were doing this live fire with their tanks, and one of the shells blew up in the barrel and just fucking and killed the whole crew, because that means that it backfired through the barrel and just
cooked them.
Yeah. A shell exploded inside the barrel of a tank during a live fire training exercise by Japan's ground self-defense force, killing 3 personnel. According to reports by Japan's Sankai Shinbun on the 21st, the incident occurred around 8:40 a.m. at a training site in Oita Prefecture. During the tank firing drill, the shell detonated inside the barrel. 3 of the 4 crew members aboard the tank died, and 1 sustained critical injuries. Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi stated via social media platform X that she had been briefed on the accident, saying, "I deeply regret that this situation has occurred. I sincerely offer my condolences to the deceased and pray for their repose." She added, "As the government, we will strive to determine the cause of this incident while making every effort to ensure thorough safety and safety management." I mean, honestly, I highly doubt there was any safety problems here. It's just sometimes you get a fucking defection and it just detonates in the wrong time at the wrong place and it kills people. Like, that's what happens when you're dealing with military ordnance. The crew members were aboard a Type 10 tank at the time of the accident. Introduced since 2012, the Type 10 tank is
you're a Gate fan. You should know about the SDF. Do you know when Gate came out?
What? Gate? What?
Gate, the anime. Do you know when the anime came out?
No, I don't even know what it is.
Hold on.
NDA says you're a fan. You have the round of the charge. If you mishandle either, you're going to have a bad time. Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Hold on. When the fuck did the anime come out?
Is this the tank that the thing is, like, I'm noticing it's like
10 years ago, yeah. Fucking 10 years ago.
This isn't the kind of tank that you see them. They always have like World War II era tanks and stuff like that. Whenever they have like tanks shooting at Godzilla, it's never like modern tanks.
It was actually close to 11 years ago, right? You fuck. You think I'm just gonna fucking remember that shit? I know what the fuck the military is called in a fucking anime. I thought they were the Special Defense Force, not the Self-Defense Force.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was an explosive round, NDA. Yeah, a lot of them are just a lot of tank shells are just that. They're just giant slugs. They're just giant solid metal slugs that are just designed for like sending a large mass to penetrate at high speed to penetrate a target, right? But this, I'm pretty sure that this was an explosive round, or an explosive shell, whatever. I don't know the perfect terminology, chat. I'm sorry. And yeah, it blew up at the barrel, which is gonna, obviously, if it blows up inside the barrel, that explosion is only gonna travel in two directions, and one of them is back into the fucking belly of the tank. And even with like, you know, fire suppression, because I'm sure that these tanks have like fire suppression on the inside and stuff like that, but like tanks are known to be like, you know, they're death traps on the inside, you know. So
Oy.
what's this group?
Man, imagine being the one person to survive that.
I know, talk about getting like survivor's guilt, right?
Yeah.
But that fourth person got like critically injured too, though. I mean, he's very lucky to be alive. He or she, I don't know what the gender makeup of it is. And then back at the States, video. So I'm gonna let this video play actually.
Bro just fucking nailed him.
Right? Yeah.
Tackled the fuck out of him.
Just happened to be in the perfect place. And he's controlling the weapon properly too, where he's controlling the wrist.
Yeah.
You know, that's exactly how you should stop that.
Yeah, tackled him and immediately went for his hand.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, he did a great job. Like, you know, just put him down, control the weapon, just good stuff all around. Where the hell? There it is.
Why are people being inspired by the fucking Columbine shooters? Fucking 20 years.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Ah, what's this shit? Go away. Shut up. Leave. So after a suspected high school shooter's weapon malfunctioned as he allegedly tried to fire at a student, an Oklahoma high school principal was shot in the leg, but still tackled the suspect, preventing further harm. Fucking took an arrow to the knee. The April 7th shooting at Pauls Valley High School unfolded shortly after 2 p.m. when Victor Lee Hawkins, 20, allegedly entered the building with 2 loaded semi-automatic pistols, according to an arrest affidavit obtained by People. Here's the thing, though. The most deadliest school shooting in American history was done with just pistols. It was the Virginia Tech shooter. He killed like 40 people in that shooting, and he did it with nothing but normal handguns. No rifles or shotguns or nothing like that. Or
Yep.
It was just basic pistols. Investigators allege Hawkins, a 2025 graduate of the school, went to the campus with the intent of killing students, facility, and finally himself.
That
And
was
later,
a show, like from what you said, it's like gun restrictions aren't going to stop shooters from fucking killing tons of people.
right?
Right? Armed, brave teachers are what's going to stop school shooters from killing tons of people.
Yeah, putting a sign out in front of the doors that say this is a gun-free zone is the most retarded. There should be a sign saying every adult in this building is armed. That's what the sign should say.
Yeah, agreed.
He later told the authorities he wanted to conduct his own shooting like the Columbine high school shooters. So this
Every
is
building is armed and trained to shoot intruders.
So you see how weird, like, again, the Columbine shooters, that's twice. And it's weird how, like, these things just happen in groups. That's 2 incidents this last week. Actually, this happened a little more than a week ago, I think.
Yeah, this is during the last.
But whatever. Where Columbine high school shootings inspired somebody to try to kill people. It's like, it's
Twice a month in separate countries.
It's so strange. Like, who's still getting inspired by the fucking Columbine shooters at this point? Once inside, Hawkins allegedly pointed a gun at a female student and yelled for people to get on the ground before pulling the trigger. But the weapon malfunctioned and did not fire, according to the affidavit. Oh my god, I know. He then stopped behind a vending machine. That's the kind of thing where, like, if you're that girl, that's the moment you just, like, believe, you just unquestionably start believing in God. you know what I mean? He then stepped behind a vending machine to clear the malfunction before emerging and pointing the firearm at another student, the affidavit alleges. That student raised his hands and asked not to be shot. I'm sure he was begging, let's be real. And Hawkins allowed him to leave, the affidavit states. Wow.
Why?
Why? Yeah, why? Moments later, Hawkins allegedly fired his weapon inside the school. As shots rang out, Principal Kirk Moore ran from his office and attempted to apprehend Hawkins, according to the affidavit. Hawkins allegedly fired again, striking Moore in the lower right leg.
Hey, hold on. Look at this fucking doofus. Look at his face. Look at his dumb fucking face, bro.
Yeah, it's very punchable face, isn't it?
Looks like a fucking retard.
It's very much this is a soy jack coated face.
Like he's a fucking he's a neck beard.
Yeah, right. He's a Redditor probably. More than wrestled Hawkins onto a bench and was able to remove the gun from his hand with a bullet in his fucking leg. Because honestly, though, when you're
he grabbed him by the waist. I don't know if you saw that, but like when he tackled him, he grabbed him by the waist and just like lunged for. He kept his head forward into his chest.
Oh yeah, you knew that he knew how to tackle a guy. Yeah.
Yeah. That looks like football.
And not only that, but like when you're in a situation like that, like your system gets like, I bet he didn't even like. He thought that he got grazed or something like that. He didn't realize that he like directly shot the leg, because adrenaline will mask that shit. If it doesn't hit like a vital artery, it just hits the meat and you just bleed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like adrenaline will fucking get you through that shit for at least a few seconds. Like I'll bet you this guy didn't really start feeling the pain of that bullet wound until after this red shirted guy came in and took the weapon away.
Yeah.
The principal and an assistant principal held Hawkins down until law enforcement arrived and took him into custody. So they kept this guy pinned until the cops arrived.
Yeah, I bet you that he didn't stop fucking feeling adrenaline until the cops showed up.
Well, I mean, your system can only dump so much adrenaline into you. You know what I mean? And adrenaline only lasts 20 to 30 seconds. I'll bet that assistant principal had, helped out a lot. Hawkins is charged with shooting with intent to kill, 2 counts of unlawful carry, and 2 counts of pointing a firearm. Authorities have praised Moore's actions, saying that they likely prevented a far more serious outcome. There's not a doubt in my mind that he saved kids' lives. Members of the community have echoed that sentiment in the days since the shooting. He would do anything to save those kids. Former student Madison Knighton, that's a cool name. Moore later said that he was grateful for the support he received following the incident and credited his training for his response. Like so many educators around the country, we prepare for these events through training and careful assessment of the threats. So it sounds like he actually took like maybe not football, but just like actual self-defense training, or in his case, if he's a principal, he probably specifically took, third party, castle protection training. So the school, this is like escort training and stuff like that. So like, The school has long emphasized safety preparedness, noting on its website that the staff have practical measures for handling intruders or dangerous individuals on campus. Remember, this is Oklahoma, so I actually wonder if there were teachers packing in this school. But the thing is that if the teachers are packing, that the principal probably is packing too. So maybe not. It is our foremost concern that our students feel and are safe at school. Moore is expected to recover from his injuries. Good on him. So good, in fact, that this happened. He got crowned as prom king.
That's the school's principal, Kirk Moore, being crowned prom king. Students cheering and clapping all around
there
him,
it is,
celebrating the man they consider a hero. This is him earlier this month, tackling a former student who entered the school armed with a gun. Moore was shot in the leg, but still managed to subdue the gunman and is being credited with saving countless lives.
Yeah, he graduated from the high school.
He really is just a savior for our little town.
This is someone who got out of high school, right? Had nothing actually fucking going for them. It was like, high school is all that. I peaked in high school.
I'm so glad they did it that way. I don't think any of us would have had it any other way. He's just an amazing person. He deserves like all the love and praise.
This principal turned prom king, celebrated by his students, forever grateful for his heroism.
So there you go. Guy got shot in the leg, saved the school, became the prom king. Fucking Chad. Fucking legend.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One man's downfall is another man's peak.
Damn right. Okay, let's go finally to a story that you sent me.
Yay!
Which is the new store managed by AI agents.
AI agents. Opens in San Francisco. And market opened up less than 2 weeks ago in San Francisco's Cow Hollow neighborhood, beginning an experiment to see how an AI system can manage humans in a real-world setting. The goal: the market's owners gave the AI agent Luna $100,000, a 3-year lease, and the goal of turning a profit. So far, Luna has seen some successes. The agent posted jobs, interviewed, and hired employees. But it has also made some mistakes, like issues with employee schedules and large unnecessary orders.
Oh no.
Despite the early hiccups, Luna says it can turn a profit in 3 months. And while founders say that's unlikely, they're still optimistic. We really believe that AI models in general will get a lot better over those years. So we'll change those models as new ones are released and try to always use the best model available, said Andon Market co-founder Lucas Peterson. We think it's really feasible that the models get so good that it'll be able to make a profit. So that's pretty much it. It's simple as they instated an AI store manager to actually manage people and shit.
That's wild. I know that I've heard stories of people telling an AI bot or whatever to hey, give me what stocks I should buy and stuff like that. They've asked AI for stock purchasing and selling strategies and come out on top actually as a result of that, just doing whatever the AI told them to do, and they end up having an actual net positive portfolio from it. Whether or not that's could you have done the same thing by just rolling a dice, who knows.
Yeah, I think this is crazy. To give the AI $100,000 and 3 years to turn a profit.
Well, they do say that the biggest sector of jobs, white collar jobs that are under threat from AI, are the mid-level managers, because AI can basically learn to essentially.
I'm sorry, but an AI could not manage a fucking GameStop. And AI doesn't have the fucking grit and fucking like the what's what I'm looking for? The passive aggressivism.
Masochism, whatever.
No, I was gonna say like passive aggressivism to fucking keep people in fucking line.
Well,
Like, can you imagine working and your boss is a fucking AI? Like,
Well,
you really think you're gonna just listen all the time? You're gonna be like,
that's what I was thinking too. Because
AI is calling out again.
And I swear to God,
like, they can reset you.
yeah, and I swear, and you can manipulate AI like crazy too. Like,
yeah,
and I swear to God that like all these people who say that like, oh, like this whole sector of jobs is going to get wiped out by AI and all this other kind of stuff.
Stupid.
And it's just like almost all the people that say that have like a bunch of money tied up in AI development.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? Like they're all basically
AI
trying to like will their future predictions into existence. Essentially, like what do you call it? I know that there's a term for it where you're like self-fulfilling prophecy. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And AI cannot fucking like manage a fucking retail store.
Well, but
and
again,
AI can also not be a district manager for a retail store because that shit's fucking impossible.
Well, I was thinking that too
AI
because
AI might be able to be a region manager.
But this is what exactly. But this is my point, though, is that like again, it's like any other job sector. Like there's actually very few. Like there are a few. Like data entry. Data entry is a field that's probably going to get wiped out by AI for the most part. Like you're still going to need people to do like spot checking, quality control, etc., etc. But for the most part, AI is going to take care of that. But like the thing is about like managers. Like a good manager knows how to handle people and understands that people aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. You know what I mean? And that's
unless you reach upper management. And once you reach upper management, I think that's where maybe you can have AI. Because here's the thing, right? An AI can't do the job of like a fucking store manager because that job involves, keeping people in line.
Yeah, exactly.
It can't do the job.
AI can't crack a whip.
District manager, because a district manager also has to keep people in line. And technically, the higher up you go, you still have to keep people in line. But the higher up you go,
the less and less people.
The less and less the people that you have to manage are directly involved with clients. Right? Because if you're a district manager, the people that you manage are still store managers. They're still involved with clients on a day-to-day. But if you're a regional manager and you're managing over a district manager, you're managing over someone that manages other managers. Right? So at that point, there is like a two-step disconnect from you and clients. And I think that's the point where your job starts to kind of like your job is literally just looking at spreadsheets and numbers at that point.
Right.
And then basically transferring that data to the district manager so the district manager can then whip all the store managers in line to go whip their fucking I almost said kids. I used to call my employees my kids. Even though they were older than me. But yeah, to put them in line. Right?
Well,
and so like once you're reaching that point of higher management where you're basically just fucking looking at numbers for like a retail setting and being like, oh, this isn't working, sell more of this, or here's a strategy.
Here's the thing though, is I don't even know if it's going to be regional managers, because regional managers are the one who communicate what the hell is going on the ground to the C-suite. And do you think the C-suite is just going to get a bunch of AI reports? Like, no, they're going to want to actually talk to people. You know what I mean? So like even then, like,
you really think they want to talk to people? I think if they actually wanted to talk to people, they'd actually find out what the fuck's going on. Well,
you'd be surprised. I've known C-suiters, and you'd be surprised. A lot of them actually do like to talk to people. So I don't know. I think the whole like AI will replace us all thing is like that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, can it be used to like help with scheduling? Absolutely. It can actually streamline a manager's tasks, but it's not going to replace the manager. No. It's just
a tool.
It's a tool. Exactly. There's only a handful of industries where like AI is like an actual like threat of like wiping out the entire job market.
It's literally a tool. There's times when I fucking ChatGPT starts arguing with me about something I know I'm right on. I'm like, you fucking tool.
Yeah, exactly. If you deal with numbers and AI can do your job, if you want to keep your job, it better include problem solving and innovation. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is,
That's not true. If you want to be a good accountant, you don't just have to be good at numbers. You have to know what you can get away with.
Yeah, exactly. You got to know what corners you can cut.
There is like a human element and like a risk assessment factor to that AI isn't very good at.
Yeah. Okay, we cool to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about RFK Jr. a little bit. Where RFK Jr. once chopped off a dead raccoon's penis to study later while on a family road trip. Is this a pay interruption?
I'm sorry, what?
This is
this is a me interruption. I'm asking to pay for something.
Oh, okay. I had my finger on the trigger. The RFK Jr. once chopped off a dead raccoon's penis to study later while on a family road trip. RFK Jr., an avid animal genitalia researcher in his spare time. Damn. This is, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like the whole like if you I'm trying to think of what the example is. If you were like the greatest mathematician in the world and you solved if you've like solved the grand unifying equation, but like one super drunk day back in college you fucked a cat or something like that, you're always just going to be known as the cat fucker. You know what I mean? Despite all your other accomplishments, you're just the cat fucker. So RFK Jr. is now the animal genitalia researcher. Once pulled the family sedan to the side of the road after spying a dead raccoon to swiftly cut off its sex organs so he could study them later. The bizarre account by the nation's top civilian health official was unearthed in the new book RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise, authored by the Post's own Isabel Vincent, who drew upon a wide range of sources, including private journals he penned while living in New York City between 1999 and 2001. Are you muted?
No, I'm just...
okay.
I'm wow.
Okay. I was standing in front of my parked car on I-684, cutting the penis out of a road-killed raccoon, thinking about how weird some of my family members have turned out to be. He was thinking about how weird his family was while doing this. Like, is he referring to himself? How weird some of my family members? I don't know. Reads a surreal passage in which the Health and Human Service head, 72, was reportedly lamenting his rocky relationship with his brother Douglas Kennedy and cousin Bobby Shriver. My kids waited patiently in the car, he noted, later telling People magazine he collected the raccoon's genitals so he could study them later. The eccentric Kennedy scion's bizarre recollection adds to the laundry list of grisly encounters with animal parts he's had over the years. His daughter, Kick Kennedy, recalled in a 2012 interview with Town and Country magazine that her father's fascination with animal viscera once put a smelly damper on a childhood family vacation to Hyannisport, Massachusetts. Upon learning a whale carcass had washed ashore on nearby Squaw Island, the elder Kennedy made a beeline for the beach and proceeded to decapitate the beast with a chainsaw.
What the fuck?
This reminds me of like when Peter Griffin
This
killed...
gets better. Hold on, this gets better.
Yeah, I know. He then strapped the whale's enormous noggin to the roof of the family minivan with a bungee cord, intending once again to bring it home to study, grossing out the family in his dogged pursuit of knowledge. Screw Christmas trees. We got whale heads to strap to the top of the car, kids. Every time
he just had a chainsaw ready just in case he spotted a fucking dead whale.
I guess so. He's motherfucker's ready. I'll bet. Here's the thing, though. If you're like in a backcountry area, a lot of people carry chainsaws in their cars to cut trees that fall across the roads. That's a common thing.
Oh my god, this just gets better.
we had to do that when I worked at the mine. All the trucks had chainsaws in them for a tree fall. Anyway, every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour onto the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Yeah, dude, that's
the windows of the car. Well, that makes sense because you had to have them open so you can strap it to the top of the fucking car.
Yeah, exactly.
A proper thing.
Yeah, he had the windows would have to be cracked so the bungee cord could get through.
This is so fucking stupid.
We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out. And people on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. In 2024, while briefly running for president, Kennedy admitted to the New Yorker magazine that a decade earlier he had dumped a dead bear cub in Central Park after a botched attempt to skin it. In an apparent effort to preempt the article's imminent publication, Kennedy admitted in a video on social media that he and some buddies had been drinking when they hatched the scheme to ditch the cub's body and make it look like he got hit by a bike. Getting hit by a bike, and yet, like, half of its skin is, like, peeled off. Like, that's not what happens when you get hit by a bike. Your skin doesn't peel off. Like... He claimed he found the killed cub while on a falconing trip in Goshen, New York. Last year, after President Trump nominated Kennedy to lead HHS, his cousin Caroline Kennedy claimed in a letter to lawmakers that while in college, he put chicks and mice in a blender to feed his hawks, calling his dorm room a perverse scene of despair and violence, according to a report in The Telegraph. So far, the results of Kennedy's rigorous whale head and raccoon penis studies have not been publicly disclosed. It's just, I swear to God, dude, there's not a single member of the Kennedy family that isn't fucked in the head. RFK is a Jack Peter Griffin, right?
Putting mice and shit in a blender. That's
not weird to me.
That's not weird. Yeah, you're just like, you're making a smoothie for your fucking hawk.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it just depends on, like...
But also, you could just feed them the chicks and mice, because they're hawks?
I guess? Maybe he wanted them to have wet food. I don't know. Because they're like if you're feeding a snake, you just toss the mouse or whatever in, and they'll just... because they like to eat the thing whole, Yeah,
but birds like to pick on things.
I guess. I don't know.
Ironically, the most normal thing. Yeah, it's like the most normal thing. It's like, there's an explanation for that.
Honestly, I feel like the whale head is the weirdest one to me.
He does falconing, right? But the whale head is insane. Maybe it's just in tune with nature, all right? Leave him alone.
It does sound like a fucking Peter Griffin bit, doesn't it? Because there's that famous bit where he forklifted the whale, but he accidentally punctures the whale with the forklift things, and then he kills the whale and then just dumps its bleeding, bloated body into the water.
God.
Oh man, so strange. Could be for baby hawks. That's true. It could be for baby hawks.
That's fair.
That's totally fair. Because they eat vomit, which is essentially a ground up fucking smoothified food. Yeah,
that actually makes a fuck ton of sense.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. I have no explanation for the whale head, though.
No. Or the bear.
Also, how long would that take to chainsaw a fucking
raccoon cock?
Because, like, chainsaws aren't designed for... I mean, yeah, they'll do damage to flesh and bone and stuff like that, but that's not what they're designed for, I don't know. He had a specific whale chainsaw. Maybe. Oh, man. Maybe he, collected shark teeth and he had, like a saw belt on the chainsaw where he replaced all of the saw blades with...
Well, many of us did.
Right? If RFK was our president, that mean he'd be the first Peter Griffin president. I'd be the closest thing, probably. I mean, to be fair, like a lot of this is kind of metal. Like I can imagine like this old Jack dude that's like chainsawing a fucking whale head off on the beach. I mean, that's kind of metal, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes.
staying on MAGA.
Top MAGA influencer revealed to be AI, created by a guy in India who made a mint off of lonely men online.
This is hilarious to me.
This chat, a lot of the fucking people that you guys watch and follow and shit on fucking, Twitter who are super based or even super fucking retarded, they're just Indians.
They're just Indians gaming this. Yeah.
You can just find Indians just arguing back and forth. Sometimes they're the same Indian.
Yeah.
On separate accounts, just trying to start drama between the multiple accounts that they themselves control, just to make money.
Yeah, because I mean, the moment that X monetized, like, that's like the worst thing that X has done. Like, they never should have monetized it. Like, cause like there's so much fake bullshit created by fucking that are like fake people, like run by Indian scammers and shit like that all over Twitter now. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Anyway.
But anyways, a comely MAGA influencer who racked up millions of followers with patriotic content of her posing in a bikini while ice fishing, drinking Coors Light, and shooting guns has been unmasked as an Indian man who put himself through med school on the proceeds of his trickery.
Damn. Remember that question about, is it gay to have sex with a female robot that's being controlled by like an Indian man? Like, this is like really close to that.
Well, is it gay to masturbate to pictures of an AI lady in a bikini that was made that were made by an Indian man?
No, that's what this is. But
Anyways,
it's close.
Sam, a 22-year-old orthopedic surgeon in training, told Wired that he got the idea to sell AI-generated images of a young woman in a bikini while scrounging for money in school, and trying to save up enough to emigrate to the US after graduation.
And buy his fake diploma.
Well, I mean, it sounds like he's actually getting a diploma. He's doing school right now. He turned to Google's Gemini AI for advice and decided to create a hot girl crafted specifically for the MAGA/conservative niche, after the software told him that the conservative audience, especially older men in the US, often has higher disposable income and is more loyal. According to Wired.
She really does have that 1,000-cock stare chat.
Yeah.
Like, never. Yeah, don't. Is there more? Okay, that's. Wait,
I think, yeah.
Oh, these are just other posts.
Correct. Public opinion, people who don't respect America should be kicked out over a great nation. Drop a flag if you agree.
Oh my god.
That's so funny. What's
that? God. That's so cringe.
Just a pretty picture with really fucked up teeth.
Right?
There's detectable problems.
She looks kind of like Amy Smart.
I can see it. Trump should tell all the illegals that he will give them citizenship if they vote Republican. See how fast Democrats want them out of the country. Let them out.
God, it's such basic bitch bullshit. I know this account too. I know about this account. Like, it's a really high-profile MAGA account.
Yeah. That's how Emily Hart was born. According to her profile, she was a registered nurse with Jennifer Lawrence looks, who offered red meat posts to lonely conservative men online. One post showed her firing a rifle with the caption, "If you want a reason to unfollow, Christ is king, abortion is murder, and all illegals must be deported." And, POV, you were assigned intelligent at birth, but you identify as liberal.
What? Okay. It's just slop. It's literally just It's just basic bitch engagement slop.
Sam told the magazine every day I'd write something pro-Christian, pro-Second Amendment, pro-life, anti-abortion, anti-woke, and anti-immigration. The account blew up, and Emily Hart had 10,000 followers within a month. Every reel he posted garnered millions of views and earned him more followers. He then cashed in on the AI model's appeal, selling MAGA-themed T-shirts and creating an account on the OnlyFans competitor FanView, where paid subscribers could access lewd AI-generated content.
Oh my god.
FanView has differentiated itself from OnlyFans by allowing AI-generated content on its platform, the outlet said. The move made him a mint, and Sam was sued, raking in thousands of dollars a month.
That's
Is this what all I need to do? Is this what I have to do, chat?
I guess so. Man, I didn't realize that there'd be a more cringe site than OnlyFans. But there it is, FanView. I'm glad I know, or not.
I was spending maybe 30 to 50 minutes of my day, and I was making good money for a medical student, you recalled. In India, even in professional jobs, you can't make this amount of money. I haven't seen an easier way to make money online. Valerie Wertschafter, a fellow at the Brookings Institution studying emerging tech and democracy, told the outlet that AI has made them, fake profiles, more believable, and there has perhaps been an amplification of it. You know what's sad? All of these, anti-pornography MAGA men, right? Being like, oh, yeah, I'll look at your fucking, I'll pay money to see you naked. Which reminds you, Jet, it's like, it doesn't matter which side of the field they're on. There's fucking retarded, gross people everywhere.
Oh god, yeah. And not to mention, like, the fucking, like, the trad wife grifter class on the right side of politics.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot of women grifting as, like, I'm a traditional housewife kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of cringe in MAGA influencer sphere.
The tech expert added that young MAGA women are more attention-grabbing, since most women ages 18 to 29 skew liberal. Despite MAGA fans making him rich, he still looks down on them, calling them super dumb. I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, stop
he said he
falling
also
for the
attempted to
slop.
make a liberal counterpart for Hart on Instagram, but Democrats know that it's AI slop, so they don't engage as much, he said. The MAGA crowd is made up of dumb people, like super dumb people, and they fall for it. It's just older people. Sam used Grok AI to generate nude photos of Hart and upload them to FanView, where fans sent him money for exclusive content and messages.
I was just gonna say, like, it just depends on, like, a lot of it. I mean, almost all of it. Like, simping is literally just a cry for affirmation. You know what I mean? Like, how many leftists and people on the right actually fell for, like, a lot of, like, the horrific like Iran war propaganda AI trash. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I saw, like, I'd see, like, this obvious, like, dog shit AI propaganda for Iran, and it has, like, over 100,000 likes on it. You know what I mean? And it's just like, how are people this fucking retarded? Like, there's just there's just retards everywhere. Cue, like, the Buzz Lightyear and Woody meme. Retards everywhere.
Yeah. It's just like it's not that, like, oh, liberals are smart, they can tell what's AI slop. It's not that. It's more so that if you're trying to beat a fucking liberal with a hot girl, you fucked up.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta beat him with a bear, dumbass.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyways, you did, Dan. I was basically doing nothing, he said, and it was just flooded with money. Hart's profile on Instagram, which requires creators to disclose whether their content is AI generated, was taken down by the platform in February for fraudulent activity, the outlet said. A Facebook account that Wired said remained online has been taken down since the article was published about Sam's scheme. The medical student added that he would have stopped posting content of Hart anyway. I don't feel like I was scamming people, Sam said. What?
That's what I was about to get to, because I was wondering if by the end of the article there's any thought of whether or not what he's doing is, like, morally right. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't help but notice that, like, it's like, yeah, I made this fake scam shit and they just gave me money for it and they're retards for doing it. Like, there's never a calling about, like, a thought, an internal thought of retrospection of, should I be doing this? You know what I mean? It never even occurred to him that maybe this isn't the right thing to do.
There it is. I don't feel like I was scamming people, Sam.
Yeah, and he just admits it that, no, I never even thought about any kind of moral angle to this. Like, it doesn't even enter his mind, the moral aspect of what he's doing. You know, it's just such typical fucking, Jeet scammer behavior.
I don't feel like I was scamming people. I had yet to truly begin. Yeah, that's true. He's not a full-grown Jeet yet.
Yeah, right? He's just a G. He has to earn the T in Jeet.
Yeah.
So
Well, I wouldn't call him a G either.
that's true.
That has good connotations. Oh, man. God. So fucking stupid.
Yeah, a lot of the people, I would say like the majority of the people who are falling for who get sucked into this these very very like older, less tech savvy like boomer types, that they think that the fact that they're on Twitter in the first place means that they're like ahead of like their generation in terms of like being like in the know on the technology, the very much how do you do fellow kids kind of thing. But they're the ones that are like falling for this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like I doubt that. I bet if you did an age demographic of the followers of this account, the people who like engage with this account the most, it would very heavily skew towards older guys. Like, and I'm not talking like my age. I'm talking like 60 plus.
Yeah.
And very little Gen Z are going after this fucking 1,000 cock stare slag, fucking.
Yeah.
So. And it's also like, of course, this wouldn't work in a liberal. Like, liberal memes have to be like paragraphs.
Yeah.
So of course it wouldn't work. Yeah. And the thing is, though, and it just one more thing about this is that Twitter recently actually did or is in the process of.
It's really funny. If you look at that picture, if you look at the flag behind her, it's not like properly on the fence. And what's even funnier is that why the fuck is there a gate there?
Oh yeah, why is there a gate there? This is just the stairs up to the porch.
Yeah.
That's true. That's funny. Let me see if I could find it. Is this? There's a mod. There's an ex developer. Here, let me just ask Grok really quick. Hang on. Give me like 20 seconds here to track this down.
India being a scammer is honest work that pays taxes.
There we go. I just asked the question. Give me a sec.
It's funny as I saw that account and so many copycats in Instagram and Threads. Oh yeah, there's loads of them. Like,
found it.
Chat. I honestly think the grand majority of like quote unquote like influencers for either side are just fucking.
So this guy.
Indians. Or Packies. Packies do it too.
So it's this guy. His name is Nikita Bier. He's like an ex-developer. And he says revising their developer API policy will no longer allow apps that reward users for posting on X, aka InfoFi, led to a tremendous amount of AI slop and reply spam on the platform. We revoked API access. But if you go to this guy's account, let me see here. For this creator payout cycle, we're experimenting with new tools to identify original authors of content and allocating a portion of revenue to them. Over the last few months, we've seen incredible work from original creators on X. Nick Shirley uncovered billions of dollars of fraud in hospice care. Charles Curran parodied global events with studio quality videos. Will Manidis earned acclaim for his insightful articles on technology and AI. Reports, reposts, and commentary will always be a core pillar of X, but our revenue sharing program should incentivize original, high quality content that brings new value to the timeline. This means rewarding the effort it takes to produce something, not just the poster who helped it travel the furthest. This is how so whenever you see like let me click on the replies here. Let's see. Yeah, it's like oh god, I'm not seeing the montage. But there's a lot of people, whenever you see it, like, you'll see like the red siren, and it'll be like boom or breaking or just in. You know what I mean? And then you'll see like the exact same post over and over and over again from all of these slop repost accounts. And they get tons of engagement, and they're literally just reposting the exact same shit, that original content that other people are making, and that's all they do.
Yeah.
And this right here is, they're basically like they're gonna take away monetization of that kind of content. So
how?
Let me see here. Let me go to another account real quick for a sec, because I'm gonna keep this one. Yeah, got it. See if I can find the post now. Da, 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 da. No. Come on. Oh, come on. I'm choking, I can't find it on the
Neck.
Anyway, there's the Lotus Eaters actually did a good segment on it called like Total Anti-Slop Victory. Where they cover it. You can find it on YouTube. But they go over, you know, the whole like montages of the same account. Basically just they repost original content, and then they just say the quote is just red siren and then like the word boom or something like that, and that's it. It's like Twitter's version of like freebooting. You know what freebooting is? Yeah. Like you get this in like you get this in like YouTube Shorts a lot, and TikTok, where like someone will just like they'll film like a little 10-second intro and be like, "This guy just did something really amazing. Check it out." And then they'll just post someone else's original content short. Right? And then they're like, and subscribe for more. Like, it's literally just like taking someone else's original content, you know, saying like, "Oh, this was a funny thing," you know, and then posting it as your own. Basically, that's freebooting. Like the quartering is notorious for doing this in his shorts. So yeah, it's ridiculous, and this is basically what like the equivalent of that, but on X, and they're like trying to clamp down on that basically and like unmonetize. They literally are like flagging the system to like detect the red siren, the usage of the red siren, because that's what all the accounts use. They all use that red siren. So that's like one of the ways we're going to detect it, because they all follow the same kind of MOs. So they're going to train the algorithm to like detect that MO, and then just, you know, that post is not monetized. So anyway,
my phone just gave me a notification
of
for apparently Africa is like splitting apart.
What?
Did you know that? Were you aware of this?
You mean like geologically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called the East Africa Rift System. It's a three-pronged. There's like three zones where it's like splitting apart. Yeah.
Okay. Well, apparently scientists just discovered that's happening much faster than originally anticipated.
Okay, it's
So it'll be separate continents in like 1 to 5 million years.
Yeah, it's where the where Africa, like the Ethiopian, I can't remember the name of the strait, but it's between Saudi Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula, and East Africa. Like, that's one of the legs, and then there's another leg that is basically follows the Arabian Peninsula on the southeast side, and then the third leg just cuts like right into the African continent going to the southwest. So like the whole like like southeastern eastern section, basically, of the continent is like splitting apart from the rest of the continent. It's called the East African Rift Zone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks, geology man.
You're welcome. I'm actually surprised that I remember as much as I do, because that was such a long time ago.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised too. Like you started just listing like the names
Yeah.
of things in the article I just read, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well, the other funny thing, like similarly, like America is kind of splitting apart too, but in a different way. You know the San Andreas Fault?
Yes.
So the San Andreas Fault in California, it's an interesting fault because it's a rare fault. It's called a strike slip fault. Like typically, like everybody's like, man, I wish that the San Andreas Fault would just like make, just activate and make California disappear. But that's never going to happen because your typical, you have your what's called a normal fault, which is when two plates are pulling away from each other. You have a thrust fault or a reverse fault, which is two plates that are pushing into each other and one's going over the other. Or you have what's called a strike slip fault, which is two plates that are moving side by side to each other. Okay. And if you want California to disappear, you would want it to be a thrust fault, because that would mean that the California is literally disappearing underneath Nevada, right? But that's not what it is. It's a strike slip fault. So the western part of California, the part that has like LA and San Diego on it, are on one side of the fault, and that's the side that's moving northward slowly. And San Francisco, interestingly, sits on the east side of the fault because the fault actually cuts off into the ocean further to the north. And so in like however many millions of years from now, Los Angeles is going to combine with San Francisco.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, it's a one like giant mega shithole basically.
I have a question, right? So, because this moves by a matter of like an inch a year, essentially, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So
an inch and a half.
If you were to build a structure, right, like say a train system, in between those two places, would it fall apart within like a couple years? Just from cracks developing, from it literally condensing into itself?
Not necessarily. It could. Like a great example of this actually happening is in Las Vegas. So the Strip in Las Vegas actually follows a fault called the Las Vegas Fault. And some of the casinos along the Strip are built straddling this fault. To the point where I think it's the MGM. Let me verify real quick. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Like Las Vegas Hotel. It's actually one of the reasons that what's the tower called? The tower in Las Vegas. What's the name of that tower? Las Vegas Tower Hotel. Stratosphere. The Stratosphere Hotel. It's got three. The tower is built out of three curved pillars.
Okay.
And one of those legs has actually sunk a little bit due to subsidence along the fault zone. And so that tower is actually slightly tilted. Because
if you build say like a bridge, for example, right, from one side of the fault to the other, right, with one side of that bridge moving an inch a year, that would break stuff.
Yeah, it's not just a matter of like the whole thing just splits apart over the course of a year, though. It's much more chaotic than that, I guess you can say. And when they do build infrastructure like that, they will do seismic studies and stuff like that and look for points of stability, essentially, and build in stable areas. But like I know that like I can't find it right at the moment, but I know that there's one of the hotels in Las Vegas. It's shaped like a 3-pronged star. Like there's a central area, and then there's like 3 hotel wings, right? And one of the wings had moved, was on the other side of the fault, or a fault. I don't know if it's a Las Vegas fault, but it's a fault. And it moved enough where they basically had to put ramps on every single floor transitioning across the fault because of how much difference in elevation there was. I know that the Luxor, the pyramid-shaped Egypt-themed hotel, was only supposed to last for about 12 years because it was built so close to the fault that it was expected to basically be forced to be demolished due to fault movement damage after 12 years, but that actually didn't end up happening, and they got lucky, and it's still operating today, and it's totally fine. So it's hard to know, you know. There's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to, you know, what a fault's going to do over time. So strike slip fault.
So my house starts shaking. Sorry,
Nick. Sorry.
Sorry, we rubbed on you. Exit fault.
But yeah, they do. There's, you know, land assessments is historical.
They put a banana peel under their foot, and then you tell them it's their fault.
I'll tell you right now that, like, I would say like a good 2/3 of the world has been geologically mapped, which means they've mapped like where the faults are, what the different formations are, at least at a large scale. Maybe not at like a fine scale, but at least at a large scale. Like if you went to a random point on Earth and look for a geologic map to show you where the faults are on the different formations, you could probably find them. So they know where the faults are. And the thing, it's like the fault isn't just one crack that just continuously goes from one spot to another. Like it's much more dynamic than that. So
well, yeah, it's like plates, right?
Well, it's a whole bunch of little faults that kind of follow the same general path. So yeah, it's complicated. But the reason I was getting into it, because you're talking about the continent was pulling apart. You know, if you look at a map of Nevada, Nevada has all of these mountains and valleys that are oriented north-south. So, like, if you go east-west across the state, it's like you're just going from over a mountain into a valley, over a mountain into a valley. And you do that like 7 or 8 times, depending on where in the state you are. And that's because of strike slip motion along the San Andreas. That is, you know, because of like the irregularity of the fault line, if you get like, let's say you have 2 plates that are going against each other. One's moving up, the other one's moving down, or let's say one's rotating clockwise against another plate. But let's say you get like a little nick in that boundary that juts out a little bit, right? And then it goes back. Well, that jut out, right? That's gonna, if the plates are rotating against each other, that jut out is gonna basically split apart as the plate moves, right? And that's going to form a basin where that split happens, and we call that a pull apart basin. And that's what all of those valleys in Nevada are. They're all in mountains. Those are all pull apart valleys from the San Andreas motion over time. So, yeah. Anyway, enough geology. You know me, Chad. I can go on for a while about geology.
I kind of just snuck in a story in there.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay.
See, an
Afghan refugee arrested in France for violently raping sheep and goats. So a 19-year-old Afghan refugee has been arrested in France over a series of brutal rapes of sheep and goats that were found tied up and bleeding. This is not the same Afghan refugee who raped.
Why do they have to also fuck him up? Why can't you just fuck the goat? Why do you have to like cut it and shit? What the fuck is wrong with you?
This is not to be confused, by the way, with the Afghan refugee who raped a cat in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah, different Afghans. More than one. You ever notice how like the Muslim religion is so obviously basically just like a sex cult made up by a warlord to convince ugly, retarded desert dwellers to kill for his cause?
Yeah.
Like, it's really obvious that that's what it is. You know? Like, I need, you know, like, I'm a warlord who wants to, like, take over the world, and I need to convince all these, you know, idiot sand-dwelling, you know, morons to, like, fight for me to the death. So I'm going to promise them the thing that they've never gotten to have, which is just, like, and they never will have here on Earth, which is just, like, and what they want, because they're basically retarded barbarians, which is just endless sex with whatever they want to have. You know what I mean? Which is why paradise, and heaven for men is literally, sex slaves. There's like it's a race. It's literally like an angelic race called the Hori, and they're literally just sex slaves, like hairless sex slaves that the Muslim men get to rape all day and all night, and the women, they get to live in a palace filled with all kinds of material goods and slaves that will do whatever they want for them. Like, so like paradise for Muslims is literally just slaves. It's literally just slaves. Like, that's what paradise for Muslims is. It's a religion for barbaric goat fuckers and materialistic retarded twats. And it needs to be obliterated from the planet.
Hell yeah, say a slur now.
Sand niggers.
There you go. Peak.
The owners of Educational Farm Refuge Dune Moment in. I know, I said that after a big long silence, so it's very easily clippable now. See ya, chat. It was a good run. The owners of Educational Farm Le Refuge Dune Moment in Le Pen Mirab near Marseille in the country's south began finding their animals in distress and showing signs of sexual abuse in February, and then again later that month and in March. Some of the animals were found with their legs bound and with genital injuries and lacerations. And that's the thing, like, it's evil enough.
5-month-old lamb
Was abused so severely on March 31st that it almost died. The owners of that farm set up cameras and were shocked to see a man carrying out violent sex acts with some of the animals. A police anti-crime brigade, BAC, why isn't it an ACB? Whatever. Unit then caught the alleged perpetrator in the act on April 10th, arrested him, and charged him with animal cruelty.
It says BAC because it's French.
It's a translated, yeah.
So it's probably like,
it's like Brigada de Anti-Crime or something, whatever. Yeah,
exactly.
Did he only get charged with animal cruelty? He faced court on April 13th, where prosecutors said that the man's DNA matched semen found in the 6 animals he is accused of raping, and asked that he be kept in custody. The 19-year-old, who entered France in November 2025 and was living in a shelter in Marseille while awaiting a residency permit, denied the abuse through an English interpreter.
Have your DNA, retard. I
swear to God, any fucking person who enters a courtroom accused of something and needs an interpreter should just be deported immediately. He will remain in pretrial detention until his trial on June 22nd. The owners of the nonprofit Educational Farm, which is home to 250 abandoned or mistreated animals, including horses, cows, llamas, sheep, goats, and chickens for children to visit, have started an online fundraiser to cover their veterinary and legal expenses. So, yeah, just Afghans being Afghans. Remember, chat, that both the UK and American armies were told by the higher-ups to ignore the rape against children and animals that the Afghani soldiers were committing during the Iraq conflict, because we couldn't lose them as an ally in the conflict. Those are the Afghans that the UK government is currently trying to import en masse into the UK, because they owe them the security. Yeah. There's a lot of people that deserve to die, chat. A lot of people. Okay.
He's only 19 too. God. Fucking hate them.
I do too.
So
I guess,
much.
like I said, there's a lot of people that deserve death. And not like a kind, humane death. Like a brutal, public, heinous death.
Oh yeah, they should honestly fucking like hang this guy publicly and have.
That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do. They whenever there's a woman, like if a woman is convicted and sentenced to death in like Iran, they are forcibly raped by Iranian IRGC soldiers, so that they are denied entry into paradise upon their death. Like, that's how fucking like unimaginably evil these people are, and and Western governments are like, come on in. Which to me, honestly,
it's fucking mind-boggling, dude.
It's mind-boggling how many evil people there are in this world, and how many people just deserve heinous death. It's like, it's crazy. Okay, let's move on to sciencey stuff. Lost God of the Nile, a massive circular temple, was discovered at Pelusium. I need to zoom in on this because it's very tiny. That's what she said. A groundbreaking archaeological discovery is shedding new light on the ancient city of Pelusium, once a vital gateway between Egypt and the Eastern Mediterranean world. After 6 years of excavation at Tel El Farma, an Egyptian archaeological mission has uncovered the remains of a rare circular temple.
What do I tell El Farma? Stop charging me so much money for drugs, please.
See you later, Junebug. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. Remains of a rare circular temple dedicated to the local deity Pelusius, a little-known god whose identity appears closely tied to the natural forces of the Nile. The discovery, officially announced by Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, is being described as a major scientific breakthrough. Researchers say it significantly reshapes current understanding of the city's religious landscape and highlights the diversity of belief systems that existed outside the well-known pantheon of major Egyptian gods. Oh no! Is Egypt getting the history revisionist, diversity has always been a part of our history shit that's about to happen? Is Egypt about to get hit with that shit? We've always had, heathen religions in our place. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that. It's more so that, here's the thing, right? You have to remember, Egypt was, conquered and taken over multiple times in its history, and Egypt's religions shifted many times in its history.
Yeah.
Egypt was Christian when the Muslims took over Egypt. They didn't believe in the Egyptian gods that they did back in ancient times. They were Christian. Christianity tore through all of northern Africa.
Yeah, the Coptics. These are the Coptic Christians.
Yeah.
For decades, Pelusium has been recognized primarily for its military and commercial importance. However, this new find suggests that the city was also a center of unique and locally rooted religious practices, offering a more complex picture of life on Egypt's eastern frontier. At the center of the newly uncovered structure lies a vast circular basin measuring approximately 35 meters in diameter. Jeez, that's 120, 130 feet? Making one of the most unusual temple layouts discovered in Egypt. Unlike traditional temples, which typically follow rigid axial planes aligned with processional pathways, this structure is organized around a large open water feature. The basin was connected to a branch of the Nile, allowing it to be regularly filled with silt-rich water. This connection would have required careful hydraulic planning and suggests that water was not simply decorative but essential to the temple's function. The presence of Nile silt within the basin reinforces the idea that the rituals performed here were closely linked to natural cycles. Scholars believe that the deity Pelusius derives its name from the Greek word pelos, meaning mud or clay. This linguistic connection directly ties the god to the fertile sediment deposited by the Nile, which was fundamental to agriculture and survival in ancient Egypt. As such, the temple may have symbolized themes of fertility, renewal, and the cyclical regeneration of life. Surrounding the central basin is a sophisticated system of channels and cisterns designed to regulate the flow and drainage of water. These features demonstrated a high level of engineering knowledge and suggest that the temple was carefully designed to support controlled water-based activities. The integration of hydraulic systems into a religious structure indicates that water played a central role in ritual practices. Archaeologists believe that ceremonies conducted at the site may have involved the filling and draining of the basin, possibly symbolizing purification, rebirth, or seasonal renewal connected to the Nile's annual flooding cycle. At the heart of the basin stands a square platform, likely used to support a large cult statue of the deity. The positioning of this platform within the water feature suggests that the god may have been symbolically associated with emerging from or presiding over the life-giving waters. Multiple entrance points from the east, south, and west provided controlled access to the sacred space, while the heavily damaged northern section hints at the structure's long exposure to environmental and human impact. You know what my cynical ass was thinking? Is that the central pedestal is where the sacrifices happened, and they just flooded it with water to wash away all of the fucking blood.
Lamau, I was just thinking they maybe could have just used this as a way to actually just, like, harvest the fucking silt without...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like,
that's what I was thinking. I was like, this just sounds like a really simple automatic silt collection system.
Yeah,
or
because...
not automatic, near-automatic silt collection system. Where they just let it accumulate over time in a place where they know they can easily gather it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you let water, water with the silt, because silt stays suspended in water very easily. Like,
yeah. So you
let
it in and then drain it.
You let it in. You let the water still. The silt settles. You collect the silt. You dredge the silt away, and then you dump it and restart it again. And because there's nothing. Like, silt is incredibly rich with like minerals and like it's like miracle grow. So if you're trying to farm and stuff like that, silt is a very valuable resource. So there's a very
I was thinking immediately. I was like, this doesn't feel religious to me. I mean, I can see how they would tie religion into it, just because back then
everything was tied to religion. Yeah,
everything was religious somehow, right? And people oftentimes showed their gratefulness to the gods they believed gave them all these things, right? In the devices that they built to, harvest these things.
It could have been primarily a functional structure with that just had like a statue of water or farming or whatever in the middle as like a blessing, just a blessing statue basically. Yeah, exactly. But it's primarily
that's what to me.
One of the most also like Egyptians were Egyptians like big? I don't think they were like super big into like human sacrifice, were they?
No.
Or, I don't like that's very much more like Aztec, like Western hemispherical ancient tribes and stuff. We're like big into human sacrifice.
Quote unquote.
Oh my god, people think that we're a couple again. One of the most remarkable aspects of the temple is its architectural style, which reflects a blending of multiple cultural traditions. The structure incorporates elements of ancient Egyptian religious architecture alongside influences from Hellenistic and Roman design, creating a unique hybrid form. This fusion is not unexpected given Pelusium's... I was going to say that's purely a result of geographical location. Positioned at the crossroads of Egypt and the broader Mediterranean world.
Slaves into their pharaoh's tomb so they wouldn't be lonely, but that's about it.
Yeah, that is true. If a pharaoh died, they would basically bury them they would kill the pharaoh's slaves and have the slaves all buried with the pharaoh. Like that was a normal thing. But yeah, you're right. It wasn't like the Aztecs were just like carving out people's hearts and decapitating them at the top of temples by the dozen every fucking day, As a frontier city, it was exposed to waves of cultural interaction, trade, and political change. The temple's design appears to embody this interaction, merging local traditions with external influences in a single sacred space. Archaeological evidence indicates that the site remained in use from the 2nd century BCE until the 6th century CE, spanning nearly 800 years. This long period of use suggests that the temple retained its importance even as political power shifted from the Ptolemaic kingdom to Roman rule in later periods, reflecting a remarkable continuity of religious practice. Or
it's not religious.
Yeah, or because of its usefulness for gathering silt for farming. So, like, no matter what religion you follow, that's a useful function for you. So,
yeah. That's probably why you can't find the fucking statue.
Maybe. When excavations first began in 2019, archaeologists uncovered only a small portion of the circular structure, constructed primarily from red brick. Based on its shape and location, it was initially interpreted as a civic building, possibly a council chamber or administrative space. However, as excavation work progressed over several seasons, more of the structure was revealed, exposing its full circular layout and complex internal features. The discovery of water channels, basins, and ritual elements began to challenge the original interpretation. Further analysis, including comparisons with similar architectural forms from the Hellenistic and Roman worlds, led researchers to reconsider the building's function. Consultations with international experts ultimately confirmed that the structure was not civic in nature, but rather a sacred complex designed for religious ceremony centered around water. I mean, appeal to authority, I guess, here, but I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
Historically, Pelusium occupied a strategic position on Egypt's eastern frontier, near the Mediterranean coast and the Nile Delta. Its location made it both a defensive stronghold and a key point of connection between Egypt and neighboring regions. For centuries, the city served as Egypt's first line of defense against invasions from the east. It witnessed numerous military campaigns and sieges, playing a critical role in protecting the country from external threats. Its fortifications and strategic location made it one of the most important military centers in ancient Egypt. At the same time, Pelusium functioned as a major trade hub, facilitating the movement of goods and ideas between Egypt and the wider Mediterranean world. Commodities such as flax and beer were exported from the city, while cultural influences flowed in, contributing to its diverse and dynamic character. Let's see. Worship was dominated by well-known deities. Pelusium appears to have developed its own local traditions shaped by geography, trade, and cultural exchange. Temple's unusual focus on water combined with the circular design suggests that rituals performed here may have been closely tied to natural cycles such as the Nile's flooding and agricultural renewal, or that's, flooding season was just when it was also silt collecting season.
Yeah.
I swear to God, a lot of these archaeologists
use that to renew your agriculture.
yeah, exactly. As excavations continue, archaeologists expect to uncover further details.
For years, a tendency of just running with their own ideas.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
they have a habit of being like, "Oh, I'm the expert," and I know this is for this, and that's just what it is. Fuck you, I discovered it. It's like,
and it's not the only field. In fact, I would say most science fields have this problem, where you get main character syndrome. Or I came up with this brand new theory, so I'm gonna make sure that it dominates and it gets proven correct, and I'm gonna engage in selection bias and all whatever bias is necessary to make sure that my theory wins, that kind of stuff. And you see this hugely in the paleontology field. The history of paleontology is fucking psychotic. So.
I'm not an archaeologist. I'm not an Egyptologist by any fucking means, right? But, from what they explained for their reasoning on why they think it's ceremonial, it's unless there's something that they didn't say in the article, unless there's something that they missed, this doesn't sound ceremonial.
Yeah, it sounds like
it sounds like a really useful building.
They said it's farming season, time to go collect silt. Let's pray for a good silt bounty this year to whatever, the Pelusia's god, whatever, and it doesn't go more beyond that,
Yeah, no, it's they do it to, close tied to the natural cycles, such as Nile's flooding, agricultural renewal. It's just the ritual. If by ritual you mean ritual work, then I guess.
Yeah. But anyway, speaking of beer, because it did mention that flaxseed and beer were exported from the city. This is a very, very shitty segue.
Oh yeah, especially like if it's like a city that's known for like exporting stuff, you can bet they're probably exporting the stuff that they're getting from the Nile further inland.
Oh, I'm sure. But archaeologists discover a 4,000-year-old beer receipt, tattling a staggering amount of booze. They basically found a fucking an ancient drunkard's tab. That's what they found. They partied like it was 1999 BC. People were enjoying libations with coworkers long before the modern-day office soiree. Danish researchers potentially discovered the world's oldest beer tab, inscribed on a 4 millennia-old clay tablet, as well as text concerning anti-witchcraft rituals and ancient rulers, per a study entitled Hidden Treasures, the National Museum's Cuneiform Collection. The researchers
wait. I'm just imagining, like, they have, like, a tab for each person, and then every time that's like, all right, this guy's drinking beer, all right, let me put the tab in the water. I'll watch that when he bought it at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's like, get me the chisel, Bob. Clink! One more.
well, because they didn't do it with chisels. It's clay. You wet it, and then when it's soft is when you press into it.
Right, okay.
You don't chisel it.
Right?
Right?
So it says many of them dated back thousands of years and were etched in cuneiform and other languages that have long been extinct. For the first time ever, the researchers deciphered these cryptic glyphs, finding, among other things, a 4,000-year-old record of beer that was used as payment in the ancient city of Umma in what is now southern Iraq. There are several texts, as the National Museum of Denmark included in our volume, that mention beer being used as payment to workers. They are therefore administrative documents or receipts. Supplied by a name named Ayali, the Hall of Giggle Juice comprised 16 liters of high-quality beer and 55 liters of ordinary beer. These party favors were reportedly slated to be divided among a coalition of workers, potentially for the ancient equivalent of a booze-fueled office bash. This find might seem anachronistic, but Arbol pointed out that the beer was presumably high in nutrition and considered an integral part of how these earliest urbanized populations lived.
Yeah, old beer was not just... First off, it was fucking warm. They didn't drink it cold. And second off, there was a lot of nutritional value in it.
Yeah.
It was basically just liquid bread when you really think about it.
Yeah. Tate Pollitt, an assistant history professor at North Carolina State University, wrote that the beer was ubiquitous throughout Mesopotamia, the historical region that encompasses modern-day Iraq and Syria. It's just fermentation. Like, you can fucking ferment a ton of shit. Of course, beer was the beverage of choice in Mesopotamia. In fact, to be in Mesopotamia was to drink beer. Unlike a modern-day IPA or Pilsner, however, this yield suds wasn't fermented from hops, but rather brewed using fermented bread or honey and dates. Yeah. You use whatever, like, the common crop is. Like, whiskey is wheat. You know? Like, it's just... sake is rice. Fermented rice. It's just... let's see. Consumed by sipping through a straw, this age-old lager was milky and porridge-like. Right, yeah. That's true. Milky and porridge-like, and tasted sour and tangy with notes of wet clay. Well... Yeah,
it's essentially like the old-school stouts is essentially like what they are. Okay,
that makes sense. This rough draft was also much less boozy than its modern-day counterpart, clocking it at 3.5 to 6.5% alcohol.
That's about as boozy as modern-day alcohol.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what? That's standard modern.
Yeah.
What?
Modern-day alcohols are around 5%. That's perfect. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, even like the watered-down shit is like 3.
Yeah, like, does it mean like liquor? This person doesn't know anything about alcohol. Actually, just in general, the person writing this article doesn't know anything about beer.
Ancient Mesopotamia. Yeah, they're just like they think that all these like lager and stuff like that. They think these are all synonyms. It's like, no, like lager, ale, these are all different things. That's why they're different words. Ancient Mesopotamian civilizations had been recording transactions and other important info on stone tablets as early as 5,200 years ago, helping accelerate their advancement by paving the way for advanced bureaucracy. Well, yeah, it also makes sense, like, to pay in beer because, like, you know, bartering was a lot more common back then too. You know.
Sorry.
Oh my God, that's actually good. There was a need to keep track of the advanced societies that were being built. We have found a large number of cuneiform tablets containing practical information, such as accounts and lists of goods and personnel. It is therefore not surprising that one of the tablets of the National Museum's collection contains something as commonplace as a very old receipt for beer. But beer bills weren't the only stone docks found in the aforementioned treasure trove. Arbold noted another tablet found in the Syrian city of Hama that contained a so-called anti-witchcraft ritual that took an entire night and involved burning various wax and clay figurines while an exorcist recited incantations. This custom was of enormous importance to the royal authority in Assyria because it had the remarkable ability to ward off misfortunes, such as political instability that might befall a king, the researcher declared. Other docs of the collection included a list of both real-life and mythical kings, including one that suggested that Gilgamesh was an actual historical figure. Interesting. Well, there you go. Yeah, but that's like you said, it totally makes sense. Like, that beer would be used as a commodity. The same way that, like, back in ancient Japan, rice was used as a commodity. Like, rice grains were currency for a time in Japan. It wasn't for very long.
In a lot of places, it's like, in the absence of things like money, you just give them what you would buy with money, which is primarily food.
Yeah,
They didn't have rent back then. Everyone built their own fucking house wherever the fuck they could claim.
I mean, the rice was literally a currency in Japan, like, pretty much from a very long time ago, like more than 1,000 years ago, up until like the Meiji Restoration. Like, so, like, there's all kinds of things that were used as currency.
Yeah.
Because back then they didn't have fiat currency back then in ancient times. All currency was like actual commodity based, you know?
Yeah.
So you would, depending on where you were in the world, whatever was abundant to be used as a currency was used as a currency. So in this case, in Mesopotamia, you got beer.
Rice, so they put you in rice.
Yeah, exactly. So totally makes sense. It's still cool though. It was a law that if a beer maid sold a batch of beer, she could be a bad batch of beer. She could be put to death. Oh, damn.
Women had it rough for a long time.
And then this is one that Pay sent me just a day or so ago. Archaeologists stunned to find copy of Homer's Iliad inside ancient Egyptian mummy.
Why are you stunned?
Did I say stunned?
No. I'm saying, like, why is the archaeologist stunned?
Archaeologists have found a papyrus copy of Homer's Iliad in the gut of an ancient Egyptian mummy. The first time ever that a Greek literary text has been found incorporated into the preservation process. I think that's what was like stunned them, is the fact that it was like a part of like the mummy's wraps, basically.
Yeah, that is crazy.
The discovery has big implications for our knowledge of funerary practices and religious life in ancient Egypt. Or maybe they just ran out of material. The papyrus fragment was discovered in the abdomen of a mummy buried in a Roman era tomb in... Oh, Jesus. What the fuck?
In the abdomen?
In the abdomen of a mummy. So that sounds like it wasn't used like as like the wrap. It was used as part of like the embalming process, maybe? I don't know. Oxyrhynchus, about 1,600 years ago. Oxyrhynchus, noted in the pharaonic times as Per-Majad, it was one of the most important cities of Greco-Roman Egypt. Its remains are in the present-day town of Al-Bashana, about 190 kilometers south of Cairo, next to the branch of the Nile known as Bar Yusuf. Researchers from the Institute of Ancient Near East Studies at the University of Barcelona found the mummy during a recent excavation campaign carried out between November and December 2025. They found the mummy featured an unusual element, a papyrus placed on the abdomen as part of the embalming ritual. Oh, I was right. It was used for the embalming. Okay. Egyptian mummies from this period have previously been found to carry papyri written in Greek, but they have all carried texts of magical or ritualistic content. The discovery of the Iliad papyrus marks the first time that a Greek literary text has been found in the embalming context, researchers wrote. The epic poem, divided into 24 books, is attributed to Homer and dates back to 800 BC. It mainly focuses on the Trojan War, the heroic deeds, and the tragic fate of Achilles, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we all know about Achilles and Agamemnon, etc., etc. Greek culture and mythology. Okay, they identified Iliad text of the recent dig belongs to the catalog of ships in Book 2 of the epic poem. It contains a famous passage listing the Greek forces massing before Troy. Researchers said that they were unsure why this particular Greek text was chosen for the mummified process. Again, maybe they just
could have run out.
Maybe
he was a fan. Maybe he was a big fan.
Yeah, it's not like they had like a whole bunch of not like they had like a giant library of fiction to read.
Can you imagine if the Greeks were around today and they're fucking burying their fucking women with like fucking like yaoi pages like a manga? It was her favorite,
Fucking cuckold manga and shit being buried with. Let's see. Roman era mummification and Oxyrhynchus combined traditional Egyptian, Greek, and Roman customs. Ancient Egyptian priests of the time focused on preserving bodies for over 40 days, using natron salt to dehydrate them and wrapping them up in linen. Instead of using traditional canopic jars to preserve organs, they preferred to pack what?
Wendy, I just said. I said that is super fair.
At a monopoly on beer making of beer and 2 servings of beer was an acceptable daily wage for paid workers, so bad beer was the same as forgery. Oh, yeah. Or just non-payment of your workers. That's interesting. That's actually a really good context. I like that we have a smart chat. They preferred to pack the body with preserved materials along with papyri containing Greek literature sealed with clay inside the chest and pelvic cavity.
You said that mummy was Roman era when the Macedonians ruled Egypt. Macedonians who probably read Homer like boomers read Tom Clancy.
Coffins of wrapping frequently displayed a mixture of Egyptian and Roman motifs. That's my thing. It's like back then, like a copy of the Iliad was just like a copy of the Harry Potter book. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? You know what I mean? Yeah.
It's like, they're just fans. It's a real big fan.
Says until now, their content was mainly magical, the papyri, at least. Furthermore, it was noted that since the late 19th century, a huge number of papyri had been discovered at Oxyrhynchus, including Greek literary texts of great importance, but the real novelty is finding a literary papyrus in a funerary context. I think you're right. I think he was just a fan. So far, excavations at Oxyrhynchus have revealed 3 limestone chambers containing Roman-era mummies and decorated wooden sarcophagi. Previous campaigns in the ancient city led to the discovery of 52 Ptolemaic-era mummies, of which over a dozen had golden tongues, a symbol of preparation for the afterlife. So, there you go. He was a fan. Nothing more to it.
This was when?
Well, that's.
I'm trying to think of like how old like the Iliad was at this time.
So
this was around 1600 years ago.
1600 years ago, yeah. So and then 800 BC would be 20.
Yeah, dude, the Iliad was fucking like
way before.
Yeah, way before. So this wouldn't be like Harry Potter. This would still be like an ancient, awesome story to them.
To them, yeah, exactly. You know what this reminds me of? Remember that story of they found that statue? They found that statue that was like built into the wall of that ancient structure. And everybody's like, oh man, it means that like all this stuff. It's like, or they just needed a stone to fill that spot, and the statue happened to be there, and it was just rotting in the basement, and they needed a stone, and so they used it. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, you know, the fact that the door is red doesn't mean anything. Sometimes the door is red because the door is red. You know, sometimes, you know, not everything has to be symbolic of something. There's not symbology in absolutely everything. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like you said, he probably just really liked the Iliad, so they used a piece of the Iliad parchment or papyri to bury him with. They needed a stone, and they had a statue lying around, so they used that instead because they didn't have stone at the time, so they used that instead. Like, you know, there doesn't have to be like some kind of amazing symbology to every fucking thing that changes the course of the knowledge as we know it, like all these articles claim.
Yeah.
It's like I think archaeologists do have the tendency to treat like these ancient people like they were just like worshiping their gods 24/7, and like everything that they did had religious connotations and stuff like that. And it's like, no,
for me or something. It's like no,
most of them are just going about their lives like normal people do. You know, like not everything has got to be some kind of religious symbol. It's almost kind of dehumanizing. You know what I mean? Like they don't treat ancient people like people. You know? Like,
yeah, it's just like they were all scholars and they were all, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's yeah. They kind of I feel like this is a thing that a lot of scientists fall prey to, where they kind of like they clinicize everything, you know. They kind of like forget about the human element of their research.
Yeah.
So, and I think that, you know, we've seen it a lot, you know, in these stories that we cover, how like, yeah, I think that's coming out here. We see that a lot in these kinds of articles.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
the
talk
last
about.
One's a great example as well. Like something, it's like, you know, maybe it was just for work.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it was just because we need silt, and we know that the Nile River floods every year. So what if we
and
just
also, yeah, and trying to gather the silt from the Nile is fucking dangerous as shit.
Yeah, because there's crocodiles and shit in there. Well, and shit, you know, and like, what if we built something that filtered out the shit and the crocodiles and allowed the silt to settle, and then we can collect the silt like in large quantities with ease and with in safety. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
It's just like
it doesn't have to be more complicated than that.
Again, I'm not the authority on like, you know, Egyptology, but I feel like it's a great time to, you know, pull out fucking, was it Occam's razor?
Yeah. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one.
It really just seems like common sense.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, yes, maybe, yeah. I'm sure that, like, because it was also common practice to like bless things. You know, you have because you had a god for everything. You know what I mean? So it's like you're doing a thing. There's probably a god for it, and you like pray to that god when you're doing that thing. Fair enough. You know, and yeah, okay, you have Hellenistic, you know, Greeks and Roman pantheon, Greek pantheon, Egyptian pantheon. You know, you have all these pantheons converging in this one spot. So you're going to get a lot of different, you know, weird religious mishmashes going on and stuff like that. But in the end, they're just asking for blessings on their silt. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be more complicated than that. It's like blessings on their silt they built a complex that reliably produces silt on a reliable schedule because it's based off of the Nile's flooding, you know, seasons and stuff like that.
Yep. So you always know when you're going to have more silt.
Yeah, and we can, you know, and we build like a little gate so that the crocodiles don't flow into the basin. You know, it doesn't have to be that complicated. It doesn't have to be like this religious monument. Not everything is a monument or some symbolic thing. Sometimes things are just structurally functional things, and that's it. Okay, let's talk about bees.
Bees?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this.
This is yours.
Scientists found 5.5 million bees! We found out where they went, Chad. They're not going extinct. They're just going underground.
I know, right?
Living beneath a New York cemetery.
I don't want bees coming out of the grass. That sounds fucking terrifying.
I love the zoom in.
Yeah, it's just
completely bullshit zoom in. Like, yeah, here in this grass is a bee coming out of sand.
Out of sand, yeah.
Right here in this grass.
This might be one of my favorite images ever. This is such a good YouTube thumbnail right here. It's just pointing at just a random spot in the grass.
Yeah. Right here where they're standing buried, under there, there's sand, and in that sand, there's bees.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny.
Millions of buried creatures burst forth each spring from beneath the soil of a cemetery in Ithaca, New York. It's not the return of the living dead. It's one of the world's largest aggregations of ground nesting bees, ravenous for pollen.
Read James Craig's comment.
Bees! That's amazing. I love that. Thank you. Entomologists at Cornell University estimate that East Lawn Cemetery is home to around 5.5 million individual regular miner bees. A species that does not live in a colonial hive, as honeybees do, but instead spends most of its life in solitude in underground burrows.
That's interesting. I didn't know that there were non-hive dwelling bees. That's interesting.
I didn't know either. They were already a known inhabitant of the cemetery, with records of the species' presence dating back to 1935. It wasn't until 2021 that the full scale of this nearby bee aggregation became apparent. Rachel Fortesy, a technician at a Cornell entomology lab, discovered the massive nesting aggregation after finding a sneaky free parking spot a few blocks from campus. While crossing the cemetery grounds on her way to work one spring, she was able to capture a jar full of bees to show her colleagues that this site might be worth checking out. How do I prove to them? Oh, look at that! That picture really was from that cemetery. I guess just somewhere else. But I like the idea of how do I prove to my colleagues that there's bees here? I'll capture a ton of them instead of a jar.
Is this a bee?
Back. That is not a bee. As a matter of fact, I kind of think that these pictures are not of the same thing.
No, they're not. This is not from the cemetery.
No.
These are random pictures of bees.
Well, there is sources. Let's go down a little bit. An area of high density at East Lawn Cemetery. Female in flight. Male emerging from nest the first time. Female
they're not related.
Nest entrance. Female on an apple. An apple flower. And then last one is a female nomada. So that last one is a different one.
I think this is a yellow jacket. These are predators.
Oh, yeah. It is inspecting a nest entrance.
Yeah.
So, yeah. In New York, stop calling it by its fucking... Just call it a fucking bee.
Just say the bees.
The bee emerges from the ground around April each year to eat pollen, mate, and, for females, to dig brood burrows in which their larvae, well stocked with pollen and nectar, can spend the winter growing in preparation for next spring's flight.
You should tell Pei that you're going to start calling your bedroom the breed burrow or the brood burrow. See what she says.
Oh, baby, you ready to mate?
In our brood burrow.
Go ahead and turn the bed into a brood burrow. What does that mean? Where our babies are gonna go and wait for them to grow up. It's like, what? Oh no! If I was even worse, I'd call her Gucci a brood burrow. That there you go.
Oh no! Oh man, I think she might hit you for that.
She might. This species overwinters as adults, which is relatively rare, and that's part of the reason why they come up out of the ground so early in the spring, timed to the apple bloom, says biologist and the paper's first author, Steve Hoagie, a Cornell undergraduate student at the time of the research. The research team began fieldwork in the spring of 2023, setting up 10 emergence traps. Tents measuring 36 square centimeters, 5.6 square inches, open at the bottom, placed over bees' nests, which funneled insects into a plastic collection jar, trapping them in 70% ethanol. What?
Okay.
Each collection jar provided a small snapshot of the ecosystem, from which the entomologist could extrapolate. They collected these emergence samples over 48 days, yielding a total of 3,251 insects from 16 species. Bee density varied widely between traps, and extrapolation from small data sets are always an imperfect way of gauging population size. Nonetheless, this field survey suggests the East Lawn Cemetery has an average of 853 bees nesting in every square meter.
Wow. That's a lot of fucking bees.
of its sandy loam soil, which means that as many as 5.56 million bees could have emerged from the site in the spring of 2023. I'm sure there are other large bee aggregations that exist around the world that we just haven't identified. But in terms of what is in the literature, this is one of the largest, says Hoagie. Sorry. This particular bee was by far the most abundant species on the site, but these bees don't have full run of the plot. They have plenty of neighbors. One of them is the cuckoo bee, a species that happens to be. Yeah. So no. So this is it. Yeah, it wasn't a yellow jacket. It was a fucking cuckoo.
It was a different bee.
Which happens to be this bee's most common brood parasite.
That's what. Oh, okay, interesting.
The research elevates the value of solitary ground nesting bees and shows just how abundant these bees are, how important they are as crop pollinators, and that we need to be aware of these nest sites and preserve them, says Cornell entomologist Brian Danforth. These bees' contribution to the local economy is nothing to scoff at. This bee is known as a pollinator of apples and blueberries. Previous research has shown these bees contribute greatly to the pollination of New York's iconic apples. Cemetery may seem a grim place for these harbingers of springtime, but it's actually a pretty ideal location for ground nesting bees. And ground nesting species like these bees. The peacefulness, the lack of pesticides, and the fact that overall the ground is rarely disturbed all make cemeteries good.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. The majority of bee species are ground nesting, 75%, but relatively little is known about them, no doubt in part due to their reclusive lifestyles. Danforth and the team are concerned that many more aggregations of bees, like the East Lawn Cemetery population, could be overlooked and at risk. These populations are huge and they need protection, Danforth says. If we don't preserve nest sites, and someone paves over them, we could lose in an instant 5.5 million bees that are important pollinators. That's a fair point.
Yeah, he's very right. Like, we already know that there is like a pretty serious problem with like the decline of bee populations, like worldwide. It's like a real problem because like bees are like a super vital part of the pollination life cycle. So yeah, I mean, I think these are all like really good points actually.
Out of this research, Danforth and team have established a global community science project to encourage people around the world to take notice of and record their local ground-dwelling bees.
Mm-hmm. Very neat. I had no idea that there were ground-dwelling bees, but yeah, they're just crazy important. I personally, I think bees are cute. Not wasps though. Wasps are fucking assholes, and I hate them.
I don't like insects.
I know you don't. I should probably stop dwelling on the photos. We're getting close to the
Oh, we have more.
Yeah, we got more, but I think that we should save most of these. I think we could drop most of these. I think we should just go right to clips of the week. Wait.
What the fuck is this on screen right now?
Well, first of all, it's very old. So
that's still really funny. I think all I really need is the fucking the fucking title. I'm content.
But let me see here. Let's just kind of speed run through these. Millionaire big game hunter from U.S. trampled to death by 5 elephants while eyeing his next kill in Africa. That headline alone just gives me like a perfect, like, imagine like a comedy scene in a movie where like a hunter is like lining up for a shot and then like elephants just come in out of nowhere and just trample his ass to death. But this guy, Ernie Dacio, 75, he's basically like, he's like one of the big game like tourist hunters in Africa. He'll pay like, $40,000-$50,000 to a guy to like take him to like a giant animal that just stands there for him to kill, and then he takes a picture with it like this. So he was doing that. he surprised 5 forest elephant cows with a calf. That's what the problem with a calf is, the key word here. Yeah, they perceived him as a threat to the calf, so he's got to go, and that's what happened. The elephants immediately attacked them. The duo's view of the imposing mammals was blocked by a thick forest wall, and they didn't see the beast gaining ground until it was to it. So they came out of the forest like the Ents in Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers. They just fucking came out of nowhere and just started fucking throwing down and just killed their asses. Yeah, the elephants flung the pro hunter to the side before stampeding over Dacia, who was only armed with a shotgun. I would rather not go into detail, but it's safe to assume that it would have been quick. Yeah, he got fucking mangled to death. Married father of 2. He was a keen conservationist, and he did a hell of a lot of charity work and was a really good guy. What happened had been deeply felt. This is his collection. So...
Wow.
Yeah. Wow, he got a mountain lion? Wow. A little gator. Some of these are African. Obviously the zebra. What are these? Ibexes? Gazelles? I don't know the difference. I think that these are gazelles up here, and that these ones with the straight horns are ibexes. I think that's what it is. Maybe Jack can correct me on that. More zebras.
The fucking slightest.
These are the rest of them. The rest are just deer.
There's a gator down there.
Yeah, there's a gator. Yeah.
The gator, that's a caiman, actually.
Is it a caiman? I don't think it's a caiman. I think it's just
a caiman. That's not a gator, whatever the fuck it is.
Actually, it might be too small too. Yeah, because caimans are smaller than gators, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like a handful of turkeys up here. A leopard. Where's the leopard? That's not a leopard. I don't see the leopard in here. But yeah, big game. Yeah, just a big game hunter. You know, famous guy who liked to shoot things died by getting trampled by elephants. Which honestly, if you're a big game hunter, it's kind of the way you want to go, isn't it? Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think ideally you want to get like mauled by a lion, right? Because that's epic.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I'll put my elephants in.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. Better luck next time.
Okay. And then the greatest matador in all of Spain came back out of retirement only to get gored right up his asshole by 10 centimeters and sent to the hospital. Yeah. So Spain's most celebrated matador, Jose Antonio Morante de la Puebla. That is such a fucking Spanish name. Jose Antonio Morante de la Puebla.
Jose Antonio Morante de la Puebla.
Has been seriously injured.
Sorry, I fucked up. Jose Antonio Morante de la Puebla.
Jose Antonio Morante de la Puebla. Has been seriously injured after being gored by a bull in an incident that has shaken the bullfighting world. The goring came at the height.
That's why you never come out of retirement when you're super celebrated and like popular.
Yeah, like
you ride it out, bro.
Yeah,
you ride it out.
You fucking take the knee and run. You take the knee, you run out the clock while you're ahead. It came at the height of a triumphant run in Seville, where sold-out crowds had gathered repeatedly to watch his performance as he made a comeback after his shock retirement last year. So retired last year, and then came out of retirement this year just to get it right up the ass. El Pai said that the attack shattered the corrida and perhaps even the bullfighter season. No. The happiness of the Morante faithful ended when the bull charged, tossed him, and then the horn drove in as he lay on the sand. Oh, God. Doctor said that the 45-year-old matador suffered a very serious wound with the horn perforating his rectum, required more than 2 hours of surgery. Oh God. Morante Port. Jose Antonio Morante Cambacho.
It's worn his red pants.
Yeah, right. Is widely regarded as the leading torero de arte of his generation, and deemed by some to be the greatest ever. Famed for his mastery of the cape and a style that blends risk, improvisation, and aesthetic refinement. critics regularly attributed mysticism to his best performances. In 2023, he became the first matador in half a century to cut a bull's tail in Seville, one of the highest honors in the tradition. A recent Alpine commentary called one of his performances a virtuosic, stirring, surprising baroque work, an act of improvisation by an artist who is not of this world, capable of hypnotizing with a supernatural ability entirely alien to modern bullfighting. Another suggested it would not be surprising if a religion were founded in his honor. Well,
yeah, these people are so fucking like retarded about their fucking bullfighting.
Yeah, they do treat it like a religion. They really do. Yet his career has almost been marked by long absences linked to mental health struggles. Morante has spoken openly about severe depression that forced him out of the ring for periods and led to his sudden retirement last year after a triumphant performance in Madrid. His return this spring against expectations had electrified Seville's bullfighting festival with multiple sellouts. And then it goes into political shit, which who cares? So, but yeah, they should have just fucking look at this flabby ass guy.
That is one of the most Spanish shit I've ever seen in my life.
It's such a Spanish looking guy. It really is. It's like the combination of the nose and the hair. It's just,
yeah.
So there he goes. Fucks up. God.
Se la metió por el culo.
Yeah.
Se la metió por el culo.
California man arrested for allegedly swapping in pasta for Lego pieces, then returning them.
I forgot about this. This shit's incredible.
Go ahead and read it. This is what yours.
Yeah, this is the California Lego bandit, okay?
Yeah.
So much for using his noodle. The California man pilfered thousands of dollars in Lego toy sets from the retailer Target in a return-based scam, sometimes swapping valuable figurines with dried pasta pieces, and before returning the construction-centric toys. Authorities recently alleged. The alleged plot ended with the arrest of 28-year-old Jarrell Augustine, accused of grand theft. Grand theft! For allegedly stealing the Lego sets, whose manufacturer is known for the interlocking miniature bricks and figurines, according to Irvine, California police. You read that correctly, police sent a Facebook post announcing the 14th of April arrest. We are talking about durum wheat semolina pasta, and what we are calling a positively terrible plan.
Oh my God. Give it a rest.
Target told authorities that there were at least 70 thefts across the U.S. tied to Augustine, stacking up about $34,000 in losses. Police quipped, that's a lot of missing pieces.
I mean, is it
but
though? Like Lego sets are fucking expensive.
Yeah.
Like, they're crazy expensive. Like, a basic set of like 150 pieces will run you like
$100.
Like 40, 50, 60 bucks. Nah, $100 is like will be like a 400 or 500 piece set for like 100 to 100. Yeah, but still, it's a lot. Like, they are not cheap.
Yeah. But anyways, but like most bad builds, this one didn't hold together. Police said, outlining the investigation as involving surveillance to identify the suspect. They also said, if your master plan involves swapping Legos for linguine, we can promise your plan will be cooked al dente.
God, they just can't fucking stop. God.
Ziggy Azarkan, the Irvine Police Department public information officer, said the investigators began looking into the case in December 2025. Target's loss prevention department checked returns and noticed that one of the Lego boxes was open and missing figurines, and subsequently notified the police department. Azarkan said police knew there was a secondary market for the missing pieces. Irvine, there's like an underground fucking...
There's a Lego black market? Because they're so goddamn expensive that people are like turning to the black market to get their Lego fix.
It's crazy. Investigators said determined Augustine was responsible for dozens of phony returns. Police accused Augustine of buying Lego sets, opening the packages they were in, removing the figurines, and later returning them. Augustine sometimes allegedly removed the Lego components and replaced them with pasta noodles. The alleged financial losses involved Target's inability to resell any of those Legos, Azarkan said. It is unclear whether Augustine has an attorney who could be reached for comment.
Well, here's
the accusations against Augustine are among a spate of recent theft incidents involving allegedly stolen Legos. There's more. Go on.
I can absolutely imagine, like if you buy a Lego set from a store and then you take all the Legos out, return it, get all that money back, and then you could turn around and sell that, like even secondhand on like eBay, like that set, you could sell that set without the box, you know, just out of the box basically, because it's secondhand, so you're not like suspicious. It's like, yeah, I threw away the box and all the bags. It's just all the pieces for this set are just in a box if you want it for like half the price of getting it new. But even at half the price, you're still getting a lot of money for it because they're so goddamn expensive. So like it makes, like, you're still getting a hell of a return selling these things on, you know, secondhand.
Yeah. But anyways, in April, authorities seized about $1 million in Legos and 2 stolen freight trailers that were traveling to Riverside County, according to the Los Angeles Times. And a man from Vallejo, California was charged in March with second-degree commercial burglary and grand theft for stealing nearly $25,000 from Target in instances spanning from August 2024 to February 2025. The man's actions followed a similar method, said prosecutors in Contra Costa County, California. He would enter a store alone, fill a shopping cart with Legos, and leave, exiting with the stolen merchandise in a matter of minutes. And another example,
That's not exactly a complicated plan.
Yeah. Another example, a California man was apprehended last fall for allegedly stealing hundreds of thousands in Lego toys. The man was reselling the popular toys at tip-top prices in connection with a sprawling theft ring, USA Today reported. Target did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Stealing them so you can sell at full price, obviously, is, you know, an option.
Are Legos really like toys? I guess they are.
Yeah.
I want to say that the majority of people who play with Legos are adults.
Yeah, that's because, you know, that's because the majority of people that grew up with Legos are now adults. Which is why Lego has shifted its marketing over the years.
And it's why they're so expensive, is because they know that their audience are adults who can afford it.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they've moved on from like, oh yeah, here's, you know, like Lego Ninjago, right? Here's the little ninjas. They have little swords. You can play with them, right?
Right.
They've moved on from that to things like, you know, Lego potted plants.
That's true.
I own one.
I do too. I have I don't have a Lego one.
Lego paintings, right? Because there's like the Lego fucking Starry Night you can buy.
Well, they also do like Lego, like they do collabs with famous video games and stuff like that, because the same thing happened with video games, where like the average age of a video gamer is now like in their late 30s, you know. And so like they know that like this, like that's their target audience as well, so it makes sense for them to collab. Like and I have like a Lego set of the Tall Neck from the Horizon franchise.
Eventually, we're gonna see Skibbity Toilet be marketed to adults.
Yeah. Whatever.
They're gonna sell Skibbity Toilets at Home Depot.
Well, not just that. Here's a thing, chat. Go to a place called Kawaii's, Kawais, 2 I's. It's basically Lego, but tiny. They're like, the bricks are like 40% of the size of a normal Lego. They're cheaper and they're more of a challenge and they're more fun. Like sometimes you have to use like little tweezers and stuff to get them in the exact right place. It requires you to be a little bit more methodical, and they're more fun to build because of that. And like I said, they're less expensive. Okay, keep moving along because we don't have a lot of time. Humanoid
robot beat half marathon world record in Beijing. That's pretty much the entire story, though.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they built a robot. They built a robot to run, and it ran 13 miles.
Yeah.
And it beat the human world record, which, like, yeah, as long as it has enough of a fucking battery on it. So, there you go.
They call them Houston Bot.
I was gonna say, like, I saw a video earlier of like a robot, like, literally falling on its first step and requiring to be taken away on a stretcher. Like, it's right here. This is it, actually. It's showing it right here. Wow. Like, it falls on the ground.
Crazy.
It falls on the ground after its first step. It fucking flails around. Yeah, it shatters, flails around, and then dies. So it's like, okay, yeah, this thing beat the world record. But the thing is, though, like making like a humanoid robot is really a stupid idea for functionality. Like, like if you want to build like a functional robot that's like reliable, you wouldn't build it to be upright and bipedal with all these like complicated joints and like weight distributions and stuff like that. You would build it with fucking wheels. Or a quadruped. No, yeah.
You want to be like all terrain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you wouldn't build a fucking bipedal, like blade-footed thing like this.
Of the fucking quadruped, like bike robot thing.
Yeah,
or it's like a robot horse. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and it makes more sense.
Reject modernity, return to haunt.
Like bipedal human robots are cool and all, and yeah, I can see some function of them like being like, you know, like the one I don't know, like okay, a bipedal robot can navigate narrow spaces with like a lot of turns and stuff probably a lot easier than a quadruped could. Okay, so yeah, there are some benefits to it, but overall, like
I think even better, quadruped would do better.
Maybe it depends.
I mean, have you ever chased a dog down an alley?
Well, do the quadrupedic bots that they have right now, do they like, can they bend in the middle of their frame? Like the way dogs and like other actual bipedal creatures do? I don't know if they can. I don't think they do that yet.
You see between the waist and the torso of that bot, do you see that little
this is a pivot point. I know that.
Yeah.
But do they have that on the quadrupedal bots?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so it can be. Okay, so yeah, the bipedal bot is fucking stupid.
And even if they didn't, what's stopping them from doing it?
I don't know. It's just dumb. Okay, moving on. Treads that can spider leg are the best designs. There you go. Yeah, totally. Bear suit scammers in LA County convicted in insurance fraud scheme. So 3 Los Angeles County residents will spend their weekends in jail for dressing up as a bear and trashing luxury cars for insurance money. So these 3 douchebags pleaded no contest to felony insurance fraud. They were sentenced to 180 days in jail, which will be served through a weekend jail program, according to the California Department of Insurance.
Wait. What the fuck does that mean?
It means that they basically have to report to go to jail on the weekends. That's been a real thing for a while now in some places. The trio was also placed on 2 years of supervised probation. What may have looked unbelievable turned out to be exactly that, and now those responsible are being held accountable, said Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara. Zuckerman and Tamazarian must also pay nearly $108,000 in restitution. Court has not determined the amount of restitution Morad Kanyan will pay. A 4th suspect, Ararat Cherkanian, 39, has another court date.
Names sound fucking real. Not a single one of these names sound real.
I know, right? They sound like AI generated. Like, give me a ridiculous Indian name. Minimum 5 syllables. Go. Insurance fraud is a serious crime that drives up costs for consumers, and no scheme is too outrageous for us to investigate. So there's the bear suit. So they would dress up as these bears and then go maul cars. Or maul their own cars, or I don't know exactly how it was done. Using the insurance scam. Investigators said that the suspect submitted insurance claims to 2024 that defrauded. Yeah, okay, so they would get these cars inside of a 2010 Rolls-Royce Ghost, a 2015 Mercedes G63 AMG, and a 2022 Mercedes E350.
These are not cheap cars.
No, these are
they probably are owned with other.
These are all GT series cars.
Money.
These are all Grand Touring level cars. These are all 6-figure cars. Those videos, all of the exact same location. So they didn't even change the location that they did this in. So they'll park the car in the exact same spot, get the bear suit, damage the car, send the video into the insurance as proof of damage, and then claim it. And then claim they make the insurance claim. what appeared to be a bear getting into the cars and crawling around. Suspecting that the claims were bogus, the companies reported the case to state insurance regulators, who launched an investigation called Operation Bear Claw. Investigators believed that it was a person dressed as a bear and showed the videos to a biologist at the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. They had to get an expert to verify that it was indeed a person in a suit. I mean,
that's so funny.
Come on. Come on.
Dude,
the scientists told
incredible.
The scientists told investigators it was clearly a human in a bear suit. Yeah, you needed a scientist to tell you that. Detectives served a warrant at the suspect's home and found the bear costume. I like how they got they have like the claws, but then they had to they used the bear claws to hold on to to these claws that actually did the damage.
Bro.
That's amazing. And then finally,
they could fucking afford these fucking cards. Why? They just it's I have all of the money that I could ever want. What do I do with it? Oh, I must get more money than to scam.
I know, right?
You have the cars. You have luxury cars, but you can probably afford them. Or at least you can afford to get the actual fucking loan for them. So what are you fucking doing?
I was gonna say at least to loan them. Yeah.
Okay,
like a lease to own program.
Not time to return to my roots. Time to do scam.
Time to scam. My name is Jeet Scam. I mean Alfia Zucker Jeet Scam. I mean Zuckerman.
Does every Indian have a fucking green goblin mask somewhere in their house? And do the scam. You know, what is happening?
Alfia Zucker Scam. Ruben Tabarazzi Scam.
I left India. No, the mask followed me here. What the fuck is going on?
They're just farming Izat. That's what they're doing. They're farming their Izat. Do you know about Izat?
No. Fuck is
Izat? Oh my god, chat. We get to teach Rosa.
Correction. Hold on. Sorry. Let me rephrase my question. What is that?
So I guess we can quickly go down this
I do not know. What is that?
Oh my god.
What?
Whoa. President Trump evacuated from White House Correspondents' Center. Gunshots heard. Shooter dead.
Oh my god.
Whoa. What? Volume. Holy shit.
If you told me that this was an event from the 80s with the music and the clankering of stuff and the visual quality, I'd believe you.
Well, it's a White House Correspondents' Center, so it's a very old traditional thing. So
third assassination attempt during the same presidency cycle.
Good God.
Chat. I'm not the biggest fan of El Trumpo and the things that he decides to do, right? Not every time, at least. But I will say, if people want to kill you, right, you're probably doing something right.
You're doing something right, probably.
Yeah.
Although I do wish that Woodrow Wilson was assassinated. Anyway. That's crazy. Where the hell was I?
Unless you're a commie. If you're a commie, then, you're asking for it.
Anyway, where were we?
I think last one. Last.
This is the last one. Last bear story. We have multiple bear stories. This is a real bear story.
You promise? I think these cops need to ask an expert whether or not the bear they killed was, or sorry, the bear they tranquilized is actually a person in a suit, just to be sure.
So yeah, curious black bear tranquilized by cops topples out of tree after hours-long standoff in Albany.
I remember this.
Too high, too low, just low, just right. A black bear stuck in a tree in Albany drew a crowd of onlookers as the stubborn cub clung to high-up branches even after cops tranquilized it in an hours-long standoff on Tuesday. Spectators filled the leafy upstate block where local police were attempting to free the young black bear that appeared to have stranded itself in a tree. Climbing up is always easier than climbing down, chat. Let's see, the bear first scaled the tree, which was hardly taller than an adjacent two-story home, around 2 a.m. When it was still there well after sunrise, concerned residents notified police. Police, aided by a crew with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, decided the safest way to remove the bear would be to tranquilize it and relocate it back into the Catskill Mountains. They could have at least put a little trampoline underneath to let it bounce. The officer set up a large net and padding to catch the cub when it eventually fell. There you go, out of the tree. They tranquilized it just before noon, but it took almost 2 hours for the sedative to take full effect. Damn. Bear climbed higher and continued to lounge at the tree before it eventually grew woozy over the next 2 hours. Finally, one twig that it clung to snapped. The startled bear slowly leaned backwards like it was trying to figure out what had just happened before losing its footing entirely and tumbling off the branch, only to land on a sturdier one close to the ground. Oh, it hit a big branch on the way down instead of landing on the padding that they made up for it. Oh. The bear kept a desperate hold of the bark for several more minutes, its hind legs dangling in the air before it appeared to pass out entirely and fell right into the prepared safety net. Oh, okay. So it did fall into the net. Yeah. Good. There you go. Yeah. Wildlife officials.
That's what that picture up there is.
Yeah, so this is the branch that it hit and it caught itself onto. And then it fell onto the net.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
There you go. Last bear story. Okay, time for clips of the week and then windrows. Ba-ba-da-ba. Let me see. No. What is this?
Don't remember if I actually grabbed any this week.
I don't have a lot. I have 3.
Oh, I did. I grabbed this one. Yeah, I don't have a lot either.
Which is fine.
There you go.
Actually, I have 2, because one of them I know for a fact I can't play on YouTube. In fact, the third one isn't even. I have one. I have one clip of the week this week.
Man,
damn! I dropped the ball. That's okay, because I do need to get the hell out of here.
You know what's crazy? I think I also just have one.
Oh, really?
I'm going through them right now. I'm going back to my DMs with Peg, because I always send stuff in DMs.
Well, my problem is that all the DMs I send to you guys is of people dying, so I can't.
I just passed the week. I have one.
Oh God. Okay. Well, I have a couple shorts I can show. Let me bring up my YouTube.
Oh yeah, let me pull my YouTube. Maybe I can show you another short. I think the last one I showed you. Oh, here we go. This one. This one I didn't show you last. The one I showed you last week was the ceiling bird one, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, well I'll show you a different one this week.
Yeah, I'll show one of my recent shorts. I gotta go to the red dot.
Here, this one did really well actually. This one like slightly kind of blew up. This one
Hey,
like
hey,
10K.
hey, hey.
Hey. You gotta hurry because I want to pee.
Okay. Oh, you want me to play Pay's song? Okay.
No, I wait. I didn't send you Pay's song.
Yeah, you did.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, fuck. That's not what I meant to send you. Hold on. Hold on. Is that the one I meant to send you? Oopsies. Oopsies daisies. I want you to get copyright struck. That'd be terrible.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay.
Jurisdiction is a real thing, I guess. Yes.
Okay, this is my one actual clip of the week.
Oh, you have.
Oh, I'm not showing chat. Sorry.
Oh,
There you go.
I have seen this one. Pay has shown me this one.
Oh, you have a big scratch on your back.
I know, it's not that big.
Look. It's like this.
Yeah, not that big.
It is big.
Yeah, it is big.
It's so good.
So good.
And this is I love this.
Same.
Yeah,
Same.
her shorts are so fucking good.
Yeah, she's funny as hell.
She's so good. I like the ones where she has to run away. Those are always fun. Okay.
You gotta leave.
Let me play my most recent short. This is from the
Okay,
I think it's from yesterday's GTA stream, I think. Oh wait, let me rewind it to the beginning. There we go. I gotta go to the red dot. Red dot. Okay, I'm at the red dot. Is our guy back? Ah. There we go.
Mendez, I see you, Rifa mother.
Go over. Go over. Oh, yeah. Nice. That was like a wrestler going over the top rope. Like. I gotta go to the red.
I'm pretty proud of this one.
Okay.
How scary is this area?
Did you grab the chest I told you about?
Yes, I did. How scary is
People just love perfectly cut screams.
Yeah, right.
That one did so well.
Oh yeah, it has as well. 75 likes. It's really good.
It's at almost 10K views.
Nice. Yeah, mine don't get that kind of view.
Yeah, I do some perfectly cut screams.
I don't scream though.
Or just random shit.
All my shorts are random shit. Have you seen my shorts feed?
Well, I'm just saying, the random shit, just sometimes. You never know, man. You never know. Like that one fucking,
Blade song?
Blade song one that just, for no fucking reason, just, I don't know.
Okay, and then the obligatory Foxhole short.
Hey, 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 hey. What's a furry's favorite type of bread? Garlic knot. Hey, hey, hey.
I love that. Hey. Look at that, and I'm actually got through it today. Hey, chat.
Oh yeah, look at that. Did
Hey,
you even
hey,
recognize
hey.
did you even see yourself? You're in this short.
I did see myself.
Yeah, see?
I was the fucking Taco Bell.
Taco Bell supremacist, yeah.
Yeah, Taco Bell supremacist.
Well, that's it. Short and sweet for clips of the week
Who
this year.
knew the artist that drew that woke the fuck out
Oh, really?
and is not my friend anymore?
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
That's weird. Well, anyway, that's the show chat.
That's not Jet.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. We are going to probably play. I'm going to guess. I want to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to get something to eat. So, do you want to go into Windrose in like half an hour? Like
Yes.
on the hour?
I'll say and talk to Payne and make sure Payne's okay with me playing Windrose. All right.
Well, you got to catch up to weekly, so that's your easy excuse.
My wife. Yeah. Don't worry. I'll convince her.
Okay.
I'll convince her. I'll
right,
be sure not to call her a brood burrow till later.
Yeah, they'll wait till after Windrose. Besides that, do you have anything going on next week that you want to say?
Next week I'm gonna be playing more Windrose.
You're gonna finish. You're gonna finish Vagrant probably to get that damn thing out of the way.
Yeah, I might try to. Next week is collab week. I am planning to finally collab again with Boca.
Oh, nice.
Boca the Dragon. Yeah, Boca's really cool. I love Boca.
Yeah, Boca's great.
So I'm excited to collab again with Boca. I feel bad I haven't like me and Boca have been meaning to collab. I've just been so stressed. I've just been like struggling to actually like find the time.
Yeah, I get it.
Essentially. And so we're finally gonna collab again. We're actually maybe gonna play Windrose because Boca's also been obsessed with it.
Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah.
You have to get a
three-way collab.
Yeah. Try to get that going.
Yeah. I'll see if Boca's down for any of those days. Though Boca usually streams in the morning, so that might be difficult.
Well, either way, see if you can make it work. If not, that's okay.
Yeah. Such a busy streamer. Keep up the good work. I'm trying my best. I've been fucking up lately. I've been struggling to wake up in the morning. Hopefully, I just realized I haven't heard any dogs barking. I didn't check to see if those people came home and if they moved the dogs.
We have one player versus Strahd is on Thursday.
Yeah, that's right. One player versus Strahd on Thursday. Monday, of course, is our D&D campaign. The one that Jacob's running specifically. So I get to flirt with my wife again. Yippee! While the J sits in the cuck chair. Self-imposed, by the way. I didn't tell him to do it. No one made him do it. He just decided to make his character a cuck. For some reason.
And Tuesday is Sekiro.
Yeah, Tuesday we're playing Sekiro after stream. That'll be fun. But yeah, just lots of fun stuff's happening.
Just look out. It'll all be figured out, finalized on tomorrow's planning stream.
Buy a house. You never know.
You're close. I could easily see you putting in an offer like sometime next month.
I'll be honest with you. If that house that we were looking at
It's still
available, right? And we end up going to see it, we might be putting an offer on that like in 2 weeks.
If it's available and you can, and your dad can get that prequel letter.
Yeah.
And getting a prequel, like, it shouldn't be difficult for him, especially for a house that cheap. But ideally, he, get pre-qualified for a higher value. Ideally.
Yeah.
Like
he's getting pre-qualified with his own guy back in Florida.
Okay.
So back in Miami.
Cool. All right. Well, and as for me, it's Sekiro, one player versus Strahd, Windrose, and then I'll be doing my Yakuza Wednesday and GTA on Friday again. So fun times. We'll see y'all then.
All right, chat. Don't worry to go fuck yourselves. It's healthy.
The watch is yours as always. Take care.
Bye.